Chapter 1. The
Siege.
realm of Luoli is on the brink of destruction. I implore you, assist us. We do not wish to vanish. The crimson treasure candies are truly unlovely. I beg of you. The shrill chime of the school bell abruptly roused Seeching from her slumber. It was merely a dream. Seeching was drenched in cold sweat. Seeching has awakened. You truly are remarkable. Sleeping during class and waking only at the bell, you are more punctual than the chime itself, remarked Jiang Qian, casting an irritated glance at Seeching. Jiang Qian could not fathom how Seeching managed to sleep so soundly. And what was more astonishing was that despite her daily slumber in class, she remained the top student of the grade. One could not help but wonder if she simply listened to the lessons with her eyes closed. Seeching, still pondering the events of her dream, barely registered Jiang Qian's words. To Jiang Qian, it appeared as if Seeching had not yet fully awakened. Here, for you, Jiang Qian declared, shoving 2 eggs into Seeching's desk. Only then did Seeching respond. Eggs? What for? I've already had breakfast, class monitor. Jiang Qian, somewhat exasperated, retorted, Seeching, don't you care about what's happening around you? Seeching scratched her head, sensing that Jiang Qian was unusually irritable today, seemingly ready to explode at the slightest provocation. What's going on? Jiang Qian's expression darkened at the thought of a new classmate sitting beside her. A new student will be joining us shortly and shall be seated next to you. These eggs were given by the new students and we're to look after her. Am I really going to have a desk partner? Seeching was taken aback. She had been accustomed to solitude for so long that the prospect of sharing a desk felt rather unfamiliar. Are you displeased? Jiang Qian questioned, observing Seeching's dazed expression, perplexed as to why the teacher had assigned the new student to sit beside her. No, I'm merely curious, Seeching replied, for it had indeed been ages since anyone had sat beside her. Jiang Qian huffed. The new student is named Lin Xie. She has some vision issues, so be sure to take care of her, or I shall make you regret it. Jiang Qian threatened, shaking her fist. All right, Seeching acquiesced. However, upon hearing the name Lin Xie, her heart sank as if struck by lightning. Good heavens! Lin Xie. She had traversed into this world of slaying gods nearly a year ago, having initially been in Class 2 of the second year at Songnan City High School. She had breathed a sigh of relief upon not encountering Lin Xie. Until now, she hadn't anticipated that the plot would unfold so swiftly. A year prior, she had found herself in this realm, becoming an orphan with no parents, fortuitously sharing the name Seeching with the original occupant of this body, who had met an untimely demise. When she arrived, the original had still been a first-year student. She had thought she had evaded her fate, yet it was now evident that it had come to pass. Even if she and Lin Xie were not in the same class, her time was limited, for the original was a native of Songnan, precisely within the sphere of influence of the vengeful deity. She could not escape once she left Songnan City. Severing her ties with Lin Xie and the miracles of the mortal realm, she would truly cease to exist. As Seeching indulged in her whimsical thoughts, the previously tranquil classroom suddenly erupted with excitement. You must be Lin Xie, right? Your seat is prepared for you. Over there, Jiang Qian said gently. She then turned and called out to Seeching. Seeching, hurry over. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Your desk mate has arrived. Can't you be a bit more considerate and take care of the new student? Is this really the familiar class monitor? Seeching thought. When did Jiang Qian, that tough girl, become so gentle? Oh, I'm coming, Seeching said, rubbing her arm, which still throbbed with phantom pain. Come on, deskmate. Are you blind? Let me help you, she said, reaching out to place her hand on Lin Xie's shoulder. Ouch! Seeching winced after Jiang Qian slapped her hand away. What are you doing, monitor? I'm just trying to help the new student. Is that really helping? You're being clumsy. Jiang Qian shot a disapproving glance at Seeching, signaling her to be more composed. Ignoring the reprimand, Seeching readily took Lin Xie's backpack and stuffed it into the cubby of their desk. At that moment, Lin Xie arrived at his seat, flanked by several classmates. Seeing Lin Xie's bewildered expression, Seeching couldn't help but feel a thrill of amusement. So, you're Lin Xie? I'm your deskmate, Seeching. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me, she said with a cheerful smile. Just moments ago, she felt as though a mystical realm had appeared in her mind, and her body had undergone a significant transformation. The fear of the unfolding story dissipated, leaving her naturally warm and welcoming towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie, don't mind her, this slacker sleeps through class and is no help at all. If you need anything, just come to me. I'm Jiang Xian, the class monitor, she assured, patting her chest. Indeed, our class's sleeping beauty is quite the challenge to rouse. I'm Li Yifei, and I'll handle your meal arrangements from now on. A classmate from behind, Si Qing, chimed in, before giving her a playful kick. Hey, who are you calling Sleeping Beauty? Is that how you speak about girls? Chapter 2, Princess Qing. After a lively exchange, the class bell rang, signaling the start of the lesson. While waiting for the teacher to arrive, Lin Xie quietly asked Si Qing, "Do you know me?" Si Qing nodded, her sleepy demeanor suggesting she might doze off at any moment. Yes, our homeroom teacher mentioned a new student would be joining us today and asked us to take care of you, she continued, growing increasingly drowsy. She stifled a yawn and wiped the physiological tears from the corners of her eyes. However, what left the most lasting impression on us was your aunt. She just came by carrying a basket of freshly boiled eggs, earnestly asking us to look after you. Lin Xie froze at this revelation, a vivid image of his aunt imploring his classmates while holding the basket, flashing through his mind. Just as he was about to respond, he turned to find Si Qing had already laid her head down on the desk, fast asleep. Lin Xie thought to himself, her quality of sleep is truly remarkable. It seems she truly lives up to her title as the Sleeping Beauty. Perhaps it was due to the dream he had earlier, but Si Qing felt overwhelmingly drowsy after answering Lin Xie's question and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Where is this? After falling asleep, Si Qing found herself in a peculiar place. Upon glancing at the pavilion behind her, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it before. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She dashed to the edge of a cliff and, gazing into the unfathomable depths below, steeled her resolve and stepped forward with her eyes closed. A melodious sound resonated, and the anticipated fall never transpired. Instead, a step appeared beneath her feet. Indeed, it is the trial of the 100 steps, she realized, emboldened by this revelation. With her gaze fixed ahead, she began her descent. Upon completing the trial, Si Qing was met not with the vibrant leaf fairy realm she had envisioned from the anime, but rather a desolate landscape marred by devastation. What on earth is happening? She exclaimed, horrified by the bleak world before her. Was this truly the once lively paradise, now transformed into a nightmarish hellscape? You have arrived, and I have been waiting patiently for you. A voice echoed behind her, startling Si Qing. Her body froze, as if paralyzed, and she turned stiffly to face the source. There stood a woman, her dark red hair partially styled and partially cascading down, with two softly curled strands framing her chest. The intertwining hues of dark red and black formed a dress that accentuated her alluring curves, revealing her long, slender legs with each graceful movement. An overwhelming wave of emotions, anger, fear, sorrow, desire, malice swirled around her, as if drawing one into an abyss. Why you? Our Princess Qing. Si Qing finally found her voice after a moment of shock. The figure before her was utterly astonishing. The Princess Qing from the anime had always exuded an innocent and carefree demeanor, but this version, if not for her self-identification, Si Qing would have never recognized her as the same princess. Dear me, must you be so astonished? Am I truly that fearsome? Princess Qing posed dramatically, her enchanting eyes shimmering with sorrow, the dark red hue glistening with unshed tears as they met Si Qing's gaze. Had this been the naive and carefree Princess Qing from the anime, her demeanor would indeed evoke compassion. However, the woman before her, adorned in alluring yet mature style, spoke with a childlike voice, feigning fragility. The juxtaposition was undeniably unsettling. Chapter 3. Divine Power, it was you who brought me here. After a moment of courage, Si Qing finally dared to inquire about the enigmatic princess of emotion. Of course, the princess replied, conjuring the emotion bed and reclining upon it. Now, I found myself the only conscious soul remaining in this ethereal realm. As she spoke, the atmosphere around her grew increasingly tumultuous. Gazing at the princess, who was enveloped in dark energy, Si Qing thought, at least try to maintain some control. I am still present. Yet, she ultimately refrained from uttering these words, not due to any lack of courage. What has happened to this realm? Si Qing asked, voicing the question that weighed heavily on her mind. What do you think? The princess's ire flared at the mention of this topic. As it turned out, the transformation of the ethereal realm was, in part, linked to Si Qing herself. Si Qing could hardly fathom such an assertion. If it were not for your bringing this realm into our world, how could it have withered due to energy depletion? How could so many fairies have succumbed to slumber for lack of celestial power? Si Qing was taken aback. However, the situation was undoubtedly more complex than the princess had portrayed. Had she truly been the architect of the realm's downfall, the princess would have slain her at first sight. Sensing the tumult of emotions within Si Qing, the princess cast her a knowing glance. Quite astute, she remarked, lazily stifling a yawn. In fact, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not brought this realm into our world, we would have been destined for oblivion. Oblivion? Is it because the power of the Luoli fairies is derived from humanity? Si Qing queried, skeptical of the princess's motives. What is it that you desire from me? She did not believe that the princess had summoned her merely for idle conversation. Oh dear, how could you think so poorly of me? The princess replied, her demeanor suddenly serious. I do indeed have a matter for which I seek your assistance. In an instant, she stood before Si Qing, caressing her cheek and locking eyes with her. You will help me, won't you? Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the princess, Si Qing internally grimaced. Do I even have a right to refuse? The princess, sensing her turmoil, let out a scoff. Of course, you could decline, but it seems you may not have much time left to live. What must I do? Si Qing did not affirm or reject, fully aware that her existence was intertwined with the curse of Shiva. Presently, she survived solely due to Lin Chie's mundane divine domain. Yet, that domain was set to dissipate in a year, leaving her with but a fleeting lifespan. An opportunity now lay before her, one that promised survival beyond the disappearance of Lin Chie's realm. It would be foolish to refuse such a chance. Oh, I knew you were a clever child, the princess remarked, clearly pleased with Si Qing's response. At least she was not as naively foolish as the Luoli warriors under Xianling. Si Qing's fate was now intricately tied to the future of the ethereal realm. She could not afford to nurture any weaknesses. The princess sensed a formidable force within this new world that could restore the realm's celestial power and wished for Si Qing to gather it. Upon realizing that she was in the realm of divine slaying, Si Qing immediately understood the nature of the power Princess Qing had alluded to. Are you referring to divine power? Although she was uncertain, she sensed that the individual beside her possessed such strength. The individual beside me? Lin Chie. Si Qing thought of Lin Chie, who sat next to her. Indeed, it was precisely because of him that she had survived until now. As the agent of Michael, he undoubtedly wielded divine power. Chapter 4. The task the individual beside me is utterly incapable. Si Qing decisively refused. How amusing. She now relies entirely on Lin Chie's divine power to barely survive. If that power were to be taken from him, would she have any will to live? Initially, she believed she had discovered a means of sustaining her existence, yet it now appeared to be a death warrant. Princess Qing was well aware that the notion of extracting divine power from Lin Chie was utterly impractical. She had no intention of pursuing such a course. After all, how much divine power could a divine agent possess, especially since Lin Chie had to maintain the mortal realm's divine domain? She was not foolish. Currently, the celestial realm depended on Si Qing to gather divine power for restoration, while Si Qing herself was reliant on Lin Chie for her survival. She would not engage in such a one-time transaction. Oh dear, why are you so quick to refuse? Naturally, Qing'er was not coveting the meager divine power of the individual beside you, as it was insufficient even for awakening a fairy. The princess pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. She merely intended to inform you of the type of power you ought to seek henceforth. You ought to consider it in that light. Si Qing thought with a shiver of apprehension. She had narrowly escaped the clutches of the mysterious hand and almost perished at the hands of her own golden finger. So how am I to gather divine power? I currently possess no abilities whatsoever. Upon realizing that the princess required her to collect divine power, Si Qing felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach and began to unabashedly demand strength. You are quite clever, the princess chuckled lightly. However, Suddenly, the princess appeared before Si Ching, pinching her chin and whispering in her ear, word by word. Haven't you already obtained Qing'er's power? Do not be too greedy. Little Si Ching. What? Si Ching's pupils constricted. She certainly had not anticipated the princess would draw so close. After speaking, the princess reclined back onto her luxurious bed, propping her chin on her hand and quietly observing Si Ching. Your power? Is my daily fatigue due to you? Oomph. The princess nodded. Indeed, it is because of Qing'er. What is it? Is Qing'er's power ineffective? Si Ching replied, feeling exasperated. How could I dare? Whether it is effective or not, I cannot say, for I truly do not know how to wield it. The princess yawned languidly. Oh, perhaps Qing'er forgot to mention this to you. Qing'er is sleepy again, so you should leave quickly. We can discuss matters next time. Hey you. Si Ching's words were cut short as she noticed the curtain of the princess's bed falling. Just as she was about to plead for her to stay, she felt as though someone was calling her name. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find herself still in the classroom. Glancing at the clock on the blackboard, she realized that school had already dismissed. The one who had called her was none other than her new deskmate, Lin Xie. Lin Xie, seeing that he had not touched Si Ching and she had awakened on her own, awkwardly withdrew his hand. School is over. We should head back. Lin Xie truly admired Si Ching. She had slept the entire afternoon and still had not awakened by dismissal, while the teacher seemed unconcerned. This was simply too delightful. Is this truly the treatment afforded to a diligent student? After all, he is well aware that Si Ching ranks first in the grade. Ahem, well, thank you, desk mate, for rousing me from my slumber. Si Ching felt a twinge of embarrassment. How unfortunate to have left a poor impression on the new classmate on the very first day. How is she to seek his support in the future? Ahem, deskmate. I assure you, I am not usually like this, Si Ching hastily clarified. Indeed, Lin Xie nodded in acknowledgement. Since you are awake now, I must take my leave. My aunt awaits my return for dinner. Chapter 5. The Phantom Mask. Hey, that deskmate. How about I walk you home? Si Ching said awkwardly, twirling her fingers through her hair. To alleviate Lin Xie's doubts, she casually slung Lin Xie's backpack over her shoulder. I happen to live in the old town as well. Let us head back together. Besides, your aunt entrusted us to take good care of you. Are you kidding me, Si Ching? You can't even take care of yourself, let alone look after Lin Xie. Jiang Qian suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Speaking of Si Ching, Jiang Qian couldn't help but feel exasperated. This girl suffered from excessive sleepiness and would often doze off unexpectedly, sometimes even while walking. Jiang Qian usually kept a close watch to prevent any accidents. A person who cannot care for themselves shouldn't be creating more chaos. Doesn't she have any self-awareness? Class monitor? Si Ching was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Qian. Didn't you leave already? You and Lin Xie are still here. How can the class monitor be at ease, especially you, Si Ching? Li Yifei entered through the back door. Li Yifei's words infuriated Si Ching, prompting her to grab a pack of tissues from her desk and throw it at his face. Get lost. Li Yifei caught it with a grin, but upon noticing Si Ching's clenched fists, he quickly dismissed the idea of banter. I wouldn't dare provoke you. Deskmate, let us go. Ignore that guy. Si Ching chose to disregard Li Yifei, fully aware of his true identity. She figured it was better to leave such troubles to Lin Xie. She was not the protagonist who could handle the formidable serpent demon. On their way back, while Jiang Qian expressed concern for Lin Xie, she also engaged Si Ching in conversation, wary that Si Ching might doze off again, given her history. The last time she accompanied Si Ching home, Si Ching had unexpectedly fallen asleep mid-walk, which had terrified Jiang Qian. They had to take her to the hospital, where it was confirmed that Si Ching had experienced an episode of her condition. Jiang Qian felt quite exasperated. Si Ching had initially wanted to explore how to utilize the powers bestowed upon her by Princess Qing, but Jiang Qian's conversation with Lin Xie did not leave her forgotten. Understanding Jiang Qian's good intentions, Si Ching recognized that the incident from a few days prior likely alarmed her. Nevertheless, she needed to quickly discover how to wield the power within her, for they were heading into peril. However, Princess Qing's incantation might be worth a try. Luoli magique. 7 emotions and 6 desires, emotional siphon. Seeking discreetly attempted a spell. To her delight, it worked. as she beheld the precious candy materializing in her palm. Her previously restless heart finally found solace. According to the realm classification of the god-slaying world, she should now be at the level of the Lantern Realm. With this newfound strength, she could protect the class monitor and the others from the Phantom Mask. Such good souls should not meet an untimely end. Suddenly, Jiang Qian halted, sniffing the air intently. As she turned to ask, "Do you smell anything?" "What kind of smell? I don't sense anything." Li Yifei took a deep sniff, only to recoil in disgust. Initially, he intended to deny any foul odor, but a sudden stench reminiscent of rotten eggs assailed his senses, prompting him to retch uncontrollably, oblivious to the gazes of those around him. Si Qing, aware of the unfolding narrative, feigned a gag alongside the others to avoid arousing suspicion, though she had hoped to maintain her charade a bit longer. However, an overwhelmingly nauseating stench surged through her nostrils, leaving her no choice but to abandon any pretense of composure. Given Princess Qing's remarkable abilities, altering the memories of mere mortals was a trivial endeavor. Chapter 6. Michael the Alley echoed with the sound of dripping water, accompanied by the nauseating stench of decaying flesh. A sense of unease settled in. Run, sensing something amiss. Those who had promised to escort Lin Qie home scrambled away in panic. Suddenly, someone shoved Lin Qie. "Be careful," Si Qing exclaimed, rushing to support him as he stumbled. The moment she drew near, Lin Qie noticed that his newly acquainted desk mate seemed subtly altered, though he could not quite identify how. "This place feels wrong. You should leave quickly." Si Qing handed him a piece of treasured candy, urging him to depart, but it was already too late. Luoli magic, heart shield. As the ghostly figure approached from the alley, a chill flickered in Si Qing's eyes. "Oh dear, you are quite wicked, frightening me." The words escaped her lips before she could process them, seemingly influenced by Princess Qing. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. Later analysis could wait. The immediate concern was to confront the ghostly figure. Luoli magic, 7 emotions, and 6 desires barrier. Realizing that nearly all her classmates who had accompanied Lin Qie home that day had met grim fates, Si Qing swiftly cast the barrier. Once activated, it enveloped the entire old town, and she concentrated to sense the presence of another ghostly figure. "Found you." Luoli magique, emotional travats. Noticing another ghostly figure targeting Jiang Qian and the others, rage surged within Si Qing. Though she quickly exhaled in relief, she had arrived just in time. And Jiang Qian and her companions had only experienced a fright. Casting a casual glance at the disheveled figures sprawled on the ground, she said nothing and turned to leave. After all, the narrative had commenced, and they were no longer allies. Si Qing, is that you?" Jiang Qian managed to stand, leaning against the wall. Upon hearing her voice, Si Qing paused. Do monsters truly exist in this world? Have you not already seen them?" Si Qing chuckled lightly. "Knowing too much will not benefit you. Sleep, and upon waking, you shall realize this is merely a nightmare, class leader." Luoli magique, oblivion. Si Qing glanced back at the slumbering figures, enchanted by her spell, her expression void of sadness or joy. How delightful it would be to lead an ordinary life. Just as Si Qing bound the 2 ghostly figures, she suddenly heard Lin Qie's voice outside the barrier. "I refuse to accept this," he bellowed. In an instant, a brilliant light shot skyward, revealing a pair of enormous eyes in the heavens. "The King of Angels, Michael." Si Qing gazed at the celestial eyes, whispering softly, "An angel?" The laughter of Princess Qing echoed in her ears. "I thought you were formidable, yet your power is akin to that of the Light Fairy. Allow me to introduce myself. Luoli magic, 7 emotions and 6 desires. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, and surprise, spiritual luminescence." As the enchanting princess began to wield her magic, the boundaries of the barrier swiftly expanded, enveloping the entirety of Songnan City. The ethereal sensation of the mind, akin to a piercing arrow, soared towards the moon. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongsheng had just completed the retrieval of the boundless void. Grasping a notice board, he made a call to arrange for the logistics team to commence the battlefield cleanup, though 2 ghostly figures had already fled the scene. No sooner had he spoken than a blazing beam of light erupted from another direction, illuminating half the sky. That was Chapter 7. Zhao Kongchang, the divine entity designated as 003, the king of angels, Michael. Yet, what other presence lingers here? After unleashing such formidable power, Si Qing began to feel drowsy once more. The Yi Luoli magic, the bed of emotions. How delightful. Indeed, there's a reason why Princess Qing enjoys slumber. Yawning, Si Qing opened her eyes to find Lin Qiye gazing intently at her. Shoo! She placed a finger to her lips. I'm quite tired at the moment. Any matters can wait until I awaken. Ah, someone is approaching. I shall take my leave first. Wishing you good fortune. May our paths cross again. With a flourish of Yi Luoli magic, Ling Shi Shi, Ling Shi Qi, Ling Shi Gate, a grand portal materialized, and the curtains of the emotional bed cascaded down, soaring towards the entrance. Zhao Kongcheng, following the scent of the ghost-faced beings, arrived here only to discover the awakening of two gods. Upon his arrival, he noticed two ghost-faced figures seemingly bound by some force. Without a second thought, he drew his blade, its azure edge effortlessly slicing through the flesh of the beast. In the next heartbeat, the creature's head flew high into the air. Zhao Kongcheng lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before retrieving his walkie-talkie. The two fleeing ghost-faced beings had been dealt with. It was time to summon a cleanup crew. Spotting Lin Qiye in the corner, preparing to depart, Zhao Kongcheng strode directly towards him, obstructing his path. Under the starry sky, in the alley, the bodies of the ghost-faced beings lay scattered, creating a scene reminiscent of a grisly murder tableau. Did I look handsome just now? Zhao Kongcheng inquired suddenly. Handsome, Lin Qiye replied, flabbergasted. He was nearly frightened to death and had not paid attention to such matters. That's right, Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, taking another drag from his cigarette. Would you like to be as handsome as I am? Not at all. Lin Qiye unhesitatingly declined. Wanting is the norm, not wanting. What did you say? Zhao Kongcheng questioned, incredulous. How could someone so handsome be undesirable? Especially at this age. Do not all youths harbor a dream of heroism? Not wanting. Why not? Do you not possess a dream of saving the world? Have you never fantasized about becoming a superhero who rescues the world? It would lead to death. Lin Qiye dismissed the notion of heroics. His only desire was to honor his aunt and care for Ah Jin. Zhao Kongcheng was at a loss for words. Were children today truly so pragmatic? Yet this child had already witnessed the world's harsh realities and possessed such immense power. Oh, my head aches. Perhaps I should leave these concerns to the captain. Realizing he could not reason with Lin Qiye at present, Zhao Kongcheng decisively shifted the topic. Kid, these deeds were your doing. I sensed the awakening of a divine entity here just moments ago. I would find it hard to believe you're not involved, though I merely inquire as a formality. Not me. Lin Qiye promptly threw Si Qing under the bus. It was my classmate. A classmate. Zhao Kongcheng was somewhat taken aback. Just moments ago, two distinct forces had manifested, and it had become evident that the young man before him was an agent of Michael. Therefore, the other must surely be the agent who had observed something extraordinary. What is the name of your classmate, and where does he reside? He inquired. The individual before him seemed rather formidable, and it was unlikely that the other would be equally so. Lin Qiye shook his head in uncertainty. I don't know. Didn't you say that he was your classmate? Surely you aren't fabricating this. Zhao Kongcheng regarded Lin Qiye with a hint of skepticism. I only transferred today. Chapter 8. The Enchanted Realm, Part 1. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be little Si Qing returning. Princess Qing lay peacefully asleep on her bed, and with a gentle touch, she pinched Si Qing's cheek. The sensation was rather pleasant. Little Si Qing, you have done exceptionally well. The powers you have gathered are sufficient to awaken a grand fairy. Si Qing, roused by the delicate caress, slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Why, this is, of course, Princess Qing's Tower of Emotions, she replied. The princess picked up a piece of the beloved emotion candy that Si Qing had collected and savored it. Delicious. You should gather more next time. The sweetest candies are those filled with love. Si Qing, oblivious to the princess's actions, recalled the peculiar feelings she experienced when harnessing the princess's powers. Why do I become so similar to you when I use your strength? Naturally, it is because Princess Ai Zhen, am the sovereign of emotions, the princess responded candidly. When you have yet to truly master this power, your ability to wield my strength is merely a loan from me. The power recognizes its rightful owner. Now it makes sense. But how can I truly master this power? Siqing unabashedly expressed her thoughts. For Princess Ai Zhen, the mistress of emotions was not someone she could easily deceive. The princess gazed at Siqing for a moment before bursting into laughter. Little Siqing, you are so naive. Aren't you afraid I won't share the answers with you? Siqing shook her head confidently. You wouldn't. Her conviction was firm. After all, the enchanted realm depended on her. And Princess Qing was more fearful of the consequences of a careless mistake than anyone else. The power of Qing is not easily mastered. One misstep could lead to disaster. Little Siqing must be prepared, the princess warned. I am ready, Siqing replied resolutely. She had no alternative. If she failed to find a solution, she would vanish along with Sangnan City in the divine battle a year hence. Is there no way? Your powers are innate. After all, the princess shrugged helplessly. Siqing retorted. Childish. Noticing the princess's unchanging expression, she found it rather dull. How uninteresting. Give me some reaction. Princess Ai Zhen pouted like an irate pufferfish. Though I cannot teach you, you may find your own understanding. Our holy fairies in the enchanted realm are embodiments of the source. Previously, they were weakened by shortcuts and the influences of the human world. And now, Siqing inquired, aware that the powers of the Luoli fairies largely stemmed from human influence. The issue was that the enchanted realm had now become severed from the human world. How could she comprehend the princess's strength? Of course, I shall share a fragment of the source with you for your understanding. Fortunately, the essence of this new world is abundant. If you can grasp even a fragment of my source, it will be a tremendous boon. Then I am truly grateful for your generosity, Princess, Siqing mused, her mind drifting back to her perpetual drowsiness. Is there a remedy for my hypersomnia? In the realm of the divine slaughter, such a condition is exceedingly detrimental. Should one inadvertently succumb to slumber in the face of peril, their demise may come as a complete surprise. Hypersomnia? It was initially imposed upon Qing by the Dream Princess to suppress the negative emotions that plagued the human world. However, its influence on Qing has diminished significantly. Your tendency towards hypersomnia likely stems from your inability to harness Qing's power. This affliction manifests to shield you from the overwhelming force of emotions. As for a solution, even Qing finds herself at an impasse. Chapter 9. The Enchanted Realm, Part 2. Siqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Even Princess Ai Zhen could not assist her. Did that leave her any hope of remedying her drowsiness? The princess pondered for a moment, stroking her chin, and then snapped her fingers. Eureka! While Siqing may have been at a loss, there surely existed a solution within the Floating Cloud Pavilion. The Floating Cloud Pavilion? That renowned bank of the Enchanted Realm. Having witnessed the anime, Siqing was well aware of the Floating Cloud Pavilion. Yet was it not the case that only the gatekeeper could enter? Could it be that? Princess, do you possess the key to the Floating Cloud Pavilion? Alas, I do not. The princess reclined on her emotional bed, swinging her legs. Siqing, I am not the gatekeeper of the Floating Cloud Pavilion. How could I possibly have the key? Then why did you say you would take me to the Floating Cloud Pavilion? Siqing began to suspect this might lead to a fruitless endeavor. Cannot we simply sneak in? The princess gazed at Siqing with an expression that seemed to say, Are you truly this naive? As the princess of emotions, she could not be restrained where feelings resided. The Floating Cloud Pavilion housed her powers, and it would be exceedingly simple to slip in by following that energy. This was no different from the Water Prince's ability to slip invisibly from the forbidden grounds. Upon the princess's explanation, Siqing grasped the reason why those saintly fairies felt secure storing their powers within the Floating Cloud Pavilion. So there existed a method to surreptitiously extract them. The princess yawned widely. I am growing weary once more. If you wish to visit the Floating Cloud Pavilion, you must enter on your own. Yi Luoli magic. Line si u si, line si ki, line si get. Before Siqing could fully comprehend, the princess deftly thrust her into the Lingxi gate. The Floating Cloud Pavilion, ouch. My poor back. After a whirl of disorientation, Si-Ching was finally expelled from the Lingxi Gate. Since she had been unceremoniously tossed in by the princess, her landing was anything but gentle. More crucially, the Lingxi Gate appeared above the floating cloud pavilion. Had Si-Ching not been in a state of liminality, she would have likely sustained serious injury. Taking a moment to survey the floating cloud pavilion, Si-Ching realized that it was not merely a building, but rather an ancient palace. Aware that her time in this enchanted realm was limited, she did not linger to admire its beauty. Instead, she retrieved a precious emotional candy gifted by the princess and placed it in front of the grand entrance. A small passageway soon manifested, and without hesitation, Si-Ching crawled through it, resembling a dog entering its den. Upon entering, she casually surveyed the interior of the floating cloud pavilion, noting the absence of the statues featured in the anime. Instead, she found towering bookshelves laden with tomes. In the center of the pavilion, Si-Ching spotted something familiar: the contract bookshelf of Fairy Ling and the key to the floating cloud pavilion. It seemed that due to the sudden upheaval in the enchanted realm, Fairy Ling had left them behind in haste. However, it was clear that Si-Ching was mistaken. Fairy Ling had intentionally placed the contract book here. According to the narrative of Slaying the Gods, the next event should be the demise of Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng is to be saved. Ideally, his resurrection would be achieved through the magic of Princess Ling, though the drawback is that currently, the cost of reviving a person is beyond reach. Furthermore, there is the time magic of the god of time, Shirshi. However, the deity Kronos, who governs the world in Slaying the Gods, remains quite active, making this option less than ideal. After much contemplation, Si-Ching recalled the scene in an anime where the Ice Princess froze Shuyin's time with her magic. Thus, she resolved, with a clap of her hands, to first master the magic of Ice Princess Bingli Shui from the Luoli series, known as the Ice Mark of the Century. Chapter 10, Wonderland, Part 3. The Ice Princess's grimoire is not easily obtainable. Si-Ching felt a twinge of anxiety, as she was aware that within the floating cloud pavilion, only the owner of the tomes, or those granted permission, could unveil the secrets contained within. Should one breach this decree, it might incite a forbidden mechanism, leading to the destruction of the pavilion. Fear not, for my master has declared that the floating cloud pavilion is entirely accessible to you. A rabbit materialized behind Si-Ching. Startled by the sudden voice, she turned to find a talking rabbit before her. A talking rabbit? You must be the beautiful rabbit of Princess Ching. Indeed, that is correct. Allow me to treat you to some candy. Si-Ching produced a treasured box of sweets, recalling that this rabbit had a particular fondness for them. Before she could react, the box was whisked away into the rabbit's paws. Staring at her empty hands, Si-Ching felt a pang of disappointment. Was the candy truly that delectable? You just mentioned that I can peruse the tomes within the floating cloud pavilion. The beautiful rabbit floated in midair, cradling the box of sweets and relishing the treat. Upon hearing Si-Ching's inquiry, it paused momentarily, raising an eyelid to scrutinize her. Of course, my master has assured it. Reassured by this guarantee, Si-Ching felt a weight lift from her heart. She had feared breaching the rules of the pavilion and incurring its wrath. Yet with Princess Ching's endorsement, there seemed to be no cause for concern. Grasping the key that lay upon the table, she whispered a silent incantation, and soon an icy blue book, radiating a chilling aura, appeared before her. Upon seeing the book, Si-Ching exhaled in relief. It appeared the beautiful rabbit had spoken truthfully. The floating cloud pavilion was indeed open to her. However, now that she had secured the Ice Princess's grimoire, she had no desire to linger within the pavilion. Although there were numerous spells she had yet to master, she felt too feeble to absorb them all at once. It would be wiser to seek a quiet place to study the Ice Princess's magic. Are you leaving with just the Ice Princess's grimoire? Inquired the beautiful rabbit. With so many magical tomes here, why not take a few more? No, I'm still too inexperienced. To bite off more than I can chew would be unwise. I shall return once I have mastered what I have, for the floating cloud pavilion will always be here. The beautiful rabbit pondered for a moment. Wait, I recall several spells that would suit your current abilities. With that, the rabbit tossed the box of sweets to Si-Ching and sorted the bookshelf in search of more tomes. This one, no, that's not right. This one seems promising. And this too. After a considerable search, the beautiful rabbit returned, cradling several books before Siching. Luoli magique, verlicht, bode. The power of love, the light of the heart, a shining spirit, the beauty of light, twinkling to illuminate the evils of the world. Siching leafed through the pages, struggling to contain her incredulity. Is this magic from Princess Luoli? Upon hearing this, the beautiful rabbit erupted in indignation, as if its precious sweets had been snatched away. What do you mean, Princess Luoli's magic? Look closely. This is the magic of my master, the 7 emotions of love. Siching's heart was filled with confusion. In the anime she had watched, these spells were clearly the magic of Luoli. Yet now, Meiqing too claimed they were the magic of Princess Qiong, the embodiment of the 7 emotions of love. Meiqing too had no reason to deceive her, especially considering that Princess Qiong was a divine fairy who governed emotions. Yet Siching had never witnessed her wielding the magic of the 7 emotions of love. The thought was profoundly unsettling. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a secret that she was not meant to uncover? Chapter 11, Wonderland, Part 4. As the cherished pet of the Emotion Princess. The exquisite Emotion Rabbit was not merely idle. It could easily discern the thoughts swirling within Siching's mind. This was not something that could be kept unspoken. The royal Luoli family and the previous space fairy had placed upon their master the spells of oblivion and neglect. The oblivion spell caused their master to subconsciously forget the authority of the 7 emotions of love. Meanwhile, the neglect spell made all denizens of Wonderland overlook the fact that the authority of the emotion master was being wielded by the diminutive Luoli fairy. The more the emotion rabbit spoke, the more agitated it became. Oh, my poor master, having her authority stolen for so many years, only to realize it when Wonderland is on the brink of destruction. As it wept profusely, Siching's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally sank. Knowing the dark history of the Emotion Princess, could she possibly survive this revelation? How disheartening. Seizing the moment while the Emotion Rabbit was still oblivious to her, Siching hastily clutched her spellbook and made her escape. By the time the Emotion Rabbit noticed her absence, Siching had already reached the Crystal River. The Crystal River was the domain of the Ice Princess, Bing Li Xue, and at the river's end stood the Crystal Palace, the Ice Princess's secluded abode, revered as the source of all ice and snow in the world. It was said that the Crystal Palace was composed of eternal ice, perpetually adorned with drifting snowflakes, and imbued with a chilling aura. However, Siching had yet to lay eyes upon it, for at present, Wonderland lacked the power to sustain itself. The Ice Princess had succumbed to slumber, and the Crystal River had nearly thawed, with even the Crystal Palace melting significantly. This was precisely why Siching had come here, to practice the Ice Princess's magic while simultaneously restoring the Crystal River, 2 objectives achieved in one endeavor. Due to her prior experience with the Emotion Princess's magic, learning the spells of the Ice Princess, who is also a holy level fairy, became remarkably effortless for Siching. With the Luoli magic, she conjured a century of ice marks. Observing that her magic could only form a thin layer of ice a mere meter around her, Siching sighed in relief after ensuring no one was watching. How utterly embarrassing it was, compared to the Ice Princess, who had managed to freeze an entire city in its imminent disappearance. Her current abilities felt utterly inadequate. Human, do you wish to play in the snow? Yet, if one wishes to play in the snow, why not conjure more? This scant amount is hardly enough to build a snowman. You think you're playing in the snow? I am clearly making ice. Upon glancing up, Siching discovered that her recent creation of ice had transformed into snow, leaving her at a loss for tears. Spotting the Emotion Rabbit using the snow it had conjured to build a snowman only deepened her despair. What are you doing here? With hands on its hips, the Emotion Rabbit flew before Siching, proudly declaring, "The master instructed me to watch over you." Oh no! Had this insufferable rabbit witnessed all her moments of embarrassment? The thought plunged Siching into a state of melancholy. Unperturbed by Siching's emotional shift, the Emotion Rabbit continued to chatter. You waste far too much energy while casting spells. The power expended in your magic is less than what you squander. Your comprehension of the Ice Princess's frozen era is still rather superficial. It is essential to recognize that the frozen era possesses the ability to halt time itself, whereas your application merely resulted in a thin veneer of ice. What you must now endeavor to do is to master the art of magic without squandering even the slightest fraction of your energy, while simultaneously deepening your understanding of the mystical arts. These revelations must be gleaned through your own introspection and relentless practice. Mei-Ching Rabbit has been in the presence of the Emotion Princess for far too long, and her insight is unparalleled with just a few words. She has identified the shortcomings of your emotional control and suggested a path towards resolution. Chapter 12, The Enchanted Realm, Part 5. As Si-Ching pondered carefully, she realized that Mei-Ching too had indeed pinpointed her dilemma. Now, all she needed to do was direct her efforts towards this newfound understanding. However, how could she enhance her control over magic? Mei-Ching too promptly offered a valuable suggestion. One could transform magical energy into threads and subsequently weave garments from these magical filaments. Si-Ching felt a wave of despair wash over her. She was struggling to condense her magical power into a tangible form, let alone into delicate threads. Yet, the thought of giving up was unbearable, compelling her to practice time and again. Making Teu, casually indulging in Baoking Kendish. Watch Si-Ching exhaust her magical energy in repetitive attempts. To Mei-Ching too, Si-Ching's efforts seemed a futile waste of magic, yielding no discernible results. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, "Hey, human, have you forgotten about the emotional threads from my master? Compressing your magic is less efficient than utilizing those." Si-Ching's hands faltered, causing the magical energy she had just gathered to dissipate. Indeed, how had she overlooked the fact that Princess Ching's emotional threads could bind even a ghostly visage? Wasn't that precisely the tangible threads she sought? "Thank you, Mei-Ching Tuesday. I'll treat you to some candies next time," Si-Ching remarked, noting that Mei-Ching too had devoured her painstakingly collected Baoqing candies, though she chose to overlook it. Though Mei-Ching too was not Princess Ching, her years spent as the princess's pet had sharpened her perception. Receiving such one-on-one guidance was invaluable, and the sacrifice of a few Baoqing candies seemed trivial in comparison. After practicing for a while, Si-Ching suddenly recalled an event. The day after Lin Shiyi became the agent of Michael, Zhao Kong Chung had sacrificed himself using the ghostly divine call during his battle against the ghostly Face King. Perhaps she could leverage this plot point. "How long has it been since I arrived in the Enchanted Realm?" Si-Ching inquired anxiously, aware that the flow of time in the Enchanted Realm differed from that of the outside world, a fact she had gleaned solely from animated tales. It was merely a reference, not to be conflated with reality. Upon hearing her question, Mei-Ching too immediately began counting on her fingers. "Hold on a moment, let me calculate." After a considerable pause, Mei-Ching too finally provided an answer. "If I haven't miscalculated, it seems about half a day has passed." "What do you mean by seems?" "It either is or it isn't." Si-Ching retorted, utterly speechless. Could she not articulate more clearly? This information was crucial to her. "Huh? Is this important to you?" Making Tusen said Si-Ching's rising frustration. When she first arrived in this world, her master had calculated the time ratio between the human realm and the enchanted realm, which appeared to be 1 day in the human world equating to 1 month in the enchanted realm. Since your arrival, nearly half a month has elapsed in the enchanted realm. Moreover, my master mentioned that activating the floating cloud tower has consumed a significant portion of the energy you previously gathered, implying that you will need to depart after spending half a month here. Thus, I, the esteemed one, shall impart my knowledge for no more than another fortnight. You must devote yourself earnestly to your studies. Time swiftly elapses as Si-Ching diligently practices day after day, and today marks the day of her departure from the realm of wonder. Mei-Ching, the enchanting rabbit, observes Si-Ching intently absorbing the essence of the Ice Princess's power and begins to feel a sense of urgency. Why has she not yet succeeded? The master had proclaimed that, given this human's aptitude, she would master the Ice Princess's magic today. Could it be that the master was mistaken? "Oh dear, I am freezing to death." As Mei-Ching circles around Si-Ching, a sudden burst of icy energy erupts beside her. The chill is so profound that even Mei-Ching cannot help but shudder. She has succeeded. Chapter 13. The survivor transferred today? Zhao Kongcheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, taking a deep drag. "Well, that's not unusual. But what is the name of your classmate?" Surely you know that. Lin Xie recalled the remarkable prowess of Siqing in her battle against the demon face and her insistence on secrecy when departing. The thought of betraying her trust left him feeling despondent. If Siqing discovered he had divulged her secrets, she would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. I don't know, Lin Xie replied. Zhao Kongqing retorted, you don't seem like someone who doesn't know. The moment he caught the evasive glint in Lin Xie's eyes, he understood the truth. Yet, as Lin Xie was a divine agent, Zhao Kongqing refrained from approaching him. Another divine agent had yet to reveal any leads, and he could not afford to frighten this one away recklessly. Is it simply not knowing? This isn't the place for idle chatter. Let us find a more suitable venue for a thorough discussion. If he could manage to persuade this agent of Michael, he would surely uncover the whereabouts of the other elusive divine agent. I am Zhao Kongqing, and I assure you, I'm not a villain. Lin Xie responded. Would a villain ever declare himself as such? I am Lin Xie, and I place my trust in you. He nodded obediently. I lost track of my classmates who escorted me back. They might have encountered those creatures. I worry for their safety. Zhao, could you please check on them? Also, while evading those monsters, I accidentally left my backpack behind, which contains my study materials. I shall retrieve it momentarily. Perhaps it was Lin Xie's overly compliant demeanor or Zhao Kongqing's confidence in his own eloquence. But without a second thought, Zhao Kongqing acquiesced. Go ahead, go ahead. He waved his hand dismissively, but his thoughts lingered on Lin Xie's classmates. A sense of despair washed over him. How could ordinary people possibly survive an encounter with the demon face? It was disheartening to think that at such a tender age, they faced such dire circumstances. This world is truly, alas. Yet, Lin Xie, as an agent of Michael, possessed an extraordinary courage. Had any ordinary person faced such horrors, they would have been paralyzed by fear. Remarkably, he still remembered to retrieve his study materials. Study materials? Is it true that students are so devoted to their studies these days? He recalled the joy he felt when he discarded his own academic obligations in the past. Zhao Kongqing felt a twinge of concern. Had he been outwitted by this clever lad? Suddenly, the realization struck him, and he quickly surveyed his surroundings. But Lin Xie had vanished without a trace. Damn, that boy is truly cunning. The confidence Zhao Kongqing once held in his oratory skills was now severely shaken. You better not let me catch you. In that moment, Zhao Kongqing sensed a fleeting surge of power nearby, reminiscent of the mysterious divine presence he had encountered earlier. Dismissing his earlier folly, he hastened in the direction from which the energy had dissipated. Upon arrival, Zhao Kongqing discovered that the formidable power emanated from a nearly extinguished protective shield, within which a few ordinary individuals remained. Remarkably, there were survivors. Upon seeing Jiang Qian and the others, Zhao Kongqing's curiosity regarding the agent of the unknown deity intensified. Which benevolent god could bestow such generosity? The agent, having just acquired their powers, managed to shield so many amidst the assault of the two ghost-faced beings, while simultaneously executing a counterattack against them. Chapter 14. The Asylum of the Gods Help me. Although Jiang Qian and her companions were not physically harmed by the ghostly figure, Siqing forcibly stripped them of their memories through magic. As a result, Jiang Qian found herself plagued by an excruciating headache, and as she glimpsed the blurry figures before her, she valiantly stifled the pain to cry for assistance. Zhao Kongqing gazed at the several unconscious students within the barrier and sighed deeply, reaching for his walkie-talkie. There were a few survivors in the old district who had been attacked by the ghostly figure. He instructed the logistics team to erase their memories. Meanwhile, Lin Xie lay in bed, lost in thought. He never anticipated that such events would unfold upon transferring schools. Terrifying monsters lurking in alleys, a girl who could suddenly transform, angels upon the moon, and a divine uncle. All of these served as reminders that the other side of this world was far from simple. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xie soon slipped into a deep slumber. The familiar mist reappeared. Lin Xie navigated effortlessly to a building, where an ancient plaque engraved with the words Asylum of the Gods caught his eye. Unlike before, the asylum began to tremble even before he knocked. Recalling the changes within himself, he rapped 3 times on the grand door, each knock resonating with the building's vibrations. After the third knock, The door swung open. "You've finally arrived. Chinger has been waiting for you for quite some time." A sudden voice echoed from within the asylum. Lin Xie was taken aback. He hadn't expected to find anyone else in the asylum nestled within his mind. The voice belonged to Princess Qing, Aijin. Do not question how she could enter the asylum of the gods. As the sovereign of emotions, she could reach any place imbued with sentiment. Moreover, this asylum housed 7 psychiatric patients, or rather, 7 deities with mental afflictions. Such potent emotions were certainly a temptation for Aijin to pay a visit. "Who are you?" Lin Xie inquired warily. He remembered that this was his own dream. The entities within should not pose a threat to him. "Oh dear, there's no need to be so tense. I am Aijin, the princess of emotions from the Luoli Fairyland, one of the 8 lords of the Lingxi Pavilion." The princess, adorned in a resplendent pink gown and a beautifully crafted hairpin, emerged from the shadows. Lin Xie scrutinized the girl who claimed to be a princess. She had exquisitely styled pink hair, sparkling heart-shaped eyes, and a sweet, charming smile. Her attire was distinctly youthful, accentuated by a lovely bow atop her head and pink, layered high-heeled shoes. Her features were striking, with a delicate nose, fair skin, and a petite mouth that revealed 2 subtle dimples when she smiled. Overall, she exuded an aura of vivacious charm. As Lin Xie observed Princess Aijin, she, in turn, assessed him. "So this is the embodiment of the cosmic will? He doesn't seem all that remarkable. Princess of Love in the Luoli Wonderland? How did you end up here?" Lin Xie had just received information from the Divine Mental Hospital and initially assumed that the Princess of Love was a patient confined within its walls. "Confined here?" The Princess of Love chuckled softly, covering her mouth. She was not a prisoner, but had entered of her own volition. Entered of her own accord? Lin Xie was taken aback. Wasn't he, it said, that only those who meet specific criteria could gain entry to the Divine Mental Hospital? Thus far apart from him, the only other person who could enter this sanctuary was Jin Yan. Chapter 15, Room 1. Indeed, the emotion princess lowered her head, smiling shyly as she spoke. The emotional energy here is abundant and pure, naturally attracting others. Lin Xie exclaimed, "How did you get in here? Not only did you enter, but you seem to act more like the owner than I do." The emotion princess, being the sovereign of emotions, could intuitively sense Lin Xie's thoughts, wherever emotions resided. She was drawn there. "What brings you to my presence now?" Lin Xie found it hard to believe that such a formidable entity would come solely for emotional energy, especially since her appearance bore a striking resemblance to his classmate, Siqing. He could not fathom any connection between Siqing and the being before him. "Well," the emotion princess playfully fiddled with her fingers. Suddenly, seizing the moment when Lin Xie was distracted, she flashed in front of him and made a silly face. "I won't tell you." Seeing Lin Xie jump in surprise, the emotion princess burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. After recovering from the shock, Lin Xie chose to ignore her. He realized that this individual was simply a source of amusement, and the more attention he gave her, the more mischief she would unleash. As Lin Xie scrutinized the layout of the Divine Asylum, which bore some resemblance to the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital, he wandered through the area designated for patients. Unlike the Sunshine facility, the Divine Asylum had only 1 floor, comprising 6 rooms. Each door was adorned with peculiar patterns, and when Lin Xie attempted to push one open, he found it utterly immovable. "Ah, you even claim to be the director here, yet you can't open a single door," the emotion princess teased. Ignoring her, Lin Xie abandoned the door in front of him and moved to the next, only to encounter the same resistance. Eventually, he arrived at the last of the 6 doors. Expecting another failure, he was taken aback when the door actually opened. With a sharp crack, the intricate designs on the door began to fracture, dissipating into the air. What potent divine energy! As the patterns gradually vanished, the emotion princess sensed the immense power behind the door. Her pink eyes narrowed. If she could harness that energy, sustaining the Fairyland for a decade would be a trivial matter. Alas, she glanced at Lin Xie, who seemed lost in his own world, and disregarding the mystery of what lay beyond the door, she stepped inside. "Oh my, how rudimentary this place is. It pales in comparison to Brother Ruin's cavern." Observing the room, which contained only a single chair and a person, A flicker of sorrow crossed the emotion princess's eyes. The fairyland now appeared equally desolate, with no other fairies besides herself. Upon seeing a woman clad in a starry black gown seated on the stool, the emotion princess greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello. I am the emotion sovereign of the Luoli fairyland, Princess Ai Zhen. You may call me Qing. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your abode. Please allow me to offer you some sweets." The princess of affection presented the treasured box before the woman. The woman gazed vacantly ahead, exhibiting no response to the princess's words, resembling a motionless statue. Lin Xie's mind was in turmoil, and after a considerable period, he realized that the princess of affection had already entered the room. Without a second thought, he followed her inside. Just as he stepped into the room, a series of words suddenly materialized on the wall behind the woman in black. The princess also noticed the writing on the wall behind the woman. How marvelous! Chapter 16. Goddess of the Night. Ah, dear sister, you are indeed Nyx, the goddess of the night in this realm. The princess of emotion extended her hand amicably. She too is acquainted with a being who wields dominion over darkness. Alas, she is uncertain if he has awakened. Perhaps, should the opportunity arise, she could introduce you. Dear sister, you may discover shared interests. Nyx, the goddess of the night, stands as one of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. The princess of emotion became aware of her existence when she was brought into this world by Siqing, a tragic deity who has been utterly betrayed. Fortunately, her essence remains intact, and spending time with her might hasten the revival of twilight. The mention of Nyx caused Lin Xie to gasp in astonishment. How could she possibly be here? Indeed, she is the goddess of the night, as the princess of emotion summoned the emotion bed and settled upon it. When discussing how she arrived in this place, the princess stifled a laugh, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow. As the sovereign of emotions, she could sense the profound grief enveloping Nyx, even though they hailed from disparate worlds. The very essence of the emotion-laden candies she collected tasted bitterly sour. One must concede, humanity, you are indeed fortunate. You possess numerous deities willing to sacrifice themselves for your sake. Do you believe that the great Xia has survived merely by chance? It is, rather, due to the collective offerings made by its gods. The deities that still endure have either sacrificed their own kin or other divine beings. The lineage of Nyx, the goddess of the night, has been forsaken by the pantheon. As a mother, she witnessed the sacrifice of all her children before her eyes, powerless to intervene. Could one expect her to remain sane? Can you fathom why this place is dubbed the Divine Asylum? Lin Xie gazed at the woman seated upon the stool. The lifelessness in her eyes resembled that of an iceberg, her cold, elegant demeanor evoking a sense of awe. Her features were exquisitely flawless, as though favored by the Creator. Her silky black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. The gown of black stardust mirrored the profound depths of the night, accentuating her alabaster skin, which appeared as translucent as the purest snow. Even seated, her aura surpassed that of any mortal woman. No, she was a goddess. Could anyone truly be so cruel as to inflict harm upon her? Human, I just observed you. Are you attempting to heal dear sister Nyx? Do you require my assistance? The princess of emotion, reclining lazily upon the emotion bed, turned to face Lin Xie, who seemed lost in thought. She was disinclined to ponder his musings and went straight to the point. The Luoli magic encompasses the 7 emotions and 6 desires: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, and shock, illuminating the depths of the soul. Without awaiting Lin Xie's response, the princess directed her magic towards Nyx. Though this enchantment may not alleviate Nyx's affliction, it could enable her to step beyond her own confines. Upon hearing the familiar prefix of Luoli magic, Lin Xie felt an absolute certainty that this self-proclaimed princess of emotion was undoubtedly connected to Siqing. The enchantment cast by the princess of love caused Nyx's body to tremble, and soon after, her head rigidly turned towards Lin Xie, her vacant gaze fixated upon him. 1 second, 2 seconds, several seconds passed, and a sense of dread began to settle in Lin Xie's heart. It was only natural. Who wouldn't feel fear when being stared at so intently? Princess of love, what manner of magic is this? How could the goddess of the night become like this? The afflicted is merely subjected to a manipulation of their mind. The princess of love remarked nonchalantly, "All I did was compel Sister Nyx to awaken from her own realm." Chapter 17. The origin of every affection lies in cause and effect. This is merely what you meant by awakening her from her own spiritual realm. Lin Xie recoiled from Nyx's embrace, her expression a portrait of despair. "At last I have found you, my child," Nyx exclaimed, pulling Lin Xie into a fervent embrace. Today's precious love candies seem exceptionally sweet. The taste of happiness is indeed the sweetest. The love princess sensed a sudden uplift in Nyx's mood and could not resist collecting the precious love candies from her. The sugary delights filled the love princess's heart with unparalleled joy, so much so that she failed to notice Lin Xie struggling for breath within Nyx's tight grasp. Due to the love princess's intervention, Nyx did not sequentially acknowledge the vase, the chair, the walls, and the air as her children. Instead, she wept inconsolably while holding Lin Xie. "Love princess, I am utterly overwhelmed. I need your assistance," Lin Xie cried out in distress. The love princess's expression shifted abruptly, her blissful demeanor from savoring the love candies vanishing in an instant. Closing the box of precious candies, she pouted slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. The origin of every affection is indeed rooted in cause and effect. Since Sister Nyx has recognized you as her child, why not accept it? Why the agitation? You. Lin Xie struggled to break free from Nyx's embrace. "What do you mean, you?" The love princess flicked her voluminous skirts. "Did you not wish to heal Sister Nyx?" In human terms, Sister Nyx has suffered immense psychological trauma, subconsciously rejecting reality and creating the false perception that she is still by her side. In essence, Nyx has become this way because she has lost her children. If you wish to heal Sister Nyx, simply play the role of her son well. I believe you, having spent time in a mental institution, should comprehend this better than I. The love princess leaned closer to Lin Xie, tapping his forehead emphatically. "I understand, yet how can I do such a thing?" Lin Xie covered his forehead, stinging from her touch. Observing Lin Xie's hesitation at such a critical moment, the love princess, filled with exasperation, pulled him out of Nyx's chamber. Once outside, the love princess settled onto a nearby sofa, casting an almost reproachful glance at Lin Xie. Her tone laced with subtle disappointment. "I offered you an opportunity, yet you proved to be ineffectual. Human, let me enlighten you about the dark goddess Nyx." Lin Xie. Though he was not well versed in the dark goddess Nyx, he was aware that she was a deity from Greek mythology. How could a princess from the realm of Luoli, not even of this world, possibly understand her better than he, a native? He found it utterly perplexing. The dark goddess Nyx is among the oldest and most powerful deities in your human world-esque Greek mythology, her status and power unparalleled. Lin Xie nodded in acknowledgement. This much he knew. However, in comparison to other deities, the goddess of night, Nyx possesses a most distinctive trait. That is, an extraordinary fondness for bearing children. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie pondered thoughtfully. No wonder Nyx would be driven to madness. In the presence of a goddess who cherishes children, to have slain her offspring is nothing short of a catalyst for her insanity. Observing Lin Xie lost in contemplation, Princess of Emotion chose not to address him, but continued to speak to herself, saying, "To my knowledge, the goddess Nyx has at least 20 offspring. Alas, they are all deceased now." Her tone carried a hint of anger and sorrow, clearly indicating her discontent as she uttered these words. As the embodiment of emotions, even without children of her own, the princess could empathize profoundly, understanding the depth of despair and anguish Nyx must have felt at that moment. Chapter 18 discusses certain flaws. Yet despite the abundance of children born to Sister Nyx, the overwhelming majority are malevolent deities, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm from the moment of their birth. And many have met a tragic end. However, due to their wicked nature, a relentless extermination of Nyx's lineage ensued, which seems excessively harsh. In the eyes of the Princess of Emotion, the distinction between good and evil deities is merely a pretext for seeking scapegoats for sacrifice. Both humans and gods exhibit profound selfishness, Indeed, is there any occurrence in this world that is not driven by emotion and the intricacies of love? Even she, as the sovereign of emotions, is not exempt from this truth. Gods are willing to sacrifice even the offspring of the most ancient deities for their own survival. So what immortals? As the princess of emotion lamented, Lin Xie couldn't help but feel the grandeur and selflessness of the deities of the Xia. Would the deities of the Xia return? Lin Xie suddenly inquired. Such noble and selfless deities should not be subjected to such a fate. The princess of emotion smiled gently, responding, "As for that, I'm not quite sure. However, I do possess a method to resurrect them, provided you can afford the price." Price? What kind of price? Lin Xie asked, somewhat excited. Although his desire was merely to protect his own family, resurrecting the deities of the Xia would enable him to safeguard even more families. Well, the princess of emotion tugged at her hair, appearing uncertain. Only Sister Ling possesses the magic of resurrection in the Yellowleaf Fairyland. I may have unintentionally invited great trouble. I truly don't know. So, are you toying with me? Lin Xie shot her a glare, quickly turning his head aside. He felt powerless. Despite his absolute control within the divine mental institution, the princess of emotion did not belong there, and she could easily escape if provoked. A deity capable of manipulating human emotions is best left unprovoked, for her playful nature may lead to unforeseen consequences. Don't be so suspicious of me. It hurts my feelings. The princess of emotion feigned a wounded expression. Although she was unsure how to resurrect them, Sister Ling certainly knew. What is the price? Lin Xie was not naive. To gain power within the divine mental institution, he had to heal the patients within. Now, this princess of emotion, whom he had only met once, claimed she could assist him in resurrecting the deities of the Xia, yet he was skeptical of the absence of cost. Suddenly, a familiar door appeared within the divine mental institution, causing a stir. The institution's rejection of the Lingxi door was palpable even to Lin Xie. As the head of the divine mental institution, he quickly managed to lessen its resistance against the Lingxi door. What are you doing? What could have caused such a commotion? He even thought it was an earthquake. Alas, dear human, although I, the princess, am helpless in this matter, I can lead you to someone who possesses the means to assist. The emotion princess stood before the Lingxi gate and turned to Lin Xie, asking, "Do you dare to follow me?" Lin Xie hesitated momentarily. He truly did not wish to entangle himself in such affairs, as his only desire was to protect his aunt and Jean. However, the emotion princess perceived Lin Xie's indecision and, without looking back, entered the Lingxi gate, remarking, "Oh dear, it seems you have yet to make up your mind. I shall return when you are ready." Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Xie pushed the door open and stepped into the consultation room. Although he had not acquiesced to the emotion princess's proposal, he still believed her words regarding the goddess of night, Nyx. After all, there was no necessity for her to deceive a mere human. Moreover, the fact that Nyx resided in the psychiatric hospital of the gods served as evidence of her affliction. Based on his previous experiences in a mental institution, he understood that treating such conditions typically involved psychological therapy or medication. Now that he had discerned the cause of Nyx's ailment, he lacked clarity regarding psychological treatment and had no choice but to rely on medicinal support. With these thoughts, Lin Xie settled into a chair, and the doctor in the white coat across from him began to speak languidly. "Do tell, what seems to be the issue?" Chapter 19, I have a friend. Lin Xie said, "I am not ill." The doctor in the white coat regarded Lin Xie with a somewhat dubious expression. "If you are not ill, what brings you here?" "I have a friend." Lin Xie began to recount the situation of Nikes. The doctor adjusted his glasses and replied slowly, "If what you say is true, then your friend indeed suffers from a severe mental illness. But tell me, are you certain this is genuinely your friend?" Under the skeptical gaze of the doctor, Lin Xie asserted earnestly, "This is truly one of my friends." "Then please describe how your friend behaves during episodes. According to your account, we can preliminarily determine that your friend suffers from severe delusions. However, your description might influence my judgment. It would be best if you could demonstrate specifically." The doctor still harbored doubts, questioning how anyone could remain awake, clutching a chair and a vase while weeping incessantly. "Allow me to demonstrate," Lin Xie said, recalling the reward he would receive for healing Nikes and the enchanting presence of the emotion princess. With determination, he stood up slowly and walked directly to the doctor. Just as he reached out his hand, a familiar voice echoed nearby. "My dear son, mother has finally found you," Lin Chia exclaimed in shock. The doctor gasped. "That patient has escaped." Turning abruptly, Lin Chia beheld a familiar figure. Though she wore different attire and had altered her hair and eye color to black, he recognized at once that the girl weeping while clutching the vase was indeed the emotion princess he had encountered in the divine asylum. The emotion princess cradled a vase in her arms, gently caressing its surface with her other hand, her eyes filled with tenderness as she whispered, "My dear son, mother has finally found you." Lin Xie and the doctor exchanged bewildered glances, clearly startled by the sudden appearance. However, the doctor, a seasoned psychiatrist, quickly regained his composure and pointed at the emotion princess, asking, "I believe you now, young man. It truly is your friend who is unwell. Ah, Elena Raturta. It seems you still wish to confine me, you old rascal." Although he was uncertain why the emotion princess had appeared there, he felt compelled to protect her from being taken away by the doctor. "It is not this friend. It is another friend of mine," he explained. "But her situation is rather unique, and she lacks the conditions for hospitalization." The doctor pointed at the emotion princess, then at Lin Xie, and finally at himself. With a resounding clap on the table, he earnestly advised, "You must be a family member." Lin Xie nodded in thought, acknowledging, "But we shouldn't favor one over the other. Observe the condition of a young girl. It has deteriorated considerably. You cannot forsake her treatment simply because of another acquaintance." Lin Xie gazed at the frenzied princess of love and the indignant doctor in white coat, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow. He felt utterly beleaguered. One of my friends merely experiences a whimsical state of mind, yet the other is genuinely, gravely ill. I find myself in an unfortunate predicament, dear doctor. Chapter 20. The intermittently mad princess of emotion. Ah, I understand your predicament, yet this young lady. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the doctor clad in white, Lin Xie rummaged through his intellect, employing all his knowledge to barely alter the fate of the princess from being involuntarily hospitalized. Although Lin Xie was aware that, given the princess's formidable abilities, even if she were confined, she could escape in an instant if she so desired, much like how she could traverse the halls of the divine mental institution without his consent. However, he feared that her madness might lead her to eliminate those who guarded her. Lin Xie turned to the princess, casting her a meaningful glance, urging her to behave normally. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult. This mental institution was far too efficient. The doctor in white gazed at the princess with a heart full of empathy, seemingly concocting a plan. His hands began to dance over the keyboard, asserting that if the young girl avoided hospitalization, she could still pursue pharmacological treatment. Even under dire circumstances, one must not relinquish hope. Cooperation in treatment could yield prospects for recovery. "Do not lose hope, young man." The doctor glanced up at Lin Xie. "Young man, if your friend does not qualify for hospitalization, she must, like the young girl, rely on medication for now. I shall prescribe a few remedies for you to take home. If her condition does not improve, she must be brought back here. Particularly the young girl. Her ailment is relatively mild, and there is significant hope for her recovery." Lin Xie thought to himself, "It has been established that the princess is not ill. Why does the doctor remain unconvinced? Alas, the more one speaks, the more one risks error. As for Nikes, Sai, what can he do? Must he truly procure medicine for her?" The divine mental institution lingered in his thoughts, and he was uncertain whether the hospital's prescriptions could even be taken inside. Moreover, Nikes is the goddess of night. Can mortal remedies truly affect a deity? The answer is a resounding no. Lin Xie accepted the prescription from the doctor and hurriedly departed the mental institution, pulling along the princess, who was frantically clutching a vase. He would wager that if the princess continued her antics here, neither of them would be able to leave. Without a second thought, Lin Xie took the prescription and left, not even considering paying for the medication. Since earthly medicines would have no effect on the goddess in his mind, he saw no need to waste his funds. Furthermore, these medications were exorbitantly priced. His pockets were emptier than his expression, and being a fool for unjust expenses was utterly absurd to him. Human, why do you not pay for the medication? Upon exiting, the princess instantly returned to her normal demeanor, ceasing her feigned madness. Lin Chia, is it that I do not wish to? No, it is because I lack the funds. Is it due to my financial embarrassment? Lin Chia's face flushed crimson. Could he assert otherwise? He was still a minor, reliant on his aunt for sustenance. It appeared so. The princess pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, in the human realm, lacking funds is a significant hindrance. She recalled a saying from her previous visit to the human world. Money may not be omnipotent, but without it, one is utterly powerless. Here, this is for you. What is this? Lin Xie accepted the glass handed to him by the Princess of Love, scrutinizing it closely until he realized it was a gemstone. A gemstone? It was, in fact, a natural heart-shaped ruby. Even someone as inexperienced as Lin Xie understood the immense value of the ruby he held in his hand. His expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. What purpose does this serve for me? He inquired. Isn't there a saying in the human realm that while money may not be everything, a lack of it is indeed a significant hindrance? This stone is quite valuable. If you sold it, wouldn't you acquire wealth? The Princess of Love nodded, her demeanor exhibiting a hint of peculiarity as she responded. Chapter 21. The million gems, are they not merely stones? It is rather perplexing how humans can be so peculiar, favoring these mundane rocks over magical gemstones. Suddenly, Lin Xie pondered a grave issue. How on earth did Princess Qing end up here? Moreover, judging by her earlier demeanor while handling the gems, she seemed quite capable of wielding magic. Should she suddenly lose her composure and unleash her powers, the consequences will be dire. Princess Qing observed Lin Xie's shifting expressions with great amusement, and only when she sensed his thoughts straying into darker territories did she interject. Hey, human, I intend to stay here for a few days. Do not worry. This princess shall not use magic against you. Hurry and procure those stones. She felt a distinct aura within this city, compelling her to linger and observe for a while. We shall split the proceeds from selling the land evenly. Based on our past experiences, humans had an affinity for such commodities, suggesting a lucrative sale ahead. Yet, her desire to remain was merely for amusement. She had no need for such wealth. As for sharing with Lin Xie, it was merely a token of gratitude for his guidance. I shall explore on my own for now and return to find you later. Upon her arrival, Princess Qing had sensed a powerful force hidden within a certain part of the city. If she could harness this energy, awakening several celestial fairies would be a trivial endeavor. She also sensed that the creature known as the Ghost Face, slain by Si Qing, harbored energies capable of restoring the fairy realm. Wait, do not wander off. As Princess Qing prepared to depart, Lin Xie hastily implored her to stay. The presence of such an unpredictable element in the city posed a significant risk. Should someone provoke her, the aftermath would be unimaginable. Fear not, this princess will not harm humans. With that assurance, she vanished without a trace. Watching her disappear, Lin Xie withdrew his hand and touched the ruby nestled in his pocket, letting out a heavy sigh. Princess Qing, are you not putting me in a predicament? How could a blind man, having lost sight for a decade, possibly sell a gem of this caliber? Truly, it is infuriating. Perhaps you should simply find a shop to sell it. After all, the princess had mentioned that even for her, such gems were unworthy of paving roads. After Princess Qing's departure, Lin Xie boarded a bus back home, reflecting on the precious ruby in his pocket. He alighted at a stop midway and entered the largest jewelry recycling store in Chang'an City. There, he sold the extraordinary ruby for a staggering price of 12 million. At the entrance of the second high school, Zhao Kongsheng had been waiting there the entire day, determined to catch sight of Lin Xie and the classmate he had mentioned, although he was unaware of the name of the audacious boy who had dared to provoke him. Zhao Kongsheng was no fool. He recognized the school uniform worn by Lin Xie. However, after nearly a day of loitering at the school's gate, the passing students had begun to regard him as a beggar. Zhao Kongsheng could not help but doubt whether that young man had anticipated his arrival to confront him and thus chose not to appear. It seemed improbable. Furthermore, the classmates he mentioned were equally mysterious. According to reports from the logistics team, The memories of those few survivors regarding their encounter with the ghost-faced man had been altered. They only recalled being attacked by a criminal. They expressed immense gratitude towards him as their savior. Did Zhao Kongsheng not know whether he had actually rescued them? He could assure himself that the young man's classmates possessed a forbidden realm capable of altering memories, perhaps even a divine realm. Chapter 22. Reunion with Zhao Kongsheng. If he did not swiftly locate and manage the individual, the consequences of being discovered by the ancient god sect would be dire. Suddenly, Zhao Kongsheng caught sight of a familiar figure. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that of the young lad. Indeed, it was him. After languishing at the entrance of the second middle school for an entire day, upon spotting Lin Xie, Zhao Kongsheng charged forth with an intimidating demeanor. How dare that rascal toy with me, making me wait here in vain for a whole day? Zhao Kongsheng vowed that if he were to catch this lad, he would ensure he paid for it. However, just as Zhao Kongsheng drew near, a mere 20 meters away from Lin Xie, the latter trembled as if he had realized something and promptly fled. Zhao Kongsheng shouted, "You little brat, stop right there. Help! Someone is robbing me." Lin Xie, who had recently amassed over 10 million, momentarily mistook Zhao Kongsheng's fierce expression for that of a robber. Although the sum was acquired through the purchase of precious jewels from the courtesan, and even if they were stolen, reclaiming them would be a trivial task for her. The courtesan had promised him half of that fortune. If he failed to safeguard it, that little windfall would slip through his fingers. Thus, the two raced down the street, one in pursuit of the other. After a short while, Lin Xie recognized that his pursuer was the strange uncle he had encountered the previous night. Good news, he had not run into a robber. Bad news, he had crossed paths once more with the eccentric uncle he had just managed to evade. At that moment, Lin Xie wished he could slap himself. Encountering a robber would have been preferable, for at least robbers were typically mere mortals. With his current abilities, evading them would have been a simple feat yet. Here he was, once again face to face with this peculiar uncle, whom he had just dismissed the previous night. It was entirely his fault for being so careless. Why had he chosen this particular route tonight? Although Lin Xie was not slow, he was no match for the well-trained Zhao Kongsheng. Before he had even cleared a street, Zhao Kongsheng had caught up with him. "You little brat, I've finally got you." Zhao Kongsheng growled through gritted teeth. "You made me wait in agony." Lin Xie stiffly turned his head, and upon seeing Zhao Kongsheng's furious visage, he feigned ignorance. "Excuse me, uncle, but who are you?" Zhao Kongsheng found himself exasperated to the point of amusement. "Me? Do you really need to ask? I am the innocent victim you deceived last night, left to suffer the cold winds for hours." A burst of melodious laughter rang out, and turning to see a strikingly beautiful young woman watching their commotion, Zhao Kongsheng felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. "I apologize, I couldn't help myself." She chuckled, observing Zhao Kongsheng's fierce grip on Lin Xie, as if fearing someone might whisk him away. In stark contrast to Zhao Kongsheng's wariness of this unexpected girl, Lin Xie's eyes lit up upon seeing the courtesan. "Help! Princess of Love, this strange person is attempting to abduct me." The Princess of Love blinked in confusion. "Abduct? I sense no malice emanating from him towards you." Observing the princess's expression, which suggested that he was unjustly accusing another, Lin Xie felt the anxiety in his heart dissipate. Glancing at his restrained arms and the innocent look on the face of the princess, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, Lin Xie relinquished any futile struggle. After all, it was improbable that the princess would stand idly by while he was harmed. "Very well, what do you propose? Or shall we converse? Follow me." Chapter 23. The couple's hotel. Upon observing Lin Xie cease his struggles, Zhao Kongsheng finally found the opportunity to scrutinize the girl who had unexpectedly appeared. Despite her commonplace attire, Zhao Kongsheng discerned that she was no ordinary individual, a truth evident in her heart-shaped pink eyes. Moreover, the fact that Michael's agent referred to her as the Emotion Princess further intrigued him. "Is she your classmate?" he inquired. "Absolutely not," Lin Xie hastily denied, unwilling to share an educational institution with such a perilous figure. Though she currently harbored no dangerous intentions, he could not guarantee that such thoughts would not arise in the future. Zhao Kongsheng sensed Lin Xie's evident trepidation towards the girl before him. Though he yearned to voice his thoughts, he recognized that this was not the appropriate venue for discourse. After navigating through a convoluted path, Zhao Kongcheng finally led them to their destination. "Are you certain you haven't taken a wrong turn?" he asked. "Of course not," Lin Xie responded. Upon glimpsing their intended destination, his trepidation subsided. He immediately turned to flee. However, Zhao Kongcheng was relentless, swiftly restraining him. "Help! Emotion Princess!" At that moment, the Emotion Princess gazed curiously at the building, radiating a myriad of emotions. As she absorbed the chaotic energies, she marveled at the existence of such extraordinary places in the human realm. Although the emotional energy was somewhat impure, its abundance was undeniably satisfying. Lin Xie realized that the Emotion Princess was lost in thought, staring at the couple's hotel, signaling that events were spiraling into unpredictable territory. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had discerned that her power stemmed from emotions, particularly the affection associated with the 7 emotions of love. And here they were, at a couple's hotel. Understanding that the Emotion Princess would likely disregard him now, Lin Xie's anxiety finally eased. He knew he could not contend with Zhao Kongsheng and was left to devise his own escape plan. What do you intend to do?" "Just so, I have hemorrhoids, so please don't get any ideas. For the sake of my innocence, I shall abandon my reputation," Lin Xie exclaimed. Zhao Kongsheng, bemused, remarked, "I truly wonder what goes on in the minds of high school students these days." He was taken aback by Lin Xie's antics. Were the youth of today so corrupted? He felt his age weighing down on him, unable to keep pace with the times. "I merely intended to find a place to converse," he clarified. "Why must it be at a couple's hotel? Besides, I am still a minor," Lin Xie retorted through gritted teeth, mortified by the entire situation. Momentarily caught off guard by Lin Xie's furious glare, Zhao Kongsheng felt a fleeting sense of guilt. Perhaps bringing a minor here was indeed ill-advised. No, it seemed he had been led astray. "Hey, what sort of expression is that? This is merely a safe haven," he defended himself. "And do I strike you as that sort of person?" Dragging Lin Xie to the front desk, Zhao Kongsheng ordered one dynamic, passion-themed grand bedroom. Before Zhao Kongsheng could finish his words, he observed the young lady, whom Lin Xie referred to as the Princess of Love, skillfully requesting the front desk to open a room. You gazing at the room, key card thrust into his hand, Lin Xie felt his heart shatter into countless pieces. How could the Princess of Love behave in such a manner? Even Zhao Kongsheng could not help but doubt whether he had led the young lady astray. The incident was so astonishing that neither Zhao Kongsheng nor Lin Xie noticed that the front desk had not asked for their identification. Chapter 24. The Forbidden Land. The martial god, Wu Shunling, dragged Si Qing before the sovereign of the world. Already irked by the sovereign's insistence on posing on the steps, Wu Shunling's irritation intensified upon witnessing a human's presence in the Forbidden Land. Were it not for the weakening seals over the years, which hinted at dire events unfolding in the celestial realm, he would have slain her the moment she appeared. The sovereign's voice rang out, "Bring her forth." How did a human come to be here? Si Qing, equally bewildered, was at a loss for words. The very existence of the celestial maidens in this forbidden land posed a grave threat even to the fairies of the celestial realm. Otherwise, they would not have been sealed here. Although the 10th-tier prince, Shui Qingli, was absent, the remaining 9 still loomed large. "I do not know," Si Qing stammered, her legs trembling with fear. She was acutely aware of the intertwined fates of her and the yellow-ly celestial realm. Yet, she could not guarantee that these long-imprisoned tears would not descend into madness and disregard the safety of the celestial realm to eliminate her. Now, answer this. What has transpired in the celestial realm? Despite her ignorance of how she arrived here, she was aware of the upheaval in the celestial realm. For reasons unspeakable, it had severed ties with its original world and ventured into another. Si Qing chose to conceal the connection between this transformation and her own circumstances. Uncertain of how long she could maintain this fade, she hoped the enchanting rabbit would soon realize her absence and send Princess Qing to rescue her. Meanwhile, the enchanting rabbit, feeling the chilling aura emanating from Si Qing, trembled uncontrollably. Initially intent on keeping its distance, it was struck with terror upon discovering Si Qing had vanished. "Human, where are you?" After searching high and low without success, panic gripped the rabbit. This is a disaster. My master will surely punish me. It recalled Princess Qing's instructions to watch over Si Qing, and now, under its watch, she had disappeared. I must report this to my master. The rabbit understood the significance of Si Qing's presence in the celestial realm. Should its negligence jeopardize their safety, Princess Qing would not hesitate to exact retribution. In the human world, what do you mean Si Qing has vanished? Upon receiving the news from the enchanting rabbit, Princess Qing was engulfed in fury, her aura exploding forth. However, as the master of emotions, she quickly reined in her feelings. Turning to those who had been overwhelmed by her outburst, she cast a spell to erase their memories. With a penetrating glance at the wary Zhao, Kongsheng, she departed without uttering a word. In the Forbidden Land, who dares to trespass in the Forbidden Land? Wu Shunling was incensed. A human had intruded, and now a fairy had followed. Did they truly believe the Forbidden Land was a place one could enter and exit at will? Or did they think that after so long in confinement, he had become incapable of wielding his blade? Alas, dear Qing has graciously come to visit. Why must you be so fierce? Were it not for your taking away my guest, I would not have ventured into this eerie place. Guest? Wei Churuo pointed at Si Qing with keen interest, inquiring whether it was this human. Chapter 25. The Forbidden Land, Part 2. The realm of immortals has indeed fallen into decline, to the extent that even a mere human can become a guest of the Lord of Emotions. Wei Churuo was taken aback upon hearing Princess Qing mention that Si Qing was her guest. She then placed her hand gently on Aijin's shoulder and whispered, "Regardless of why that human has captured Princess Qing's favor, I am far more intrigued by how you, Princess, arrived in this forbidden land. Although the reasons behind the weakening of the seal that has confined them for a millennium remain unclear, if they could discover a means to traverse the forbidden land at will, would they still be bound to this place of imprisonment?" Enlightened by this understanding, the fiery gazes of the forbidden fairies were directed toward Aijin. Upon hearing Wei Churuo's inquiry into her entrance to the forbidden land, Princess Qing realized the ulterior motives harbored by these imprisoned fairies. However, the seal of the Forbidden Land is fundamentally anchored in the realm of immortals. Even though the realm is on the verge of collapse and all fairies have succumbed to slumber, as long as the realm exists, the seal shall endure. It will only be broken through the use of the celestial mark or the power of the spirit connection, for no one else can unlock it. As long as the seal persists, even if the realm were to perish, the Forbidden Land would only accompany it to oblivion. Indeed, Princess Qing could freely enter and exit the Forbidden Land, yet regrettably, her method cannot be utilized by you. Even if you were to comprehend her means of access, it would be of no consequence. Undeterred by the intense scrutiny of countless 10th-tier gazes, Princess Qing remained composed, for she understood that until these fairies, imprisoned for a millennium, discern a way to enter and exit the Forbidden Land freely, they would not act against her. Moreover, the imminent destruction of the realm loomed large. The means by which Qing arrived here was quite simple. Wherever there are emotions, she can reach. The overwhelming anger permeating the Forbidden Land was detectable from afar. As the Lord of Emotions, her connection to the sentiments here allowed her to forge a special passage with ease. Disappointed by the revelation of Princess Qing's method of entry, the Forbidden Fairies realized that such a means was exclusive to her as the Lord of Emotions. Had they not observed how a second-tier fairy had failed to rescue them all despite their prolonged absence from the Forbidden Land? I have revealed the method. When shall you return the guest of Qing? Princess Qing was acutely aware of the pressing matter at hand. If Si Qing were to be detained by these forbidden fairies, the realm would be in peril. The divine power she had amassed during her time outside paled in comparison to what Si Qing had gathered, barely a fraction. And that was only because, as the Lord of Emotions, she could draw strength from the emotions themselves. Any other fairy would likely gather even less. We can return that human to you, but are you certain you can take her out? Qing approached slowly with Si Qing in tow. If Princess Qing were to affirm this, it would contradict her earlier claims regarding her method of entering the Forbidden Land. Why can I not? Princess Qing was well aware that this group of forbidden fairies was merely testing her, yet she remained unfazed. It is laughable. she lacks the heavenly seal and the complete power of the spirit, rendering her incapable of unraveling the seals of the Forbidden Land. If Princess Qing possesses a means to extract this human from the Forbidden Land, then one must wonder if her earlier assertions regarding the method of entering said realm were mere fabrications. The sovereign spoke, his tone laced with a hint of ire, warning Princess Qing that should she remain silent, they would have no choice but to revert her to a state of spiritual energy. Chapter 26. Shared misfortune. Upon the utterance of the sovereign's words, the atmosphere within the Forbidden Realm became suddenly grave. I advise you, Princess Qing, to be forthright. Yin Shen's tone carried an undercurrent of menace. For even if you are the sister of Princess Yin, we shall not extend our courtesy. Do not be so agitated. You are frightening Qing'a, remarked Princess Qing, her demeanor reflecting a semblance of distress, eliciting sympathy. Yet, the group of imprisoned celestial maidens seemed indifferent to her plight. Their sole concern was how to escape this wretched place. Noticing their apathetic response, Princess Qing abandoned her pretense. Surely, you do not believe that just anyone can be a guest of Qing. Surely not. After all, I am the esteemed Princess Qing. Shifting the topic is hardly a commendable habit, interjected Wei Truan, placing a hand on Si Qing's shoulder. Even if you manage to evade us, Nine, your little guest may not be so fortunate. Humph. Princess Qing dismissed Wei Truan's threat nonchalantly. She was acutely aware of Si Qing's significance to the realm. Without her, their fates would be sealed. Sovereign, you have discerned the truth yet compelled Qing to articulate it so plainly? Princess Qing deflected the question back to the sovereign. Seeing is one matter. Articulating it is another. The sovereign conceded, acknowledging his awareness of Si Qing's predicament. If he were oblivious to her importance, he would not have gone to such lengths to invite her. His intention was to leverage Si Qing to draw out the remaining conscious maidens in the realm, seeking a means to unravel the seals of the Forbidden Realm. The absence of maidens would elicit his delight. He had grown weary of this cursed domain. Without freedom, what difference was there from death? Is no one concerned about my feelings? Si Qing interjected, unable to remain silent amidst the escalating tension. True to its name, the Forbidden Realm was indeed a place of confinement for celestial beings. She felt increasingly uneasy after only a brief time. The martial deity Ling, already irked by the sovereign and Princess Qing's cryptic exchange, snapped at Si Qing. Silence. Si Qing, understanding that Ling was merely a brash warrior, paid little heed to his outburst and continued, You have all observed my condition. I am cursed, long since deceased, and now merely sustained by a miracle's power. Who wishes for death when life remains? Princess Qing pondered how long she would be forced to confront these celestial maidens. They could afford to wait, but she could not. Given the proportionality between the realms of the celestial and the god-slaying world, she wondered how much longer the power within her could endure. Every minute spent in discussion drew her closer to death. Upon hearing Si Qing's words, the attendees, including the Dharma manifestations, cast their gazes upon Princess Qing and the sovereign. Their powers had no bearing on this matter, leaving them only to perceive the peculiarity of Si Qing's condition, uncertain if her claims held any truth. However, the Princess of Emotion and the Sovereign of the world cannot possibly be unaware. It is crucial to recognize that their fates are intricately intertwined, flourishing together or suffering together. Now, as the freedom they so ardently desire is within their grasp, they would be loath to be hastily entangled in a demise. After a moment of silence, the Princess of Emotion took the initiative to speak, for at present, she was at the mercy of the sovereign and his companions. 1 against 9, a decidedly unfavorable position. Little Si Qing is right. I shall not quarrel with you. Those who are the forbidden fairies. Chapter 27. Not your concern, let us not forget that we are all in the same boat, the Princess of Emotion declared, dismissing the sovereign and his companions. She had come to a realization. The realm of humanity had transformed into something entirely different. Even if she were to vanish due to the destruction of the enchanted realm, she would inevitably be reborn at some future moment. Si Qing understood the inherent opposition between the Princess of Emotion and the Forbidden Fairies. The likelihood of reconciling their discord was nearly non-existent. After all, who could maintain a cordial demeanor towards their jailer after being imprisoned for millennia. Coughing to alleviate the tension, Siqing swiftly shifted the subject. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my thoughts. The current human world is no longer akin to its former self. It is now a domain filled with deities, mysteries, and the extraordinary. Do any of you truly wish to explore and develop within this human realm? At that moment, the young human girl, Wei Chuo, became intrigued. The present human world is a landscape rife with both peril and opportunity. Siqing pondered the state of the world of divine slaying, recognizing that if she failed to articulate her points clearly, these forbidden fairies, who had obliterated countless civilizations, would not spare her. The human world was shrouded in fog, concealing the deities of its myths. If they could seize their power, they would no longer be confined here, for the realm of Luoli was far too limited. Siqing was confident that she could persuade these forbidden fairies. Based on her knowledge from a previous life regarding the anime Luoli, she understood that even the highest levels of saintly fairies, even those at the 10th tier, were not the zenith of power within that universe. After all, possessing a millennium of strength could classify one as a saintly fairy. What of 10,000 years or 100,000? She could not believe that, given the temporal disparity between humanity and the realm of Luoli, only a handful of saintly fairies could exist within that realm. Even considering the timeline of humanity's emergence, such a notion was implausible, let alone the protracted epochs prior to humanity's birth. Though she lacked knowledge of the reasons behind their predicament, she was certain that these forbidden fairies yearning for freedom would acquiesce to her proposal. Humans, you possess great intellect, the sovereign remarked, visibly intrigued by Siqing's suggestion. However, we are trapped here. Even escaping poses a challenge. How can you guarantee our liberation to the human world? Sovereign, do not forget, you are at the 10th tier. Each of you here has laid waste to multiple civilizations. While I am unaware of your motives, they could be distilled into 4 words, aligning with a natural order. If this is indeed the case, have you considered why you bear the title of Forbidden Fairies and are confined here? It is merely the victors and the vanquished, scoffed the martial godling, who preferred to speak through his might rather than engage in convoluted discourse. Yet the sovereign, being astute, began to piece together the overlooked elements Siqing had brought to light. Martial godling, be silent. Let her continue. Although he had his suspicions, the sovereign still wished to hear what Siqing had to say. For one often finds oneself perplexed in matters of the heart. Do you not feel that the fairies of the Luoli Fairyland are rather few in number? Upon hearing this, even those who believed Siqing was merely toying with the emotions of the forbidden fairy princess were taken aback, remembering the lost dominion over the 7 emotions and the love. The princess was acutely aware that she should refrain from meddling in such murky waters, a matter far beyond the purview of a mere saintly fairy. Moreover, the fairy realm was already strained under the weight of such intricate schemes. You may depart now. The sovereign remained silent for an extended period. Humans, he finally spoke. You are astute, yet many matters do not fall within your jurisdiction. Chapter 28. Have you encountered Michael? As Siqing emerged from the Lingxi Gate, having just departed from the Luoli Fairyland, she was greeted by a man's astonished and somewhat incredulous voice. Curiosity stirred within her. Had she arrived at that pivotal moment in the narrative once more? Thud! Before she could discern the ensuing dialogue, she fell heavily to the ground. Princess Qing, you really ought to practice your teleportation skills through the Lingxi Gate. How many times has it been now? Can't you set a proper landing point? Must you always land me on the floor? Upon hearing the sound of something heavy crashing, Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Qie became alert. For the subject of their previous conversation was not one to be divulged lightly. Gazing at Siqing, who lay amidst a heap of inappropriate toys, Lin Qie silently directed a questioning glance towards Zhao Kongsheng. Weren't you the one who assured me this was a safe house? Then what is this person doing here? Under Lin Qie's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Kongsheng replied awkwardly, well, this is indeed a safe house. Trust me. As for how she got in, I truly have no idea. Lin Qie observed the figure before him, struggling to extricate herself from the ludicrous toys. The sight was somewhat familiar, yet elusive. Where had he seen her before? Are you Siqing? Lin Qie ventured tentatively. Siqing paused her efforts and, upon recognizing Lin Xie, summoned a spell to clear the toys clinging to her. Had she known there were others present when she fell, she would have dispelled the troublesome objects long ago. Lin Xie, what are you doing here? Si Qing exclaimed, casting a peculiar glance around the room. Before her stood a large bed surrounded by an assortment of bizarre toys, and beside Lin Xie, a man who was watching her with a face full of wariness. Si Qing's gaze briefly lingered on an indecorous part of Lin Xie before she swiftly redirected her attention elsewhere. Hey, look over there. At Si Qing's odd expression, Lin Xie's embarrassment turned to irritation. Recognizing this as the narrative juncture, Si Qing decided not to tease him further. Haha, just passing through. I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Si Qing was already preparing to depart, for she needed to find a place to acclimate to her newfound powers. The 10th Order of the Forbidden Realm had indeed promised to lend her their strength, and she was eager to test this forbidden power that had instilled dread throughout the entire Luoli Fairyland. Stop right there. Seeing Si Qing attempt to escape, Zhao Kongcheng unsheathed the Starblade, blocking her path. He scrutinized the strange woman who had appeared so suddenly before him. Her hair, a cascade of blue and pink, flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, reminiscent of the merging hues of dusk and dawn. Adorning her head was a crown of icy blue gemstones, akin to brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. The resplendent pink gown, reminiscent of a blossoming flower, cascaded gracefully down to her ankles, while the exquisite crystal high heels she adorned sparkled like translucent jewels, measuring an impressive 8 centimeters by his estimation. Who are you, truly? This enigmatic woman, having overheard his conversation with Lin Xie, could not be permitted to depart unchallenged. Moreover, judging by Lin Xie's reaction, it was evident that this woman was acquainted with him. Could she be the enigmatic agent responsible for the demise of the demon-faced figure, a classmate of Lin Xie? Having eliminated all improbable possibilities, he was left with a singular conclusion that, despite its absurdity, he could not dismiss. You have guessed correctly. Chapter 29. Global situation, however, there are no rewards. While watching the Slayer of Gods, Si Qing felt a profound admiration for Zhao Kongcheng, a person who disregarded his own life for the sake of protecting others. Yet, this was not the moment for admiration. She had matters to attend to. Step aside. As her voice echoed, an aura of authority enveloped Si Qing. Although she was merely at the Candlelight Realm, one must not forget that she possessed the formidable power of several 10th-tier beings from the Forbidden Territory. Zhao Kongcheng sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Si Qing, tightening his grip on the Starblade. This woman was peculiar. Despite her only being at the Candlelight Realm, she instilled in him a sense of peril and even sparked an irresistible notion within him. Zhao Kongcheng, though lacking the forbidden abyss, faced the specters of the Candlelight Realm with unwavering composure, capable of vanquishing them with a single strike. No, without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the thought. If such a powerful individual did not join the Night Watchers and fell into the clutches of the ancient God Church, it would spell disaster. Fellow student, although Zhao Kongcheng was aware that Si Qing was likely a minor sharing class with Lin Xie, the now transformed Si Qing exuded an allure that was utterly captivating, devoid of any youthful naivety, leaving him at a loss for how to address her. Si Qing, I am called Si Qing. She acknowledged her transformed state, which rendered her almost unrecognizable compared to her previous self, save for the faint resemblance in her face. It was a mystery how Lin Xie could identify her amidst this change. Si Qing, would you consider joining us, the Night Watchers? Zhao Kongcheng began to enumerate the advantages of becoming a member of the Night Watchers. I do not wish to. Although she held the Night Watchers in high regard, the idea of joining them did not appeal to her. At this moment, she was more inclined to dispel the influence of the vengeful spirit of Shiva haunting her, in order to preserve her hard-won life. Do not wish. How can that be? The high school students were proving to be increasingly vexing. Lin Xie was one case, and Si Qing was another. You possess supernatural powers that ordinary people can only dream of. Do you not wish to be a superhero like those in the movies? Saving the world? Those who seek to be heroes often meet their demise the quickest. Si Qing observed Zhao Kongcheng blocking the doorway with his star blade, clearly reluctant to let her leave. Although she could easily depart if she truly desired, she felt compelled to offer Zhao Kongcheng, someone she once admired, a measure of respect. Moreover, her life was precious. She cherished it dearly. You. Upon hearing Si Qing's response, Zhao Kongcheng found himself at a loss for words. If Si Qing were an adult, he might engage in a serious discussion with her. However, both she and Lin Xie were merely high school students, not yet of age. What could he possibly say about responsibility to a minor? Sighing in resignation, Zhao Kongcheng lamented, "Do not be so disheartened. If you do not make an effort, how will you know if I might agree?" Initially, Si Qing was reluctant to wade into the murky waters of the Night Watchers. However, a sudden recollection surfaced. My King had mentioned that the ghastly figure she had slain possessed energy vital to the Luoli Fairyland. If she were to join the Night Watchers, would she not encounter mysterious clues and corpses akin to those of the ghastly figures? Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng, who had recently faced rejection from two individuals and began to doubt his own abilities, felt a renewed sense of confidence upon hearing Si Qing's words. Now that you all possess supernatural powers, allow me to share the current state of the world with you. Chapter 30. The Mythical System Ding Dong. Welcome. A melodious electronic chime resonated as a girl clad in a splendid princess gown pushed open the door of the Peace Affairs office. Ah, hello there, Night Watchers. Upon hearing the term Night Watchers, the members of Team 136 grew wary of this peculiar visitor. Who are you? Hong Ying scrutinized the strange girl before her. With pink hair and heart-shaped pink eyes, adorned in an extraordinarily elaborate princess gown, she exuded an air of mystery. Despite the absence of any energy fluctuations, it was evident that she was no ordinary person. Moreover, she was aware of the Night Watchers. Could she be a new member of the ancient god church? If so, her audacity was remarkable. She was Aijin, the emotion princess of Luoli Fairyland, a curious girl who had just emerged from the Forbidden Land. Luoli Fairyland, emotion master? They seemed unfamiliar with these terms. What could the emotion princess possibly desire from Team 136? Although Chamai had never heard of Luoli Fairyland, it was clear that this girl was anything but simple. If she intended to act against Songnan City, Team 136 would be powerless to stop her. She had traveled great distances to seek their counsel. Would you not invite me in for a moment? It is true that deities exist in this world, Zhao Kongcheng remarked. Deities? I find that hard to comprehend. Aren't deities merely figments of ancient imagination? Lin Xie responded, puzzled. Zhao Kongcheng nodded, then shook his head. A century ago, we all believed that way, considering myths as the spiritual solace of ancient people, born from their fears and fantasies regarding the unknown forces of nature. Yet, it is evident that we were mistaken. However, it would be inaccurate to claim we were entirely wrong. Ever since the fog that enveloped the earth emerged, everything seems to have changed. Sitting quietly, Si Qing listened intently. Although she was aware of the secrets of the god-slaying world from her readings prior to her journey, the realities before her differed significantly from what she had gleaned. Noticing that Lin Xie had been the one posing questions while Si Qing remained silent, Zhao Kongcheng could not help but inquire, Si Qing, do you not have anything you wish to know? No, Si Qing replied firmly. She was already familiar with much of what had been discussed, and thus felt no need to contribute further. Moreover, based on what you have just mentioned, I should also be considered an agent of the deities, correct? Si Qing interjected. However, after all that has been said, within the known mythological systems of humanity, have you ever heard of Luoli Fairyland? Well, Zhao Kongcheng found himself at a loss for words, for prior to Si Qing, no deities from Luoli Fairyland had ever graced this world. Perhaps not. Since that is the case, then we have little left to discuss. Si Qing had already made up her mind to depart. She had lingered here in hopes of finding a way to join the Night Watch, but she had just learned that Princess Qing had gone to Team 136. Since Princess Qing had already left, there was no longer any business for Si Qing to attend to. Even for the sake of the Luoli Fairyland, Princess Qing would undoubtedly ensure that everything was arranged for her. Chapter 31. The Ice Princess appears to be awakening disregarding Zhao Kongcheng's obstruction. Siqing utilized the Lingxi door lent to her by Princess Qing to depart from the couple's hotel. Outside the hotel, a concealed alleyway unexpectedly revealed a resplendent door. Having reverted from her transformed state, Siqing stepped out slowly, causing the rodents scavenging in the alley to scurry away in fright. Sighing at the sight of the dim and filthy alley, Siqing lamented the grim reality before her. The narrative had commenced. Suddenly, her phone rang. The old device she had acquired through various hands vibrating in her pocket. "Hello, sisterly. Qing, you finally answered. It's quite a challenge to reach you. You busy bee." The voice on the other end expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I apologize, sisterly. With the start of my second year in high school, my classes have become quite demanding. But has something happened with the production team that prompted you to contact me so urgently?" "Indeed, it pertains to the production team." Throughout the years since her arrival, Siqing had devoted her spare time to minor roles in the film industry to sustain herself. After all, she could not rely solely on the meager government stipend. It was during this time that she had met Sister Lee, who had been instrumental in her survival. "Nothing serious. I just wanted to congratulate you. Qing, last week, you auditioned for Director Lee, didn't you?" The events of recent days had left Siqing overwhelmed, especially with the time disparity in the fairy realm. If Sister Lee had not mentioned it, she might have entirely forgotten about her own work. "You got the role." Siqing's heart raced. Although she had decided to join the Night Watchers, she had invested considerable effort into Director Lee's production. It would be disappointing if she were not selected. Yet, the prospect of being chosen filled her with joy. "Yes, I got it. I will be playing the sixth female lead." Sister Lee's elation was palpable, her voice rising in pitch. "Qing, you are finally reaping the fruits of your labor." The sixth female lead, a role that would have thrilled her in the past, especially since completing this project would afford her the means to enjoy life before the impending battle in Songnan City. However, Qing, why are you silent? Are you overwhelmed with joy or? In the end, Siqing found herself unable to voice her concerns about relinquishing such an opportunity, one for which she had worked tirelessly. When does filming commence? She finally resolved to inquire, determined to pursue this chance without regrets, indulging in her own whims. "The day after tomorrow morning. Although your role is the sixth female lead with limited screen time," Sister Lee continued to elaborate. Siqing stood upon the rooftop of the tallest building in Songnan City, gazing down at the illuminated metropolis below. The city sparkled with vibrancy. Yet who could fathom that it was all an illusion? "Oh dear, I have finally located you, little Siqing," exclaimed Princess Qing, suddenly materializing before her. Humans are indeed peculiar. One moment, they are enveloped in joy, and the next, they're consumed by melancholy, leaving emotions in a state of bewilderment. The appearance of Princess Qing, while unexpected to Siqing, does not lead her to believe that the princess would struggle to find her if such was her intent. The matters of the Luoli Fairyland have all been resolved. Otherwise, why would one find themselves so leisurely wandering the human realm day after day? It is evident that she has discerned the unspoken words of Siqing, as Princess Qing seized the cherished box of emotions from Siqing's grasp, deliberately selecting the pink emotional candies to indulge in. Not at all, but the emotional candies collected by little Siqing are truly delightful. How childish. Noticing Siqing's lack of reaction, Princess Qing leisurely remarked, "It seems that the Ice Princess is on the verge of awakening." Chapter 32. Disappearance? Siqing was somewhat taken aback. Yet the awakening of the Ice Princess was well within her expectations. How wonderful it was that the Ice Princess, who had nearly vanished before, was now on the brink of revival. Could it mean that the awakening of the other celestial beings was not far off? Do not rejoice too soon. The Princess of Emotion responded dismissively to Siqing's words. The Ice Princess's near disappearance had been influenced by the human realm, but in truth, she was far from weak. It is essential to remember that the Ice Princess is a natural spirit, originating from the same source as the Water Prince. If the Water Prince could ascend to the second tier, how could the Ice Princess be any lesser? If the Ice Princess truly awakens, it may spell trouble. As the Princess of Emotion indulged in her treasured candies, her spirits lifted considerably. She remarked casually, "The energy you have collected is still insufficient to support the revival of the Ice Princess." Siqing found this hard to believe. After all, she had gathered energy for so long, yet it was not enough to revive a celestial being. What, then, was the situation with the Princess of Emotion? "Don't look at me," she replied. "I am, after all, a celestial being born from human emotions. Reviving through the power of human emotion is a straightforward task." Observing the carefree demeanor of the Princess of Emotion, Siqing felt compelled to question her, wondering if it was truly worth it to act in a manner that would once again tether them to the influence of human emotions. However, Siqing understood that the princess would not provide an answer, so she held her tongue. "Nevertheless, this is where my assistance ends," the Princess of Emotion stated, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her eyes, which Siqing, knowing the princess lacked emotions, dismissed as a mere illusion. After returning the nearly consumed candies to Siqing, the princess nonchalantly remarked, "Forcing a revival carries a price. My essence will revert to a state of spiritual energy. But fret not, I shall bestow my power upon you. Until a new master of emotions emerges in the Luoli Fairyland, I kindly ask you to take my place. Little Siqing, are you ready?" Siqing was momentarily stunned, grasping only that this princess, who had aided her greatly, was about to transform into spiritual energy. Though the princess would not vanish as long as the Luoli Fairyland remained, she pondered whether the Princess of Emotion, after becoming spiritual energy, would still be the same Princess Ai Jeanne before her. "Do not mourn for me. The blue candies are the least enjoyable. I despise them the most. I hope that when we meet again, the fairyland will have become a realm unto itself, no longer influenced by any other world." "Why you?" Siqing reached out to grasp the princess, but her hand met only a fleeting shadow. As the power left by the Princess of Emotion merged with her being, Siqing's cultivation soared rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of the god-slaying realm in an instant. Yet, just as quickly, she plummeted back, stabilizing only upon reaching the pool realm. She understood this to be the last gift the princess had left her before transforming into spiritual energy. Siqing felt a slight sting in her eyes and a pang in her heart. From the moment she first entered the Luoli Fairyland, she had known that she was the sovereign of that realm, while the Luoli Fairyland itself was her divine domain. The Princess of Emotions was reluctant to gather the divine power of the god-slaying world. Had it not been for the influence of Shiva's curse, which left her with little time to live, she would never have acquiesced. Though she had once fantasized about being a superhero, saving the world, she had long since outgrown that reckless age. However, at this moment, it might be worth a try. Chapter 33. Embarrassment. As Siqing breathed in the night breeze, she was unaware that it had already grown late. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming events of recent days, compounded by her inadequate mastery of the Princess of Emotion's powers, that she felt an overwhelming fatigue. In a state of half-sleep, Siqing suddenly sensed a nearby location imbued with divine energy. Divine energy. In this moment, it seemed that the only place in Songnan City still saturated with such power was the asylum of the gods that resided within Lin Chie's mind. The intensity of this divine energy could only mean that Lin Chie had ventured into the asylum of the gods. Following the emotional currents emanating from the asylum, Siqing swiftly discerned its whereabouts. To her surprise, the asylum indeed existed within the depths of Lin Chie's consciousness, with the magical elements of Yi Luoli, the Lingxi remnants, the Lingxi key, and the Lingxi gate at her disposal. Finding the location was merely the first step. Although, after acquiring the powers of the Princess of Emotion, traversing any distance through emotional energy was no challenge for Siqing, she nonetheless opted for the most prudent method, the use of the Lingxi gate. Due to her inexperience, Siqing did not arrive directly at the asylum, but instead found herself in Lin Chie's room. Through the moonlight streaming in from the window, she beheld Lin Chie peacefully asleep on his bed, a truly awkward sight. What on earth is happening? Despite the overwhelming embarrassment that could fill a castle, Siqing dare not make a sound or move an inch. She was acutely aware that Lin Chie was not alone. His aunt and younger brother also resided in the household. Should she inadvertently disturb them and be questioned about why a girl was present in a boy's home at such a late hour, she would find herself at a loss for words. Moreover, Lin Chie's younger brother was the reincarnation of the legendary Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Suddenly, a beam of moonlight was reflected onto Si Qing from an object on the desk. What is this? Gently extending her hand, Si Qing cast a spell, causing a metallic ornament to soar into her grasp. It was a crest composed of an unknown material, exuding a faint coolness upon contact. On the front of the crest, two straight blades crossed one another, their blades radiating a soft blue glow, set against a backdrop of the starry night sky, exquisitely crafted. Beneath the design were etched the characters Zhao Kongsheng. As she fiddled with the crest, turning it over, she discovered several lines of small script inscribed on the back. If the dark night should descend, I shall stand before countless souls, sword drawn towards the abyss. Blood staining the heavens. Si Qing's fingers twitched, and the crest returned to its original position. Truly, this bore the hallmark of Zhao Kongsheng. If her memory served her right, this should be the spirit summoner's artifact. Yet, how could Zhao Kongsheng's belongings be here with Lin Xie? Suddenly, a frown creased Si Qing's delicate brow as she glanced at the window. Oh dear, it seemed she had been discovered. No wonder, for even in the cycle of reincarnation, Qing Yuan Yaodao Zhenjuan remained so astute. The enchanting magic of Yi Luo Li opens the door to a parallel universe. As the window to this parallel realm draws in Yang Jin, the reincarnation of the illustrious Erlang Shun, Yang Jiao, Si Qing ensures that their conversation remains unheard. Only then does Si Qing take the opportunity to carefully observe the reincarnated form of the revered Qing Yuan Miao Dao Zhenjun. Having encountered the true essence of Qing Yuan Miao Dao Zhenjun before, Si Qing clasps both hands in salute, bending gracefully in a bow, offering a formal gesture of respect to the youth before him, who is accompanied by a small black dog. Chapter 34. The contract. A young boy, holding a dog, bore a faint resemblance to the formidable presence of the legendary Erlang Shun from days gone by. Who are you? Yang Jin inquired, observing the girl before him. Elegantly attired, yet devoid of any aura of foreign deities or the divine beings of the Great Xia. It was indeed perplexing that she could wield divine power. Even though Yang Jin was merely the reincarnation of Erlang Shun Yang Jiao, Si Qing dared not act recklessly. One could never predict the hidden abilities of these ancient, cunning deities in their new incarnations. I hail from Luoli Fairyland, Si Qing declared. She refrained from disclosing her true origins, for doing so would complicate the explanation of her current powers. Instead, she opted to say she emerged from the Luoli Fairyland. The Luoli Fairyland? Yang Jin Muset, having never heard of it before, yet he detected traces of law in her essence. Her unexpected appearance here at night sparked a suspicion. Had their plans been uncovered? Si Qing of the Luoli Fairyland, what brings you here? Yang Jin questioned, his demeanor turning increasingly hostile. I experienced an unforeseen incident while practicing magic and inadvertently found myself transported here. Si Qing replied, withholding part of the truth. She could not confess her desire to be teleported directly into the divine psychiatric hospital within Lin Chie's mind. Magic? At the mention of the word, Yang Jin's gaze hardened further. You are an outsider. The deities of the Great Xia referred to all beings outside their realm as outsiders. Outsider? Seeking Gupondere Dinwardadi, questioning what insights this reincarnated Erlang Shun had gained. No, not at all. Perhaps influenced by emotional energies, her demeanor began to mirror that of Princess Qing. Have you ever heard of the 3,000 small worlds? Si Qing inquired, stroking her chin as she contemplated how to elucidate the origins of the Luoli Fairyland. The Luoli Fairyland is but one of the 3,000 small worlds once intertwined with the human realm. However, due to humanity's destruction of nature, the fairies of Luoli Fairyland have nearly perished. An unexpected event severed my connection to that world, leading me to drift through the chaotic sea of stars. Until a few years ago, when I inadvertently collided with this realm. As she spoke, Si Qing discreetly glanced at Yang Jin, noticing his skeptical expression. Determined to fortify her position, she pressed on. The deities of the Great Xia and their stance towards humanity is well known to us in the Luoli Fairyland. To speak plainly, the current situation in the Luoli Fairyland is quite dire. We require energy from your world. Rest assured, Our interest lies solely in the power inherent to those mysterious beings. Seeing Yang Jin remain impassive, she continued, if we could obtain divine power, it would be most advantageous. Yang Jin regarded the woman before him, who had drawn him into this discourse only to chatter incessantly, and exchanged a subtle glance with the black dog at his side. Nodding imperceptibly, with worlds colliding and laws intertwining, you are undoubtedly aware of the current state of affairs. I can grant you divine power, but in exchange, you must assist us in safeguarding the Great Xia. Seeing Yang Jin's promptness, Si Qing naturally had no reason to refuse. As a fellow citizen of the Great Xia in a parallel world, she held a deep admiration for such a responsible deity. Very well. However, pondering the reliability of such verbal commitments, Si Qing produced a book. Indeed, this was the very contract that the fairy Xian Ling had required the fairy Luoli and the Luoli warriors to sign. This was the Luoli contract. Perhaps sensing that her actions might raise suspicion, Si Qing added, it's not that I doubt the integrity of the esteemed Qing Yuan Miao Dao Zhenjun, but rather that I am not yet in a position to truly represent the Luoli Fairyland. Thus, it would be prudent for us to formalize our agreement. Chapter 35. Friend. Upon emerging once more from the Lingxi Gate, Si Qing found herself in a place reminiscent of a hospital. The asylum of the gods. Thankfully, no further complications arose. Si Qing, still shaken, remarked, can you believe it? I actually encountered Erlang Shenyang Jian, albeit in his reincarnated form. That was quite terrifying indeed. Next time, if I haven't mastered the use of the Lingxi Gate, I might as well be a fool. Without taking a closer look around, Si Qing noted that this place bore little distinction from the specialized hospital where she had volunteered previously. Following the potent aura of emotional energy, she soon arrived at the threshold of an open patient room. Through the crack of the door, she beheld a youth embracing a woman, whispering softly into her ear. With her keen hearing, Si Qing distinctly caught the boy's words, "Mother, I have returned." A wave of compassion washed over her, making her reluctant to intrude upon this tender moment. Nevertheless, her hands continued to gather the precious Baoqing candies. After all, how could she let such a splendid opportunity for a collection slip away? Her supply of Baoqing candies had long since been consumed by Princess Qing, and if she did not gather some now, how could she hope to enhance her strength? Inside the room, the woman trembled as she extended her arms, tightly embracing the boy. Welcome back, Donatus, my child. Truly, these Baoqing candies, collected from divine beings, were exceptionally sweet. Si Qing had no intention of becoming the villain who disrupted this mother-son reunion. Instead, she leaned against the wall by the door, slowly savoring a piece of candy. Suddenly, her movement paused as the candy she had just picked up fell back into the box. Wow! Si Qing exclaimed, staring at the virtual panel that had unexpectedly appeared before her. How could this be? Wasn't this something only Lin Xie could see? Now, she too could behold it. Unfazed by her confusion, she focused on the contents of the virtual panel. Progress of Nix's treatment, 25 Si Qing. Wasn't it 3? Who dropped the butterfly? Could it possibly be Princess Qing? Donatus, my child, is that little girl outside a guest of yours? Just as Si Qing's mind whirled with thoughts, she heard Nix speak from within the room. The person outside? Didn't Princess Qing leave? Has she returned? Lin Xie had assumed that Princess Si Qing had come back, only to turn around and realize Si Qing was leaning against the wall, greeting him. Si Qing, how did you get in here? Wasn't he the director of the Asylum of the Gods? How could both of them have entered without his knowledge? How did I come here? I entered just as Princess Qing did. Si Qing replied, offering Lin Xie a Baoqing candy. Here, please have candy. Recognizing the familiar candy box, Lin Xie quickly deduced the relationship between Si Qing and Princess Qing. It seemed that Si Qing was indeed the divine agent spoken of by Zhao Kongshon, while Princess Qing must be the very deity herself. Greetings, dear Aunt Nix. I am Si Qing, a friend of Danaeus. I apologize for my unannounced visit. Si Qing spoke with great enthusiasm towards Nix, acknowledging her as the goddess of the night. Having just gathered her emotional energy, it was imperative to offer some emotional value in return. Ah, a friend of Danaeus. Welcome to our gathering, Si Qing. Chapter 36. Extraordinary Fertility. Nix greeted Si Qing with great enthusiasm. However, Siqing couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar in Nix's gaze. Was it merely an illusion? Suddenly, a virtual lottery wheel materialized before her eyes. The celestial night descended, the dim eye, falling stars, star-end, night flicker, night as chosen, extraordinary fertility. From Siqing's observation, the wheel appeared to be divided into at least 20 segments, prompting her to wonder if this was indicative of Nix's power, one of the primordial deities from ancient Greek mythology. Yet, wasn't this wheel for drawing divine abilities exclusive to Lin Xie? How could she possess it as well? Especially since she was not one of the denizens of this divine asylum? Since you are a friend of Thanatos, allow me to present you with a small token of our first meeting, Nix declared. The virtual wheel began to spin rapidly. Given Nix's invitation, Siqing decided not to be overly formal. The wheel's segments were nearly equal in size, suggesting that the probability of acquiring any of these divine powers was consistent. Although Siqing was uncertain if she could harness the power of darkness, it did not diminish her anticipation of what ability she might draw. After all, this was the power of Nix, one of the 5 primordial goddesses of Greek mythology. Lin Xie had previously failed to draw extraordinary fertility, which had been a significant disappointment for their readers. What about this time? Siqing gazed eagerly at the virtual wheel before Lin Xie, her heart racing with anticipation. Oh, it must be extraordinary fertility. With unwavering focus, Siqing watched as the wheel before Lin Xie began to decelerate. The pointer glided over various abilities, eventually coming to a halt on one segment. Star Night Dancer. It wasn't extraordinary fertility. What a letdown. Siqing felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that the narrative trajectory would not dramatically shift due to her minor influence as a butterfly. Lin Xie's inability to draw extraordinary fertility was all due to Sanjiu. With a thought, the virtual wheel before her gradually slowed down as well. In stark contrast to Siqing's dismay, Lin Xie felt a wave of relief upon discovering he had drawn Star Night Dancer. By name alone, this ability seemed inferior to Star Rend and Falling Stars, yet at least it was not extraordinary fertility. The virtual wheel before Siqing also came to a halt, and as expected, it landed on extraordinary fertility. Siqing's lips twitched. While she had hoped for Lin Xie to draw that ability, she herself had no desire for it. As someone who wielded emotional power, what would she do with extraordinary fertility? Was she to divide her emotional energy and raise it like children? Suddenly, Siqing thought of the 7 deadly sins. Well, having more subordinates might not be such a bad idea. With this thought, Siqing began to feel less averse to extraordinary fertility. In such a perilous world, what did it matter what ability it was, as long as it was useful? Extraordinary fertility could be acceptable, just as Lin Xie had been relieved about not drawing extraordinary fertility. He suddenly noticed that the pointer on Siqing's virtual wheel had stopped at extraordinary fertility. Ah, this. Yet seeing Siqing's unchanged expression, Lin Xie refrained from commenting further. After all, Siqing is but a young lady. What difference does it make to speak such words before her, akin to uttering lewd remarks? Fortunately, Siqing remains oblivious to Lin Xie's thoughts. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly assert that he is overthinking. If her musings were indeed true, the extraordinary ability to bear children would be exceedingly fitting for her. One could observe this through Nikes. Although her offspring are predominantly malevolent deities, none of them are weak. Chapter 37. Spiritual Refuge. Siqing, lost in thought, gazed blankly at her hands, leaving Lin Xie uncertain about her musings. Are you all right? In truth, the extraordinary birth is not a matter of concern. I'm Fine. Despite lacking the power of emotional energy, Siqing could discern Lin Xie's hesitation. The extraordinary birth was indeed a fitting match for her. Siqing cherished the gift from her aunt and treated her to some sweets. Under Lin Xie's astonished gaze, she unexpectedly leapt into Nikes' embrace, playfully clinging to his arm. She even pressed a piece of candy into his hand. When Siqing suddenly dove into his arms, Nikes' body stiffened for a fleeting moment, but he quickly reciprocated her affection. Good child, good child. Auntie, I want to eat it. You should have it. No, no. Siqing produced a pink love candy and held it near Nikes' lips. Just have one, Auntie. It's very sweet. The taste of happiness is indeed the sweetest. Observing the interaction between Si Ching and Nikes, Lin Xie momentarily questioned his own competence as a father. But then again, he was not truly Nikes' child. Joy is contagious, like the fragrance of flowers that fills an entire garden. Dana Dus, won't you join us for peace? Upon seeing the candy box Si Ching offered, Lin Xie scoffed, thinking sweets were for children. Yet he could not resist the temptation to pop one into his mouth. What Lin Xie did not notice was the sly glint in Si Ching's eyes as she observed the color of the candy he chose. As the candy hit his palate, Lin Xie grimaced in agony. Yuck! Why is this so dreadful? Wasn't it said to be sweet? Isn't the taste of happiness supposed to be delightful? Why does it taste so unpalatable? Could it be that my taste buds differ from the divine? Seeing Lin Xie's perplexed and bewildered expression, Si Ching wore a mischievous grin. Oh dear, Dana Dus, you took it too quickly. I hadn't the chance to explain clearly. Each color of the love candy represents a distinct emotion. The pink love candy signifies the sweetest of feelings, naturally embodying the flavor of tender romance. The red emotion candy represents anger, fiery and intense, which is quite normal. The yellow love candy signifies sorrow, a bittersweet blend of sentiments. Lin Xie, speechless. Why did she not mention this when he had picked up the yellow candy? Now he was the subject of her amusement. As Si Ching and Lin Xie engaged in playful banter, Nikes' gaze softened with increasing warmth. Dana Dush, where have you been these 3,000 years? Do you have any idea how much I have missed you? Si Ching and Lin Xie's movements faltered as they exchanged a glance, instinctively settling beside Nikes, their expressions filled with complexity. Lin Xie understood. As the Princess of Emotions had analyzed, Nikes had undergone significant upheaval, leaving him uncertain of his own identity as her child. Si Ching gazed upon Nix, who radiated a maternal glow, and suddenly felt a pang of compassion and reluctance. Was it truly right to deceive a mother who had lost her child? Nix, consumed by longing, had transformed everything around her into visions of her beloved child, and in response to Lin Xie's tender call of mother, she had willingly relinquished a portion of her power. Even her uninvited friend shared in this sacrifice. However, observing Nix now, with a newfound sense of purpose and an unmistakable improvement in her demeanor, Si Ching began to think that perhaps this course of action was indeed justified. Chapter 38. Medications. Look what I have stumbled upon. Si Ching, with her keen eyes, noticed several small vials suddenly appearing beside Kusi. With a flick of her finger, the vials soared gracefully into her hand. Haloperidol? Si Ching gazed at the inscription on one of the vials, momentarily at a loss as to its significance. However, Lin Xie, upon hearing the name, seized the vial from Si Ching's grasp, his expression one of astonishment. Haloperidol, he exclaimed, delight radiating from him. This was one of the medications listed on the prescription given by the doctor in the white coat earlier that day. Observing the label that marked it as a divine remedy, Lin Xie felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, he would not have to fret about Kusi's medication. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How did this haloperidol come to be here? Si Ching, where did you find this medication? Just as Si Ching was preparing to scrutinize the vial's inscription, Lin Xie snatched it away. Feeling a tinge of irritation, she replied curtly, I found it in the ward. With a glint of inspiration, Si Ching waved her hand lightly, causing all the vials to soar toward Lin Xie. Just as he reached out to catch them, she abruptly withdrew her magic. Fortunately, Lin Xie had just drawn the Starry Night Dancer card and deftly managed to catch the vials. Is this really necessary? It was merely a bottle, Lin Xie remarked, bemused by Si Ching's actions. The pharmacy, the medications. Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Xie, igniting a fervor within him. He thrust the vial in his hand into Si Ching's, disregarding her reaction, and exclaimed, Hold this for me. I'll be right back. In an instant, he darted away. Si Ching, glancing at the vial now in her possession, then at the vanishing figure of Lin Xie, stomped her foot in displeasure. Auntie, please hold this for me. I shall also take a look. Upon exiting the ward, Si Ching realized Lin Xie had vanished. Thankfully, she remembered his unique aura. Following the trail of his emotional energy, she swiftly located Lin Xie, who was now in the medication storage room, staring blankly at an entire wall of pharmaceuticals. Realizing that these must be medications for treating mental disorders, Xi thought of the 7 patients in the Asylum of the Gods and understood why Lin Qiye's emotional state had fluctuated so dramatically. To him, this wall of medications was a timely blessing. "What are you grinning about?" Xi Qing suddenly interjected. Lin Qiye, who had been happily selecting medications according to the doctor's prescription, jumped in surprise. "It's you, Xi Qing. You nearly scared me to death. Who told you to be so engrossed?" Xi Qing quipped, refraining from admitting that she had intended to startle him. "How do we use these?" Xi Qing picked up one of the medications Lin Qiye had selected, examining it closely. To her astonishment, aside from the name and the inscription indicating divine use, there were no instructions for use whatsoever. This is to be taken once daily, 2 pills at a time. And this is to be taken 3 times a day, 1 pill at a time. Upon hearing Xi Qing's inquiry, Lin Qiye evidently recognized the gravity of the matter. Uncertain of where to procure a pen, he managed to annotate the dosage instructions directly upon the medicine bottle. "Mother, you must remember to take these medications. I have inscribed the dosage on the bottle." To Lin Qiye's words, Xi Qing could only perceive absurdity. Entrusting a person with mental illness to remember their medication was a challenge more formidable than persuading Mandala to embrace humanity. Chapter 39. Freeze his time, however. Observing the joy radiating from Nike's, Xi Qing resolved not to interrupt. Considering the late hour, she realized that lingering here might disrupt Lin Qiye's rest. Silently, Xi Qing departed from the Asylum of the Gods. Upon exiting the Lingxi Gate, she discovered she was quite far from the old town. Alas, Xi Qing sighed, resolving to refrain from using the Lingxi Gate unnecessarily in the future. Otherwise, one careless mistake might lead her out of Chang'an City without her even realizing it. She had no intention of returning to the rented accommodation. With her savings from working as an extra in the film city and the card left to her by Princess Qing, Xi Qing unhesitatingly sought a hotel to stay in. With money in hand, who would wish to return to that dilapidated, cramped abode? Conveniently located in the city center, she casually chose a well-reviewed hotel known for its reputation online. Uncertain of how long she had slept, Xi Qing was suddenly jolted awake. Thunder? She hurriedly drew back the curtains, only to find the sky had darkened and a torrential downpour was underway. Heavy rain? The Ghost-Faced King. Realizing that tonight marked the day Zhao Kongsheng would meet his demise within the narrative, Xi Qing, disregarding that she was clad in pajamas, swiftly transformed and rushed through the Lingxi Gate back to the old town. How vexing! Without mastering emotional power, she was compelled to rely on Princess Dream's strength to suppress her negative emotions, nearly missing the pivotal plot point. It seemed she would need to enlist a pet to rouse her from slumber, much like the princess herself. In the old town, Xi Qing quickly located Zhao Kongqing's position using the lingering aura she had previously sensed from him. However, upon encountering the standing notice board, her expression soured. No, she had arrived too late. Within this space, not only was Zhao Kongqing's aura present, but also that of Lin Qiye, Yi Luoli's magic, the 7 emotions, and 6 desires. The barrier. Xi Qing did not rush inside. Instead, she set up a barrier. Having gained Princess Qing's power, even though much of her strength was sealed, she had already attained the pool realm. Yet, lacking practical combat experience, she was merely on par with Lin Qiye, who was in the lamp realm. Furthermore, the No was intended for concealing battles, not for trapping individuals. It could not possibly confine the Ghost-Faced King. Xi Qing feared that her interference might inadvertently allow the ghost face to escape. This strike will be strikingly impressive. Just as Xi Qing completed the barrier, she entered to hear Zhao Kongqing's iconic line. How many hearts had this phrase captivated when first uttered? Zhao Kongqing, after all, was a man who had wielded his blade with unparalleled elegance for over 1,000 chapters. Yet this stroke was indeed magnificent, sacrificing oneself to safeguard peace. Regrettably, she was late. Zhao Kongqing had already invoked the ghost god. A wave of regret washed over Xi Qing. The power of a narrative was indeed formidable. Fortunately, she still had a backup plan. Lin Qiye, put him down. Xi Qing gazed at Zhao Kongqing, who was being cradled by Lin Qiye. Her control over the Ice Princess's magic was still lacking. If she inadvertently became trapped by Lin Chie's time, it would spell disaster. However, at present, her magic merely suffices to freeze a person's time. If inadvertently applied to Lin Chie, Zhao Kongsheng would truly be doomed. Si Qing gazed at the person who had suddenly appeared before her. Dressed in a pink, voluminous gown and matching high heels, she remained untouched by the torrential rain. "What brings you here?" "I come to rescue him," Si Qing stated bluntly, for she had no time to squander. Cough, cough. "It's futile." Zhao Kongsheng, well aware of the powers of the spirit guide, wished to spare these two youngsters the futility of their efforts. Silence. Si Qing shot a glare at Zhao Kongsheng, who, despite being on the brink of death, still indulged in idle chatter. "If I say it can be done, then it can. Hurry up and set him down." Although Lin Chie was uncertain of Si Qing's method, he obediently lowered Zhao Kongsheng. Yellowly magic, ice mark of the century. In the Yellowly fairy dream, the Ice Princess could freeze the time of Shu Yin. Thus, now, by harnessing the spiritual power left by the Emotion Princess, she too could freeze Zhao Kongsheng's time. Chapter 40. Coma. As the pure, white magic manifested, Zhao Kongsheng's fleeting life came to an abrupt halt. The side effects of the ghostly induction were restrained. Zhao Kongsheng, who had originally closed his eyes in resignation, suddenly opened them wide, gazing in astonishment at Si Qing, who had collapsed from excessive use of magic. What is happening? Why is he still alive after employing the ghostly induction? Could it be that the ghostly induction he used was a false one? "Do not move," Si Qing weakly uttered. "My magic merely freezes your time. If you inadvertently cause your wounds to reopen, you shall succumb to excessive blood loss. Dying not from a ghostly induction, but from blood loss would be a source of great mockery." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng refrained from moving, realizing that dying from blood loss would be a regret too profound to bear. Can you remedy the side effects of the ghostly induction? With the influence of the ghostly induction controlled, Zhao Kongsheng's condition improved significantly. Si Qing fixed her gaze on the decapitated, ghostly-faced king, astonished by its resilience. It had not perished despite its grievous injury. "No," Si Qing declared without hesitation. She had yet to master the magic of the Spirit Princess and was unfamiliar with this situation, lacking the confidence to make any guarantees. Then, Zhao Kongsheng began, still pondering why he remained alive after using the ghostly induction. "I merely froze your time," she replied. "Is that creature still alive?" Lin Chie inquired, observing Si Qing's unwavering stare at the decapitated, ghostly-faced king. "Yes." Si Qing lowered her head, her bangs obscuring half her face, rendering her expression inscrutable. "I have overexerted my magic and am unable to move." As she spoke, the transformation state enveloping her dissipated in an instant. Seeing Si Qing suddenly shrink in size startled Lin Chie, but he quickly adapted, realizing this was her true appearance. "Are you all right?" he asked, noticing her pale visage. "I'm fine, just need a rest. And I'll be well." Si Qing felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over her, recognizing that her power had been overexerted. The Dream Princess's sleep spell began to take effect once more. Before she could finish her sentence, she succumbed to sleep. "Si Qing, what is wrong?" Lin Chie exclaimed, alarmed by her sudden unconsciousness. This was no trivial matter. There remained a perilous creature nearby. "What happened to her?" Zhao Kongsheng asked urgently. Si Qing had just managed to control the ghostly induction before falling unconscious. If anything befell her, he would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. After all, she was an agent of the divine. Lin Chie carefully examined Si Qing and discovered that she had merely fainted, prompting a sigh of relief. "It's all right. She has simply fallen asleep." Lin Chie looked at the two individuals lying on the ground, one grievously injured, the other in a deep slumber, while a heavily wounded creature lurked nearby. He felt utterly helpless. "Uncle, when will your night watcher squad arrive to provide support?" "That creature is still alive, and with you incapacitated and Si Qing unconscious, I am utterly defenseless against an attack." Lin Chie assisted Si Qing to a sheltered spot away from the rain, his brow furrowed with concern. "It won't be long now." Zhao Kongqing's body remained in a state of stasis, frozen at the moment Si Qing had cast her spell upon him. His wounds had ceased to bleed. Moments ago, They had instructed him to delay the Ghost-Faced King for 10 minutes, and the time should be approaching now. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps echoed once more. It was Chapter 41. Ice Crystal Snow, the Phantom King. Lin Xie gazed at the Phantom King, whose head and right arm had been severed by Zhao Kongcheng. Grasping Zhao's blade, he prepared for battle. Just as he was about to strike the Phantom King, he noticed it had suddenly become immobile. Under the influence of Michael's power, Lin Xie's eyes had transformed into a golden hue, revealing the myriad threads intricately entwining the still figure of the Phantom King. The aura emanating from these threads was peculiar, and even a fleeting glance filled his heart with ominous foreboding. Emotional energy? Is it the power of Siqing? Lin Xie glanced at the unconscious Siqing, bewildered as to how she managed to bind the Phantom King with her power despite her loss of consciousness. However, he did not dwell on it, for he noticed that the strength of the threads was beginning to wane. Approaching the Phantom King, he raised the blade to strike at the pale, ghostly visage upon its chest. From his observations, this pale visage was indeed the true form of the Phantom King. Had the rain ceased? Lin Xie's blade struck the ghostly face on the Phantom King's chest. Although he wielded 5 times the strength, he could inflict no substantial harm, merely leaving a shallow crimson mark. Before he could deliver another blow, he realized that the rain, which had poured just moments ago, had abruptly stopped. Raising his gaze, he discovered that the falling rain had seemingly lost its thermal energy, transforming into exquisite yet perilous ice blossoms. Yellowly magic, the frosty drift, crystallizing like snow. Turning towards the source of the sound, he beheld a woman who had appeared beside Siqing. Her beauty was ethereal, as pure and immaculate as ice crystals. With long hair parting in the center of her forehead, 2 strands cascading gracefully by her ears, her complexion as pale as jade. Draped in a blue strapless gown, the fabric transitioned from deep to light hues, adorned with an intricate pattern of blue and white. An icy crystal snowflake belt cinched her waist, lending an air of mystery and nobility. Her silvery white hair cascaded straight down her back, reaching her ankles, crowned with a delicate, hollow crystal blue tiara. Her eyes were a brilliant azure, reminiscent of ice crystals, with a diamond-shaped icy blue gem embedded in her forehead, serving as the crowning detail. Her makeup was exquisite, featuring a blue-jeweled eyeshadow and alluring red lips, enhancing her captivating beauty. Anyone who beheld her could not help but exclaim, "What a stunning ice maiden!" Lin Xie watched in awe as the ice blossoms in midair seemed irresistibly drawn towards the Phantom King. Upon contact, they spread across its form as if animated, and before the phantom could utter a sound, it was encased in an icy sculpture. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing this spectacle, none would believe that such beautiful ice blossoms could possess such lethal power. "Who are you? Where do you intend to take Siqing?" Zhao Kongcheng confronted the Ice Princess, acutely aware of the pressure emanating from her. Even in his wounded state, he sensed that this sudden apparition was more formidable than the highest echelons of Daxia. Yet, seeing her intent to take Siqing away, he could not help but intervene. Bing Li Shui cast a profound glance at the heavily injured human before her. Although she was no longer under the influence of humanity, she would forever remember the agonizing pain of her near obliteration. Her affection for humans was irretrievably absent. Yet this particular individual had been rescued by Siqing. "Never mind, your very existence now hinges on my power, and you dare question my identity? As for my intentions to take Siqing there, that is of no concern to you." Chapter 42. The Power of Emotions. Where's this place? After falling into a slumber, Siqing did not lose consciousness. Instead, she found herself in a peculiar realm. Before her lay an expanse of darkness, illuminated solely by the countless colorful threads surrounding her. A pink thread glided past her fingertips, and Siqing felt a jolt as if electrified. Quickly seizing hold of a thread, she confirmed that her intuition had not betrayed her. This was the essence of emotional power, specifically the 6 desires among the 7 emotions. It is worth noting that even Princess Qing, the sovereign of emotions in the Luoli Fairyland, only mastered the 7 emotions. The very reason Princess Qing, despite her dominion, was susceptible to the backlash of emotional power was that she could only wield the strength of the 7 emotions. Otherwise, how could the emotional sovereign of Luoli be so profoundly affected by these feelings? She would not have succumbed to an overwhelming influx of negative emotions, leading to her affliction with hypersomnia, nor would she have exhibited extreme suffering and despair during emotional breakdowns. Ironically, the emotion sovereign, Princess Qing, found herself severely eroded by feelings, requiring the aid of dream techniques to alleviate her symptoms. Suddenly, Qing noticed the threads around her converging towards her. The power was amplifying. Could this be her opportunity? Realizing that these emotional threads posed no threat to her, Qing promptly closed her eyes to immerse herself in contemplation. As she did so, the once impenetrable darkness of this enigmatic realm transformed into a radiant daylight. In that moment within the realm of divine beings, the deities associated with love and passion, such as Eros, the vengeful goddess representing anger and retribution, Freya, the goddess of love and beauty overseeing emotions and desire, the god of war, Tyr, the goddess of joy and pleasure, Batet, Sekhmet, the goddess symbolizing wrath and violence, and Kali, the goddess embodying anger and destruction, all sensed a portion of their power dissipating. Time slipped away unnoticed as Qing absorbed the entirety of threads. The instant she opened her eyes, the entire mysterious domain trembled. At that moment, Qing's appearance underwent a profound transformation. Her long black hair cascaded down to her heels, morphing into a vibrant spectrum of colors. Her attire shifted into a flowing black gown, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a dazzling array of hues. A peculiar pattern adorned her hands, representing the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, contemplation, grief, fear, and shock, alongside the 6 desires: sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and intention, symbolizing the desires of seeing, hearing, savoring, feeling, and aspiring. Qing gazed at her colorful hair and gown, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. With such a kaleidoscope of colors, one might mistake her for a character from an ancient campus romance, an enchanting figure named Si Mengling Su Meixiang, or perhaps a myriad of other whimsical personas, each more fantastical and glamorous than the last. As for this dress, what would one call it? Perhaps a kaleidoscopic black? Nonetheless, while I may jest, there are indeed advantages to be found. She has now acquired the emotional dominion of both the Luoli Fairyland and the god-slaying realm. Once she attains divine status through her cultivation, she shall ascend to become the sovereign of emotions. The emotional dominion from the Luoli Fairyland is relatively benign, as it was graciously bestowed upon her by the emotion sovereign Ai Zhen. However, the emotional dominion from the god-slaying realm poses a greater challenge. Having obtained its complete emotional authority, one cannot help but wonder how many deities she may have inadvertently offended. Chapter 43. The 7 Deadly Sins. Eureka! Qing suddenly sprang to her feet, lamenting, "How could I have overlooked this? It's all due to the overwhelming events of late. I completely forgot about that." With a face etched in regret, she continued, "I still possess the extraordinary ability of procreation bestowed upon me by Nyx. Although I am not one of the primordial deities of Greek mythology like Nyx, utilizing this extraordinary gift to conjure several offspring from the emotional dominion of the god-slaying realm should be a trivial endeavor." Contemplating this, Qing gradually settled back down, lost in thought. Without further ado, she pondered what could be created by merging the emotional dominion with extraordinary procreation. Let me think. Qing's expression twisted in contemplation. The emotional dominion of the god-slaying realm certainly could not be entirely devoted to creating children. Setting aside the question of necessity, she was loath to squander it. After all, it was the only authority pertaining to emotions within the god-slaying realm. She had incurred the wrath of many deities who possessed dominion over emotions to acquire this power. Furrowing her brow in deep thought, Qing ultimately resolved to pursue the first option, the 7 deadly sins. This choice was not only promising, but also required merely half of the emotional dominion. Beyond the 7 emotions, she still had 6 desires at her disposal. Thus, it was decided, the 7 deadly sins let me reflect. Supporting her chin, Si Ching mused over the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. In Greek mythology, each of the 7 deadly sins corresponds to a particular demon. Pride is associated with Lucifer, originally a 6-winged angel who fell from grace due to excessive pride in aspiring to equal the divine. Envy corresponds to Leviathan, regarded in Christianity as a symbol of evil, a monstrous sea creature. Wrath is linked to Samael, referred to in the scriptures as the Lord of Demons. Sloth is represented by Belphegor, or Beelzebub, the demon king of laziness and ruler of the world. Greed is embodied by Mammon, the deity of wealth and avarice, who tempts individuals into slaying one another for riches. Gluttony is associated with Beelzebub, the Lord of Flies, also known in the scriptures as a king of demons. Lust corresponds to Asmodeus, the primordial demon of wrath and desire. Si Ching meticulously recalled the information she had once absorbed about the 7 deadly sins. In her previous world, these transgressions were categorized within Catholic doctrine as manifestations of human malevolence, capable of directly engendering other immoral behaviors or habits. The concept of the 7 deadly sins was initially posited by Greek theological monks and was later explicitly articulated by Pope Gregory I, thus solidifying it as orthodoxy within the Church. Yet in this world, it seems the 7 deadly sins must indeed possess a tangible reality. As Si Ching pondered deeply, she realized, unbeknownst to her, she had offended numerous deities. However, when she was not preoccupied with such thoughts, she would never foolishly relinquish the emotional authority she had painstakingly acquired. If it meant offending others, so be it, as long as she remained silent. Who would ever know the emotional power rested in her hands? Extraordinary procreation. Realizing this, Si Ching hastily wielded the emotional authority she had derived from the realm of divine slaughter to forge her own unique 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. I wonder if you shall stir the winds of the divine slaughter world in the manner I envision. Chapter 44. The nameless mist. Si Ching withdrew her emotional authority with utmost caution, extracting arrogance delicately, for a single misstep could lead to a disastrous blend of emotions, rendering her efforts futile. After employing her extraordinary ability, she finally exhaled in relief. However, her moment of respite was abruptly disrupted as the surrounding space began to ripple. Heightened vigilance surged within her. She tightened her grip on the emotional authority and swiftly retracted it into her being. Before her, a shadow gradually materialized, revealing itself as a swirling mist. The former dominator, Si Ching, regarded this enigmatic fog with a grave expression, perplexed by its unexpected presence. According to the intelligence she had gathered, this realm was supposed to be the heavenly Tao space of the god-slaying world. Yet here loomed the nameless mist that enveloped the entire world. This was indeed a dire predicament. Si Ching felt a profound sense of distress. Although the mist seemed to be ensconced in an invisible force, temporarily posing no threat to her, the mere presence of the nameless mist here suggested it could also manifest in the Luoli Fairyland. This mist was no trifling matter. It was intricately linked to Azathoth, the primal deity of the Cthulhu mythos. In the god-slaying world, Azathoth had tainted the realm, and from him emerged Nyarlathotep, the direct source of the mist. Nyarlathotep, described as the nameless mist, could transmute non-existence into existence, obliterating the boundaries between the two and heralding a wave of mysterious phenomena. Si Ching shuddered to think of the horrors that might ensue were this entity to infiltrate the Luoli Fairyland. Fortunately, the Fairyland was now bound to her. As long as she remained alive, the nameless mist could not shroud it. As for the consequences should she meet misfortune, that was not her concern. Frankly, if she were unable to save herself, she had no time to tend to others. The emergence of the nameless mist had forcibly interrupted her plans. She had intended to utilize her extraordinary ability here to create the 7 deadly sins, but given the unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent for her to depart. The god-slaying world was fraught with peril and even the heavenly Tao space was on the brink of collapse, far from the safety of the Luoli Fairyland. Nonetheless, she had not emerged empty-handed. She had acquired the emotional authority and essence from the god-slaying world, as well as successfully created one of the 7 deadly sins, arrogance. The emotional authority and essence instilled her with confidence that upon her ascension to divinity, she would swiftly inherit the position of the Lord of Emotions, a certainty of her elevation to a higher divine status. Although the sudden appearance of a nameless mist had disrupted the gestation of arrogance, it had nonetheless been conceived, merely awaiting its emergence. With these thoughts in mind, Si Qing departed without a trace of regret. In the realm of Luoli, the Ice Princess, Bing Li Shui, had long harbored a disdain for humanity. Yet, Zhao Kongcheng was, after all, the one Si Qing sought to rescue. The ice mark of Si Qing's century evidently remains unmastered, even with the aid of Lingxi's power. The passage of time within this human still exhibits signs of sluggishness. Nevertheless, out of consideration for Si Qing, I shall extend my assistance. Observing the sudden appearance of this individual, or perhaps a deity who has conjured the same magic as Si Qing, Lin Xie realizes that this must be Si Qing's proxy deity. Chapter 45. Resonance. After strengthening the magic on Zhao Kongcheng, the Ice Princess gently assisted Si Qing to her feet, preparing to escort her back to the Luoli Fairyland. However, upon making contact with Si Qing's hand, the Ice Princess's expression darkened, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Ignoring the feelings of those around her, she hastily opened the Lingxi gate and transported Si Qing back to the Fairyland. Just as Zhao Kongcheng was about to call out to them, the Ice Princess preempted him and stepped through the Lingxi gate. Upon entering the Lingxi gate, a transformation began to occur within Si Qing. Ice Li Shui noticed the peculiar changes emanating from Si Qing and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, grateful that they were within the confines of the Lingxi gate. Had the abnormalities within Si Qing been discovered by the divine beings outside, the consequences would have been dire. As they emerged from the Lingxi gate, a strange phenomenon enveloped Si Qing, casting a veil over the entirety of the Luoli Fairyland. Vivid strands of emotion materialized within the once lifeless realm, infusing the desolate landscape with vibrant hues. When Ice Li Shui inadvertently brushed against a gray strand, a cascade of all her past misfortunes surged into her mind, plunging her into an abyss of sorrow. After a moment, Ice Li Shui awoke from her reverie, realizing she had been affected by Si Qing's manifestation. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Truly, the master of emotions was formidable. Even she, a saintly fairy, had been unknowingly influenced. It was fortunate they had brought Si Qing back to the Luoli Fairyland. Had she remained in the human realm, countless humans would have suffered due to Si Qing's manifestation. The emotional authority Si Qing acquired from the world of god-slaying gradually resonated with the emotional authority of the Luoli Fairyland, intertwining around her in a harmonious embrace, neither wanting to part. Observing the transformation in Si Qing and the confluence of two realms' emotional authorities surrounding her, Ice Li Shui felt a pang of envy, tinged with an almost imperceptible jealousy. Despite her years in the Luoli Fairyland as a saintly fairy, she had yet to fully comprehend the principles of ice and snow. How could she, as an ice fairy, be so easily swayed by the human world? The assertion that a fairy's power emanates from the human realm was merely an excuse for their inadequacies, a testament to their need to rely on the human world to sustain their strength. It was simply a reflection of her own failure to grasp the principles of the Luoli Fairyland, forcing her to seek understanding from the technological laws of humanity. Yet here was Si Qing, an ordinary human devoid of any fairy status, managing to resonate with the laws of the Luoli Fairyland, truly an eye-opener. Where am I? Si Qing, slowly coming to her senses, remained oblivious to the changes occurring within her. Had she known, she would undoubtedly feel grateful that the Ice Princess had decisively brought her back to the Luoli Fairyland. Otherwise, had the deities from the world of god-slaying discovered her whereabouts, her peaceful existence would have been irrevocably shattered. In the Luoli Fairyland, the Ice Princess gazed at Si Qing with a complex expression. Despite the turmoil within her, her tone remained calm, embodying her character, cold as ice. The Luoli Fairyland? Upon encountering the Ice Princess, Siqing immediately comprehended that it was she who had transported her back to the Luoli Fairyland. Although Princess Qing had mentioned during her transformation into spiritual energy that the Ice Princess was on the verge of awakening, it seemed improbable that she would do so swiftly. Otherwise, Princess Qing would not have chosen to revert to her spiritual form, relinquishing the emotional essence of the Luoli Fairyland to her. The Ice Princess's rapid awakening might indeed be linked to the divine power bestowed upon her through a transaction with the reincarnation of Erlang Shun, Yangjian. Chapter 46. The magic of the Ice Princess. You should refrain from using the emotional power as much as possible, the Ice Princess admonished Siqing. This applies to both the Luoli Fairyland and the human world. I understand, Siqing replied without hesitation, accepting the Ice Princess's proposal. She was acutely aware of the numerous deities she had offended in her pursuit of complete emotional power in the Chopping God realm. To ensure her own survival, it was better to forego the emotional power. Moreover, aside from the emotional force, there were numerous spells from the fairies in the Floating Cloud Pavilion for her to learn. Pleased by Siqing's perceptiveness, Isley Shui felt content. After all, she was now intrinsically linked to the fortunes of the Luoli Fairyland, serving as its true sovereign. Having a clear-minded ruler was of great significance to the fairies of Luoli. However, considering that Siqing's current power primarily stemmed from emotional authority, and that this authority could not be easily wielded, Isley Shui thought for a moment and said, "You may use my strength from now on." Given that Siqing remained quite weak and the human world was fraught with peril, a measure of power was indeed necessary for her protection. Just as Siqing was lamenting her inability to use emotional power, she was suddenly struck by the overwhelming offer from the Ice Princess. Her excitement was palpable, her smile wider than ever. Who was the Ice Princess Isley Shui? She was the sister of the second-tier water prince, Shui Qingli, one of the nature fairies, a master of Lingxi Pavilion, a holy-level fairy, and the sovereign of ice and snow. In truth, the Ice Princess was no less formidable than the forbidden fairies dwelling in the land of taboos. Who could withstand the might of glaciers? Is that true? Thank you so much, Ice Princess, Siqing exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, initially fearing that her inability to wield emotional power would lead to a significant decline in her strength. She was astonished to find that the Ice Princess would grant her power instead. It was akin to discovering a glimmer of hope in a seemingly bleak situation. The Ice Princess, being an ice fairy, possessed a personality that was diametrically opposed to that of the Emotion Princess. She preferred solitude and shunned social interaction. Unlike the Emotion Princess, who thrived on merriment and camaraderie, my magic possesses considerable destructive capability, so exercise caution when using it. The Ice Princess warned Siqing as she began to demonstrate her spells. Luoli magic, glacial light, shimmering like snowflakes. This is a spell I frequently employ to summon ice crystals. Its lethality is relatively low, making it easier for you to master. As Isley Shui showcased her magic, she continued her explanations. Luoli magic, ice seal. Luoli magic, snowflakes in the breeze. Luoli magic, ice lotus flower. Luoli magic, ice mark of the century. Luoli magic, shattering ice cracks, which is used to break ice spells. Luoli magic, crystal tears, which connects to the external world. Luoli magic, diamond ice tears, which crystallize upon touching the ground. Luoli magic, power of ice and snow, an offensive spell. Luoli magic, frozen to absolute zero. Upon casting this spell, it can encase any object in ice. The enchanting magic of Luoli manifests in the form of the ice spike technique, an offensive spell capable of summoning icicles from the heavens to strike at adversaries. Within the realm of Luoli magic lies the art of snow and ice, which allows one to draw individuals or objects closer to themselves. Another incantation, the ice rain, conjures a cascade of frost-laden precipitation from the sky. Furthermore, the Crystal of Ice spell summons a garment woven from icy threads, which, when donned by a human, serves to suppress heat. The ethereal magic of Luoli also includes the glimmering frost, reminiscent of crystalline snowflakes, and the Ice Trace Epic, which can unleash a blizzard capable of obliterating entire civilizations. Chapter 47. Learning magic. The magic of the Ice Princess is not directly transformed into authority for Si-Ching to inherit, as is the case with the Emotion Princess. The Ice Princess's enchantments require Si-Ching to learn and comprehend them gradually, and the absence of the Ice and Snow authority makes her learning process exceedingly arduous. Exhausted, Si-Ching collapsed onto the ground, drained of her last ounce of strength, not even able to move a finger. After witnessing the Ice Princess demonstrate her magic, Si-Ching began to exploit the time differential between the Luoli Fairyland and the human realm to study the Ice Princess's spells. Fortunately, Si-Ching had already acquired a complete emotional authority in both the God-slaying world and the Luoli Fairyland, making the endeavor of learning the Ice Princess's magic relatively manageable. As Si-Ching glanced around at the disarray, she couldn't help but marvel internally. The Ice Princess, a natural holy fairy existing since the dawn of humanity, was indeed far more formidable than the Emotion Princess, who could only take form through the emotional energies of a human world. Without a doubt, the spells available to the Ice Princess exceeded those of the Emotion Princess by more than double. After lying still for a while and regaining a fraction of her strength, Si-Ching slowly sat up. Indeed, you have learned nearly everything that is required, the Ice Princess remarked, having appeared by Si-Ching's side at an unknown moment. Her azure eyes reflected satisfaction as she regarded Si-Ching. It is truly commendable that you are the chosen sovereign of the Luoli Fairyland. In just a month, you have mastered 3 of my spells. Such talent is indeed enviable. As for the remaining spells I have demonstrated, given your current capabilities, it is best to refrain from using them without the power of emotional authority. Upon hearing the Ice Princess's words, Si-Ching was left with a profound confusion swirling in her mind. Was this considered her apprenticeship? Nevertheless, the Ice Princess was correct. At this stage, her achievements without the use of emotional authority were already at their limit. However, to simply abandon her studies, was that truly wise? In a life-and-death situation, who would still care about exposing their emotional authority? Do not worry, the Ice Princess reassured Si-Ching, sensing her silence and understanding her concerns. My magic is not so weak. By harnessing all the emotional power you currently possess to propel the Ice Mark's century, you can still safeguard your life. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at having her thoughts laid bare, Si-Ching scratched her head and chuckled. I was just worried. Yet, facing the expressionless Ice Princess, she dared not voice the last 3 words. Through their month-long coexistence in the advanced realm of Luoli, Si-Ching had come to grasp the nature of the Ice Princess, who was exceedingly proud and would not tolerate any doubt regarding her powers. As the Ice Princess, a fairy of snow and frost, harbors a certain degree of pride, it is not without merit. However, she cannot abide any doubts cast upon her formidable powers. Perhaps this stems from her past encounters with the human realm, which nearly led to her dissolution. Despite her standing as a 10th-tier, saintly fairy capable of contending with the Forbidden Lands. You may leave now. The strength sustaining the Luoli Fairyland has dwindled considerably, the Ice Princess declared, unyielding in her dismissal. Observing the now open Lingxi gate before her, Si-Ching realized that her previous words had inadvertently struck a chord with the Ice Princess. With the princess now insisting on her departure, Si-Ching found herself unable to linger any longer. Just as she crossed the threshold of the Lingxi gate, she faintly heard the Ice Princess utter, I've already reinforced the magic within that human. Chapter 48. A frozen moment upon hearing the words of the Ice Princess. Si-Ching paused momentarily, abruptly turning around, yet found no trace of her. Thank you. Si-Ching was aware that the Ice Princess had once been profoundly affected by the human world, nearly vanishing as a result, and thus harbored a deep disdain for humanity. Even the former Shuyan had only intervened to assist due to his regard for the Fairy of Suffering. Yet now, the Ice Princess had unexpectedly chosen to aid Zhao Kongsheng. Si-Ching returned to the old city through the Lingxi portal with remarkable ease. To her surprise, this time using the portal did not result in any mishap. She suspected that the previous incidents involving the Emotion Princess, which often left her in disarray, had been deliberate. Otherwise, Why would the Ice Princess's portal prove so stable? Glancing around the old city, devoid of any signs of conflict, Siqing realized that the Night Watchers had already come to tidy up the aftermath. After all, a full day and night had passed since her departure into the Luoli Fairyland. She couldn't help but wonder how Zhao Kongsheng was faring now. Having had his magic enhanced by the Ice Princess, Siqing had initially intended to use the emotion authority to sense Zhao Kongsheng's whereabouts, but suddenly recalled that she had offended many deities in pursuit of this power, and thus abandoned that perilous thought. That was close. She nearly exposed herself. It seemed wise to refrain from utilizing the emotion authority in the future. Luoli magic, crystal tears, convey my message. Fortunately, the Ice Princess also possessed a spell for locating individuals. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss. Before long, Siqing sensed the locations of Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie through the crystal tears. Oh, had Lin Xie already joined the Night Watchers? She had assumed that after saving Zhao Kongsheng, Lin Xie would refrain from such an alliance. However, it was intriguing to discover that Zhao Kongsheng was still receiving treatment at a specialized hospital. Not long after the Ice Princess departed with Siqing, Hong Ying and the others arrived. Upon seeing the emblem that lay on the ground, they deduced that Zhao Kongsheng had indeed activated the ghostly summon. Someone was approaching. Lin Xie helped the gravely injured Zhao Kongsheng to his feet, preparing to leave. Although his life no longer ebbed away, there were no signs of improvement in his wounds. The reason his life had ceased to diminish was that it had been forever frozen at the moment Siqing had cast her magic upon him. It should be Hong Ying and the others. Zhao Kongsheng, feeling weak, struggled to speak. Yet he managed to squeeze out a few words. Kid, have you truly decided against joining the Night Watchers? The power you currently possess is insufficient to protect your family. Of course, he did not voice the latter sentiment, for it was prudent to keep the darker aspects of this world hidden from Lin Xie. The more one knew, the more difficult it became to escape the whirlpool. Old Zhao, are you saying that your survival after activating the ghostly summon is solely due to a young girl casting a forbidden abyss spell upon you? Are you certain it was indeed the forbidden abyss and not the divine abyss? Chun Mai gazed in astonishment at Zhao Kongsheng, who lay upon the hospital bed, swathed in bandages akin to a mummy. It was a well-known fact among night watchmen that the use of the ghostly invocations could lead to certain death. Yet here was the emergence of a forbidden realm capable of counteracting such incantations. Indeed, it was a counteraction, not a mere healing. This distinction arose from Chun Mai's familiarity with Zhao Kongsheng's medical examination report, which revealed the current state of his health. It appeared as though Zhao Kongsheng's physical condition had become suspended in time, with his wounds neither healing nor deteriorating. Chapter 49. A visit. Is this a forbidden abode concerning time? It is indeed ice. Following the crystalline tears, Siqing arrived here, only to hear Chun Mai speculating about her powers. Siqing's sudden appearance startled everyone present. Who is this person? How did she get in? Who are you? Hong Ying regarded Siqing with vigilance. The guards here were formidable, and it was remarkable that she had entered unnoticed. This young girl is certainly extraordinary. Siqing, Zhao Kongsheng, upon seeing her standing before him, felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. After all, just a day prior, Siqing had fainted while rescuing him, only to be taken away by a terrifying woman. It was hard not to worry. I'm so glad you're all right. Siqing chuckled softly, seeing Zhao Kongsheng wrapped up like a mummy. Uncle Zhao, your injuries aren't that severe. You really shouldn't be bandaged up like this. Please, don't poke at my heart, Zhao Kongsheng sighed. This time, he had utilized the ghostly goddess summon, and though he had survived with the help of Siqing and that mysterious woman, his body seemed frozen at a certain moment in time. The wounds he sustained remained untreatable, and new injuries would not heal either. Now, he could only say he was barely clinging to life, uncertain of when he might meet his end. Siqing, thank you for saving me. Is your body all right? He worried for the girl who had fainted while saving him, hoping nothing had gone awry. If he was not mistaken, she must be a divine agent, serving two deities no less. The image of the woman who had taken Siqing away that night flashed in his mind. Her aura was far superior to that of a mere human. Was she a deity walking among mortals, or what could happen to me? I can eat, drink, and sleep just fine. I'm in excellent health. But you, Uncle Zhao, your injuries must still be unhealed, she replied. Chen Mai observed Si Qing casually taking a seat before Zhao Kongcheng's hospital bed, engaging in conversation without regard for the surroundings. This is quite forward of her, he thought. Little sister, so was you who saved old Zhao, he remarked. Hong Ying shot a glare at the captain, who was attempting to interject but failing miserably. Truly useless. This household would collapse without her. Indeed, Si Qing nodded in response to Hong Ying's question, acknowledging that while she had not fully healed him, she had at least preserved his life. Little sister, may we step outside to talk? Hong Ying gestured towards Zhao Kongcheng on the bed. Our visiting time for old Zhao is nearly over. He should rest now. So, may we converse outside? Of course, Si Qing readily agreed. After all, her purpose for being here was to speak with the night watchman. She vowed that her intentions were genuinely sincere, and certainly not influenced by the alluring divine power bestowed upon her by the reincarnation of Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Little sister, you were the one who awakened the divine ruins alongside Michael's envoy last time, aren't you? Hong Ying asked directly, for just a few days prior. Princess Ai Zhen had indeed communicated with those night watchers. Si Qing nodded, acknowledging that she was the one who awakened the divine ruins together with Lin Qi. After all, it was no longer a secret. The moment she saved Zhao Kongcheng, it signified that she had already come under the watchful gaze of the night watchers. Chapter 50. The Dual Deities Proxy. Shouldn't your divine domain embody emotions? How could it be ice? Hong Ying expressed her confusion to Si Qing regarding the latter's assertion that her divine domain was ice. After all, no one had ever possessed a dual forbidden domain, let alone a dual divine domain. Deities are inherently proud beings. Si Qing produced the treasured emotion box and extracted a pink emotion candy, relishing its sweetness. Although she currently could not wield the power of emotions, gathering some emotion candy was certainly permissible. Moreover, emotion candy is a renewable cultivation resource. Failing to collect, it would be a significant loss for her. I can't straddle both worlds, Si Qing mused, well aware that Emotion Princess had sought the Night Watchers, and Zhao Kongcheng had recently spotted her. Now that she claimed her divine domain was ice, it seemed plausible. Furthermore, her emotional divine domain was rendered unusable. Si Qing, with the candy in her mouth, mumbled her thoughts. What? The revelation from Si Qing caused great concern among all present. After all, she was an unprecedented dual deities proxy, and now she was informing them that one of her divine domains was inoperative. The existence of a dual deities proxy had never been recorded. The fact that one of Si Qing's divine domains was not functioning was bound to provoke speculation. If Si Qing were aware of their thoughts, she would surely scoff at their overthinking. She was not the only dual deities proxy. Lin Xia also existed. Is something amiss? Chen Mai inquired anxiously. It took so long to have a dual deities proxy emerge. Nothing must jeopardize that. Presently, the number of divine proxies in the Great Xia was already scarce, let alone dual deities proxies. Well, Si Qing recalled how she had been scrutinized by multiple deities after acquiring the complete emotional authority of the god-slaying world, and the thought irked her. Authority is a privilege reserved for the capable. If one cannot safeguard it, it falls into the hands of others, provoking unjust wrath. How vexatious. However, such musings were confined to her thoughts, for voicing them would diminish the amusement. By chance, I obtained the complete emotional authority, and now all deities associated with power and emotion are hunting for me. Complete emotional authority? A bounty from all deities tied to power and emotion? How niche? Does this imply that you can now be considered a deity? After a lengthy silence, Chen Mai regained his composure and articulated his conjecture. Not quite, Si Qing replied, shaking her head. A deity? I'm merely at the ocean realm. I hardly feel like one. However, I am confident that upon reaching the divine realm, I shall ascend to a being of divine status and authority. Upon hearing Si Qing's words, everyone became vigilant. How could she so casually disclose such a secret? The Night Watchers' ranks weren't entirely secure. One could not guarantee the absence of ancient cult infiltrators among them. Noticing their anxiety, Si Qing leisurely reassured them. There's no need to be so tense. I've already set up a protective barrier. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to share such matters with you. In consideration of your safety, Si Qing advises that you refrain from relying on the power of emotions from this moment forth. The divine is not to be trifled with. And it must be noted that Si Qing harbors deep-seated grievances against them, akin to a life-or-death feud. I will endeavor to find a way to amend your records. But for now, it is imperative that you do not mention your emotional deity's domain to anyone. Chumai stated solemnly. Chapter 51. Joining the Night's Watch. Thank you very much. Si Qing was aware of the circumstances surrounding herself and the Luoli Fairyland, as Princess Qing had already divulged quite a bit during her visit to the Night's Watch, including her emotional power. Now, presented with the opportunity to amend her records, she was elated. I wonder if Si Qing desires to join us in the Night's Watch. Hong Ying inquired with a cheerful smile. Qi has indeed pledged to become a member of the Night's Watch. Zhao Kongcheng is still alive, and Lin Qi has, against all odds, joined the Night's Watch just as the narrative unfolds. A wave of unease washed over Si Qing. Could this be the power of narrative restoration? Nevertheless, regardless of the turmoil within, Si Qing maintained a composed exterior, for with her dominion over emotions, controlling her feelings was a mere trifle. Oh, is that so? Si Qing feigned astonishment. Lin Qi, did you not profess a desire to protect your aunt and brother without engaging in these affairs? How then have you joined the Night's Watch? Uncle Zhao nearly perished in front of me while attempting to save me, yet I lack the power to rescue him. I do not wish to find myself powerless when my family is in peril. Lin Qi declared resolutely. I have resolved to join the Night's Watch for a decade, but I shall depart after 10 years. Observing Lin Qi's youthful visage, Si Qing quietly shook her head. How could one simply join and depart from the Night's Watch? Lin Qi, you is still too naive. You make a compelling argument. I shall partake in this excitement as well. Si Qing remarked to Chen Muyi. I believe I meet the criteria for the Night's Watch, do I not? Of course, you certainly do. Hong Ying exclaimed, embracing Si Qing with enthusiasm. If you do not qualify, then none of us would. Welcome to the Sangnan City Night's Watch Team 136. Before Si Qing could comprehend the situation, she inadvertently brushed against something soft. This. Si Qing's eyes narrowed as she discreetly withdrew her hand. Hong Ying, could you possibly release me? I can hardly breathe. Indeed, the soft object Si Qing had encountered was Hong Ying's bosom. I can join the Night's Watch, but I must first attend to my current affairs. Si Qing replied unhurriedly. You have already investigated my background, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Although I'm still a high school student, I'm also a celebrity. Who says that being an 18th tier star does not count? I need not elaborate on the entertainment industry, as I exchanged knowing glances with the others. Currently, I have a television drama to shoot, albeit as the sixth female lead. However, my agent, Sister Lee, has shown me great favor, and I cannot simply abandon my responsibilities. Furthermore, I have a contract with my entertainment company. Well, this contract is nearing its expiration, and I can manage that on my own. You need not worry about that. Once you join the Night's Watch, assistance will be provided to help you manage it. Upon hearing that Si Qing must complete filming a television series before joining the Night Watchers, Chumai furrowed his brow. However, if you were to embark on this filming endeavor, it remains uncertain how long it will take to finish. The Night Watchers operate under a semi-militarized structure, necessitating that all newcomers undergo an intensive year-long training regimen prior to official membership. This training encompasses various disciplines, including combat, firearms, tactical deployment, and the use of forbidden zones. The predicament arises as Si Qing must also find time to film the series, complicating matters considerably. Do not worry, it shall not take too long. If all proceeds smoothly, it should be resolved in about 7 or 8 days. Si Qing possesses the power of emotional perception, and even if Chun Mai does not outwardly express his feelings, she can sense the subtle shift in his emotions upon her mention of the television series. Chapter 52. Handling at Li Jie, I have arrived. Si Qing, clad in an exceedingly casual outfit, made her way to Orange Heart Entertainment. Indeed, Orange Heart Entertainment is the agency that signed Si Qing. Oh my goodness, my little ancestor, Li Jie exclaimed, her brow furrowing upon seeing Si Qing's attire. What on earth are you wearing? How could you step out like this? Si Qing examined her outfit from head to toe. It was relaxed yet appropriate, devoid of any faults. I see nothing wrong with my attire. Oh dear, have you forgotten that you are a star? A star of the 18th tier, no less. Si Qing had never been particularly concerned with her celebrity status. She had chosen to join Orange Heart Entertainment primarily out of necessity, having recently traversed into this world and found herself impoverished. The entertainment industry, after all, was a relatively easy avenue for financial gain. Upon hearing Si Qing's words, Li Jie, filled with exasperation, retorted, "You may currently be at the 18th tier, but do not forget your youth and your striking beauty. You are destined to shine across the land." Si Qing dismissed Li Jie's grandiose dreams with disdain. Were it not for her awareness of the world's harsh realities, she might have entertained such notions. One need only consider this realm, the god-slaying world. Despite the apparent tranquility of the Great Xia, countless mysteries lurked beneath the neon lights. Not to mention, deities from other nations eyed the bounty of Great Xia with covetous intent. And there were even the malevolent gods from beyond this world. Li, let's refrain from discussing my rise to fame any further. After I complete my final drama, I intend to retire from this industry. What? Li Jie was momentarily taken aback, almost doubting her own hearing. You wish to retire? You must be mistaken. Given your current popularity, you could easily become a first or second-tier star, if not an award-winning actress. Indeed, I wish to retire. Seeking inward discode. I am on the brink of saving the world. Who has the heart to engage in the cutthroat dynamics of the entertainment industry? Even if she had not joined the Guardians, she had planned to withdraw from the industry once her contract with Orange Heart Entertainment expired. The depths of the entertainment world were simply too treacherous for her to navigate. You, Li Jie, exasperated, pakid seeking for a hit, her frustration evident. You are truly going to drive me to madness. Do you not realize that the company intends to heavily promote you upon your contract renewal? Si Qing shook her head, indifferent to such matters. After a brief moment, Li Jie composed herself. Are you truly certain? Yes, indeed. Oh, I truly do not know what to say to you. Li Jie had brought Si Qing into the company, viewing her as a younger sister due to her tender age. I will assist you with this matter, considering your contract is nearing its end. However, I have taken a look at your obligations. Aside from supporting role in a drama, you have a live broadcast scheduled, both of which cannot be postponed. I will help you resolve your retirement plans, but I must insist that you do not create any trouble at work. Understood, Li. Si Qing readily agreed. After all, Sister Li had shown her kindness and mentorship, and she was more than willing to heed Sister Li's advice. Sister Li cast a glance at Si Qing and let out a deep sigh. Such a beautiful young woman, with a promising future in the entertainment industry. Yet she harbored such despair that she wished to withdraw from it all. Nonetheless, perhaps stepping back from the limelight would be beneficial for Si Qing, as her emotional intelligence was rather lacking, making her prone to offending others. Chapter 53. The frantic dilemma of excessive wealth after a long morning of filming. Si Qing finally completed her tasks and took a moment to rest in a lounge. The shrill ring of a phone shattered the tranquility. Si Qing glanced at her device. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Dismissing it, she hung up. Yet, the phone rang again almost immediately, leaving her no choice but to answer. She was curious to discover which persistent individual sought her attention at this hour. Hello, who is this? Can a person get some peace? Si Qing exclaimed, her annoyance evident. Despite her current standing, the trivialities of the film crew's work could hardly exhaust her. However, who among the working class could find joy in their labor? Si Qing, it's me, came the voice of Chun Mai on the other end. Captain? Upon recognizing his voice, Si Qing's memory jolted back to the fact that she had joined the Night Watchers. Alas, she had been free for so long that she had forgotten she was now part of an organization. Captain, it's you. I'm quite busy with the crew right now. What do you need? Si Qing chuckled awkwardly. I have submitted your application for membership to the higher-ups. Congratulations. You are now an esteemed temporary member. Temporary member? Is there a distinction between temporary and permanent within the Night Watchers? Si Qing pondered, surprised at the level of formality the organization had reached, requiring reports for membership and categorizing members accordingly. Indeed, it was rather meticulous. The Night Watchers operate under a semi-militarized structure, meaning all newcomers must undergo a 1-year intensive training program before they can officially join. This training encompasses combat, firearms, tactical deployment, and the use of forbidden techniques. Until you complete this training, you are not considered a full member, Chunmai explained. Of course, Lin Xie is in the same boat as you. Understood. Si Qing had not anticipated the necessity of such training. The mere mention of it transported her back to her military training days, sending a shiver down her spine. She was hardly the disciplined type. When does it commence? Si Qing felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Had she known, she would have hesitated longer before agreeing. Every September, which is just a month away. Before you complete your training, you will only be regarded as a temporary member of our team. Oh wait, for Lin Xie, it's a month from now. After you wrap up your current obligations, you'll have about 20 days left, Chunmai kindly reminded her, recalling that Si Qing was still engrossed in her filming endeavors. Si Qing's thoughts drifted to her meager finances, prompting her to ask, Captain, does the position come with meals and accommodation? Temporary members do not receive provisions or housing. Chunmai's response shattered her illusions. Oh, the dream of free sustenance evaporated. As a temporary worker, what was she thinking expecting such perks? Si Qing scolded herself internally. Is there anything else you need, Captain? I'll hang up now. She touched the card left for her by Princess Qing, wondering if the funds within might suffice for a decent home. There is nothing left. It's simply that after you finish your tasks, hurry back. And we shall conduct an intensive training session to ensure you keep pace with the progress during the training camp. Very well. After concluding the call with Chunmai, Si Qing retrieved her phone, intending to download a real estate application. However, before she could complete the download, she cast her phone aside, lamenting to herself, "What a foolish mind I possess. Sangnan City is set to vanish in a year. Is now the time to frivolously spend money on a house." Chapter 54. Good intentions 7 days later. Si Qing, are you truly certain about leaving the industry? Li Jie expressed her regret, for after all, Si Qing was the talent she had brought back. Dressed in a pink Lolita outfit and dragging a matching suitcase, Si Qing's voice was filled with reluctance. Yes, Li Jie, I am enlisting in the military. I'm sincerely grateful for your care over the past year. It feels wrong to leave like this, and I will miss you dearly. After all, Orange Heart Entertainment does not typically offer contracts lasting just 1 year. A minimum of 5 years is customary. Li Jie had taken pity on her back then, allowing her this exception. Now, as she prepared to depart, the one she felt most remorseful toward was Li Jie. Enlisting? Li Jie, though perplexed by this decision from someone who appeared delicate and fragile, understood that once Si Qing made up her mind, nothing could sway her. Then I shall wish you well. Si Qing stepped forward, gently embracing Li Jie and placing an ice blue bracelet on her wrist. Li Jie, I acquired this bracelet from a temple. It has been blessed by a master for protection. I hope you enjoy peace and success in your future endeavors. In truth, the bracelet was not obtained from a temple nor blessed by any master. Si Qing had crafted it herself, and while it bore no mystical properties, wearing it consistently could yield some benefits. Dragging her suitcase several meters away, Si Qing turned back to see Li Jie still standing there, watching her leave. Goodbye, Li Jie. She called out. Li Jie raised her hand, returning a farewell gesture. Upon arriving at the agency, Si Qing was promptly taken to the training grounds of the Night Watchers in Sangnan City. To be honest, the training area was quite expansive, appearing to be at least the size of 3 football fields. Si Qing had already changed into appropriate training attire. Seeing Lin Xie and Chunmai practicing with swords ignited a spark of eagerness within her. Though she possessed magical abilities, fundamentally, she was quite fragile. While she fared well at a distance, close encounters posed significant challenges. The fluidity of their swordplay captivated her, and she longed to learn. As she observed Lin Xie and Chunmai's movements, Si Qing conjured an ice blade in her hand and mimicked their actions. When their sparring session concluded with Lin Xie being knocked down, he struggled to his feet and noticed the unexpected presence of an ice-blue figure in the training area. Upon realizing their practice was over, Si Qing ceased her mimicry. Well, everything is settled, Chunmai acknowledged, having already noticed Si Qing's arrival. Less practice then. Your imitation of those moves reveals considerable talent, Lin Xie remarked, unaware of Chun Mai's keen observation that Si Qing's earlier gestures mirrored their own sparring techniques. All right, Si Qing readily agreed, knowing she needed to learn these skills eventually. Every bit of knowledge gained would be invaluable. Otherwise, during the training session, she would find herself at a disadvantage with such a fragile weapon. Here, Lin Xie handed his star blade to Si Qing, who observed that the blade in Si Qing's grasp was crafted from ice. Si Qing practiced wielding it and, realizing its limitations, thought it would shatter upon contact with the captain's formidable weapon. No need, I have my own blade. Si Qing declined Lin Xie's kind offer, gesturing to the ice blade in her hand. Chapter 55. Practicing with the blade, Si Qing observed Chun Mai as he set aside his weapon and retrieved two bamboo swords from the nearby rack, grasping them in his hands. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her mind. Just moments ago, during her spar with Lin Xie, they had wielded real blades. Why, she pondered, should she now be relegated to bamboo swords? Was it perhaps an implication that she, as a girl, was less robust than Lin Xie? Captain, although my sword is an ice blade, you need not underestimate me. Y possèdes considerable skill, Si Qing remarked, her expression reflecting her displeasure at the sight of the bamboo swords in Chun Mai's grasp. Chun Mai, amused by her apparent disdain, thought it humorous that she was eager to run before she had even learned to walk. It seemed he would need to temper her overconfidence if she were to triumph. Her pride would surely soar to the heavens. Very well, Chun Mai replied, his face stoic as he approached her wielding the two bamboo swords. The outcome would inevitably remain unchanged. He gestured towards the ice blade in Si Qing's hands. Come now, strike me with all your might, but refrain from using your forbidden and divine realms. Si Qing, astutely sensing the shift in Chun Mai's demeanor, recognized he was not jesting. Abandoning her playful antics, she swung the two ice blades at him. Captain, I'm coming at you now. At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, she found herself propelled through the air. While she understood that mages were typically vulnerable, she never anticipated such a swift defeat. As Chun Mai's strike sent her flying, a singular thought consumed her mind. She must become an invincible melee mage. Reflecting on the lengthy incantations she typically recited while casting spells, she had previously dismissed them as inconsequential. Now, however, she was struck by a new resolve. Those incantations were utterly impractical and required revision. Get up, Chun Mai said, nonchalantly tapping her with his bamboo sword as she lay on the ground, wallowing in her despair. He was genuinely surprised that, without resorting to any forbidden or divine means, he had managed to send Si Qing flying with a single blow. If she were still in the Lantern Realm, he might have understood somewhat, but the reality was that she had already ascended to the Ocean Realm. He found it utterly incomprehensible. It was one thing to be weak in close combat, but he had not anticipated her defenses to be so lacking. Huh? Oh, Si Qing, lost in thoughts of how to condense her lengthy spell incantations, suddenly realized she was still engaged in practice with Chun Mai. Once more, she exclaimed. Chun Mai spoke earnestly. Your close combat and defenses are far too weak. Without the use of forbidden and divine realms, you will be left vulnerable. Once more, Si Qing roared inwardly. Do you think I wish to be weak in defense? It is merely that neither Princess Qing nor Ice Princess possess defensive strength. Predictably, 2 seconds later, she was once again sent flying. Once more, Si Qing declared with renewed determination. Bang! Once more. Bang! Once more. Bang! Again. Bang! Uncertain of how many times she had been sent flying, Si Qing had transitioned from a state of fervent determination to one where only her instincts sustained her. During the final instance of being hurled away, Si Qing could no longer endure, and she magnificently succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before completely losing consciousness, a singular thought occupied her mind. I must discover a spell that can enhance my defenses. Chapter 56. Fainting upon witnessing Si Qing collapse to the ground, Chun Mai remained motionless for a moment, only to belatedly realize that she had fainted. Moments ago, she had appeared to be brimming with vigor. How could she succumb so suddenly? During his first sparring session with Lin Xie, she had not fainted at all. Lin Xie regarded Si Qing's reckless fighting style with admiration. Yet the next moment, she lay still on the ground. Had she truly lost consciousness? Lin Xie paused briefly before hurriedly rushing to her side. This was no trivial matter. If she fainted under such training intensity, their captain would surely impose additional rigorous training upon her before the collective training session. As for why Lin Xie felt no concern for Si Qing's health upon seeing her faint, it was rather amusing. To him, Si Qing was, after all, a divine agent. Being rendered unconscious by an opponent posed no mortal peril for her. Observing the already unconscious Si Qing, Chimai sighed. If this slight intensity could knock her out, what would happen during the collective training? This simply would not do. She needed more practice. Turning his attention to Lin Xie, who was lifting Si Qing, Chunmai remarked, "Xie, you two require additional training." He had not forgotten that their squad also included another divine agent apart from Si Qing. Suddenly, Si Qing found herself bewildered, contemplating how she had transitioned from sparring with the captain to the enchanting realm of Luoli. Gazing at the familiar scenery before her, she felt an unsettling confusion. However, her abrupt disappearance would undoubtedly worry the captain and the others. Just as she contemplated leaving, a sharp, explosive sound emanated from her hand. Oh no, how have I become transparent? Panic surged within Si Qing. She harbored a troubling suspicion regarding her current predicament. Could it be that one of the fairies in the Luoli realm had awakened and drawn her spiritual essence into this space? If that were the case, her physical body remained in the realm of slaying gods, and prior to being pulled in, she had been practicing with Chunmai. Logically, her unconscious body should now be in a state of fainting. Oh no! Si Qing covered her face, on the verge of tears. Lin Xie and the others would surely assume she had been knocked out. Her reputation, painstakingly built, was now in jeopardy. How did you arrive here? Have you encountered danger? A portal of spiritual connection unexpectedly appeared before Si Qing. It was the Ice Princess, Ice Li Xue, upon seeing Si Qing in a spiritual form within the Luoli realm. Initially feared, she had faced peril. No, Si Qing mumbled, covering her face, unwilling to speak. How could she confess to the Ice Princess that she had fainted during a sparring match? She simply could not bear the shame. At that moment, a tome inscribed with magical spells flew towards Si Qing. She then recalled the source of the familiarity she had felt earlier. No wonder it felt so recognizable. It was because she had spent time here before. Floating Cloud Tower, the bank of the realm. This is the breath of rugged stones. Ice Glass, Snow gazed at the stones soaring towards Si Qing and pondered aloud. What were you thinking before entering the celestial realm? Si Qing replied, I was contemplating the inadequacy of my defenses. Next time I visit the celestial realm, I must learn some more formidable defensive magic. Upon meeting Ice Glass, Snow's crystalline gaze, Si Qing felt a pleasant daze, answering whatever she inquired. Chapter 57. The secret, then there is nothing to worry about. Bing Li Xue wore an expression of understanding. You and the Fairyland are now intertwined in glory and misfortune. It is only natural that she would bring you along if you wish to learn defensive magic. Having said this, Bing Li Xue turned to leave. However, upon seeing the Ice Princess step into the Lingxi Gate, Si Qing suddenly recalled a matter of great importance. Wait, Ice Princess, please don't go just yet. I have something I wish to consult you about. Though Bing Li Xue had intended to depart, she paused upon hearing Si Qing call her name. Although she was uncertain about what Si Qing wished to inquire, it occurred to her that she was currently the only awake fairy in the realm, making it reasonable for Si Qing to seek her counsel. What do you wish to ask me? Bing Li Xue inquired, observing Si Qing, who appeared hesitant to speak. I have existed for quite some time, and as long as your questions do not delve into any secrets, I can certainly provide you with answers. As one of the oldest natural fairies, Bing Li Xue possessed the confidence to make such a claim. Actually, it's nothing too complicated, Si Qing replied, encouraged by the Ice Princess's assurance. She then laid bare her concerns. The human world I inhabit has become rather perilous, and the casting time for my spells is quite lengthy. I was hoping to ask if you might have a way to simplify the incantations. I do not require instant casting. Merely a reduction in the time taken would suffice. For instance, if we could eliminate the prefix Luoli from each spell, Bing Lixue was momentarily taken aback by Si Qing's words. Upon reflection, she recalled that fairies had not previously employed the Luoli prefix when casting spells. When had this prefix come into existence? Why could she not remember? Furthermore, how was it that all fairies in the Fairyland had failed to notice this anomaly? Bing Lixue suddenly realized that her memory had undergone a significant alteration. No, it was not merely a lapse. The memories of all fairies in the realm had been modified. Ice Princess, what is the matter? Si Qing had not anticipated that her casual mention would cause Bing Lixue to exhibit such a peculiar demeanor. She pondered whether all magic in the Luoli Fairyland required this prefix. It is nothing. I am unperturbed, Bing Lixue reassured, conducting a mental examination of her memories. To her astonishment, her inquiry ignited a profound fury within her. The Luoli Fairyland had followed Si Qing into this new world, and the narrative forces that had previously been imposed upon these fairies were gradually dissipating. With Si Qing's prompt, Bing Lixue effortlessly uncovered the forgotten spells of the Luoli clan and the previous space fairy, which had been cast upon them. In truth, spells need not always rely on incantations. With sufficient mastery, one could conjure magic with mere thought. Suppressing her rage, Bing Lixue explained to Si Qing. As for the necessity of the Luoli prefix before casting spells, that is utterly preposterous. It is better to do away with it altogether. As the Princess of Ice and a celestial being of the highest order, Bing Lixue's demeanor is remarkably serene, seldom prone to anger. However, the revelations she has just uncovered have ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. The actions of the Luoli clan and the former space fairy are utterly reprehensible. Chapter 58. Deception in the pursuit of ensuring that the Luoli clan remains the eternal royal family of the fairy realm. It is truly outrageous that they would resort to such schemes against these celestial beings. Si Qing gazed at the furious Ice Princess, utterly bewildered by her wrath. Was she not equally furious during the 7-day snowstorm? Silently, Si Qing lit a candle for the fairy who had provoked the Ice Princess's anger. Regardless of who it was, to incite the unrestrained ire of the Ice Princess would surely result in dire consequences. Bing Lixue, noticing Si Qing standing nearby, spared her from the brunt of her fury. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you, she declared, summoning the spirit door and departing without hesitation. Before her exit, she offered a caution. The fairy realm is becoming increasingly perilous. You should return to the human world. Although Bing Lixue did not elaborate on why the realm was unsafe, Si Qing could surmise that it had much to do with the Ice Princess's current rage. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Ice Princess, Si Qing replied. In truth, even without the Ice Princess's admonition, she had no intention of lingering in the fairy realm, as she was acutely aware that without her spiritual essence, she would succumb to unconsciousness. Si Qing had not forgotten that she had been sparring with Chen Muyi prior to entering the fairy realm. While she recognized her fainting was due to the absence of her spiritual essence, others would perceive it as having been knocked unconscious by Chen Muyi. To outsiders, she was merely a divine agent. As a novice recently inducted into the Night Watch, being bested by a seasoned captain of the Night Watch was not a grave matter. However, lingering in unconsciousness for too long would be utterly humiliating. As soon as Si Qing departed from the Luoli fairy realm, her body in the god-slaying world began to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, the first figure she beheld was not the familiar presence of Hong Ying beside her, but rather Chen Muyi, who regarded her with an odd expression. Si Qing, you are finally awake, Hong Ying exclaimed, her joy palpable. I was so worried. It's all the captain's fault for being too rough. Her words conveyed her dissatisfaction with Chen Muyi. I am quite well, Si Qing replied. Accepting the water Hong Ying offered and taking a gentle sip. This statement was not merely to reassure Hong Ying. Rather, after harnessing the power of the wild stone, Si Qing's physical defenses had significantly strengthened, and the bruises sustained during her sparring with Chen Muyi had healed. Now, tell me honestly what happened to you just now. Chen Muyi, as an agent of He Wuchang, possessed keen insight, particularly regarding matters within his expertise. He immediately discerned that Si Qing's previous state was not a mere fainting spell. In layman's terms, she had experienced a soul departure. Where did you go? Si Qing was taken aback by Chun Mu-Yi's inquiry, taking a moment to process his words. Damn, no wonder he is the agent of He Wuchang. His perception is unmatched. It was astonishing that one could perceive that her spiritual essence, commonly referred to as the soul, was absent from her corporeal form during her recent state of unconsciousness. Just moments ago, a deity I serve sought my attention. Aware of her unique circumstances, Si Qing could not divulge the complete truth. Thus, she artfully concocted a narrative that was both partially truthful and partially fabricated to respond to Chen Mai's inquiries. Yet, this was not entirely deceitful, for within the worldview of the divine slaying realm, the Luoli Fairyland indeed qualifies as a divine kingdom. Chapter 59. The Divine Ruins. Upon hearing Si Qing mention that her soul had departed due to the blessing of the deity she represented, Chen Mai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Well, since you are unscathed, let us proceed to learn the usage of the Forbidden Ruins with Wen Qima this afternoon. Si Qing blinked in surprise, pondering whether there were others within the Night Watch who possessed powers akin to her own. Your source of strength is unique. While I am uncertain how the training of the Night Watch will benefit you, the application of power ultimately shares a common thread. By the way, do you have any training plans? Si Qing shook her head, indicating she had none. Very well then. Before the collective training commences, you shall practice swordsmanship with me in the morning, learn the Forbidden Ruins with Wen Qima in the afternoon, and study marksmanship with Lung Xian in the evening. Chen Mai swiftly devised a training regimen for Si Qing. Coincidentally, Lin Xie was also set to participate in the collective training, allowing the two of them to train together. All right, Si Qing agreed, as she had no other plans and preferred a straightforward training approach, which was quite convenient. That afternoon, Si Qing arrived early at the training ground. Despite her fragile appearance, her resilience was remarkable. Even after being bested by Chen Mai that morning, she was revitalized by the afternoon. When Wen Qima arrived at the training ground, he found Si Qing practicing her swordplay, showing no signs of the earlier encounter with Chen Mai. Si Qing, your recovery is quite impressive, he remarked, recalling how she had been rendered unconscious merely a couple of hours prior. Upon noticing Wen Qima's arrival, Si Qing dissipated the twin ice blades in her hands and inquired, "What shall we train on today?" She then glanced around, noticing that Lin Xie was conspicuously absent. "Xie has gone off to train on his own," Wen Qima informed her. "Let us commence with our lesson. First, we will discuss what the Forbidden Ruins entails." "Stop," Si Qing interrupted. "I am already aware of the nature of the Forbidden Ruins through certain unique channels. There is no need to reiterate." Si Qing had anticipated that Wen Qima would dive straight into practical exercises, much like Chen Mai. Yet she was surprised to find that the session began with a theoretical discussion. Wen Qima regarded her with curiosity upon hearing her claim of prior knowledge. What deity does this individual represent that she is so well versed in such matters? He pondered, mistakenly believing that Si Qing's unique channels referred to divine communication. Not wishing to press further, he continued, "Since you are already acquainted with these theoretical aspects, let us now discuss your divine ruins." At this, Si Qing perked up with interest. "You are aware that my situation is rather exceptional, and the use of a divine ruins carries certain risks. Not merely risks, but the potential for life-threatening consequences if discovered." Si Qing recalled the deities she had offended in the realm of divine emotions, feeling overwhelmed. After all, the love goddess was among the primordial deities of ancient Greece, on par with Nyx, the goddess of night from Lin Xie's pantheon of divine madness. Let's now turn our attention to another aspect of my divine ruins. As Si Qing earnestly spoke about her other divine realm, Wen Qima couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. After all, the dual deities' agents, the Night Watchers, had only encountered this singular entity throughout the years. One must wonder, how could a previously unobserved deity warrant such attention? My divine realm originates from the Ice Princess, Bing Li Shui, the sovereign of ice and snow from the Luoli Fairyland. Si Qing was acutely aware that her current discourse might very well be documented in her file. However, since Princess Qing had already made a proactive appearance before the public eye, there was little reason to withhold mention of another ice princess. Chapter 60. Crystal Tears. I refer to it as the sovereign of ice and snow, capable of unleashing glaciers to annihilate the world at its zenith. While there is an element of exaggeration in Si Qing's words, the Ice Princess, Bing Li Shui, undoubtedly reigned as the most formidable fairy in the realm of Yellow Elite during the Ice Age. Such strength certainly qualifies as a peak divinity. Wen Qima had not anticipated that aside from acquiring the authority of the divine, Si Qing had been granted a formidable power from another divine realm, placing its danger level among the top 10. Indeed, it is quite powerful. Si Qing smiled shyly, fully aware that the true strength lay with the Ice Princess, not herself. However, it is only in the hands of the Ice Princess that such power can be wielded. It becomes uncertain once it reaches me. Though in a sense, the Luoli realm belongs to her divine kingdom. Developing her powers to the strength of a holy fairy within the god-slaying world proves to be a daunting challenge. Did she not seize the opportunity to harness the power of the emotion sovereign, Princess Qing? While the deities of the war god world were unable to fully control their emotional authority, thus offending numerous divine beings. Unless she ascends to divinity and transforms the Luoli realm entirely into her divine kingdom, she would have no choice but to wrest power from other deities. This is quite normal. Wen Qima nodded and subsequently inquired about the capabilities of Si Qing's divine realm. He certainly did not wish for her to resemble Lin Qie. Despite being a divine agent, possessed a divine realm weaker than even the most hazardous forbidden realms. Now that you possess a foundational understanding, let us discuss your forbidden realm. What can the sovereign of ice and snow, currently in your possession, achieve? My abilities are diverse, yet I primarily categorize them into three main aspects: attack, defense, and support. Firstly, centered around myself, within a circular domain of 50 meters radius, I can alter the terrain to make it more conducive for my combat. Within this range, I can also conjure ice flowers and ice rain, precisely targeting my desired adversaries. A truly formidable ability. When Qima nodded. What else? My tears can crystallize into a substance known as crystal tears, possessing remarkable communication capabilities. Though they are one-time use, they can transmit messages even within the divine kingdoms of other deities. When Qima paused in his note-taking, this ability is indeed powerful. He pondered the production rate. If it could be manufactured in large quantities, each night watchman could be equipped with one. Such a useful power. Yet I wonder what your production limit is. At the mention of this, Si Qing felt a twinge of discomfort in her eyes. There is no production limit. However, the primary material remains my tears. Thus, without tears, they cannot be created. When Qima inquired about her production limit, Si Qing sensed his ulterior motives. Yet she held a certain fondness for the night watchman. Moreover, creating crystal tears incurs no additional cost beyond depleting some tears. What else? At the expense of all my power, I can freeze a person's time, much like Zhao Kongsheng. However, within the limits of my abilities, I can only freeze time for a month. After that, the flow of time will revert to its normal pace. Upon observing the concern etched on Wen Qima's face, Si Qing understood his thoughts and promptly reassured him. You are worried about Zhao Kongsheng, aren't you? Rest assured, the time he possesses is encased in ice by the Ice Princess. As long as she wishes it, freezing him for centuries poses no challenge. The strategic significance of your ability is also considerable. What else is there? Chapter 61. Training as the temperature plummeted to freezing. The ability to shatter frozen objects into countless fragments emerged alongside formidable control. Si Qing pondered doubtfully, contemplating the possibility of summoning the Ice Princess to assist her at a certain cost. For the moment, these were her only considerations. Si Qing recognized that these abilities would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Night Watchers, prompting her to abruptly cease this line of discussion. When Qima observed Si Qing's rather dismissive demeanor and couldn't help but smirk inwardly, vowing that she was certainly concealing her true capabilities. Yet, if she chose to remain silent, he would play along for the Ice Crystal Tear and the Ice Scar Century, along with her ability to summon divine agents, already positioned her as more formidable than most divine agents. Furthermore, from the available information, it was evident that Si Qing currently surpassed Lin Qie in strength by a considerable margin. Having gained a preliminary understanding of her abilities, it was time to commence training. When Shima forced himself to disregard Si Qing's earlier remark about having only these capabilities for the time being. After reviewing the documents, he swiftly devised a training plan for her. In summary, you are indeed powerful, yet your close combat skills are lacking. Should an enemy close in, your advantages would be rendered ineffective. Therefore, our primary focus will be on enhancing your melee combat abilities. However, this training overlaps with the morning's agenda, so in future afternoon sessions, you only need to find someone to practice with. By the way, Lin Xie has made significant progress recently. If you wish to train during the day, you may seek him out. Wen Shima gestured toward the room behind him, explaining that Xie's abilities centered on perception and anticipation, and he had been honing those skills. If you're interested, you might consider training alongside him. Si Qing nodded, somewhat understanding, contemplating whether this meant she was being left to her own devices. She gazed at Wen Shima's retreating figure, lost in thought. Pushing open the door to the training room where Lin Xie was located, she sensed something flying toward her even before she had fully entered. Reacting instinctively, her body evaded the incoming object before her mind could catch up. Si Qing, what brings you here? Lin Xie exclaimed, surprised to see her. Did the captain not assign you a training task? The training content overlaps, so I thought I'd find someone to spar with, Si Qing replied, surveying the room filled with bullet holes. The sheer density of the holes was enough to induce a sense of claustrophobia. Si Qing silently admired Lin Xie as a werewolf. He was undeniably tougher than most. Is this your training regiment? She asked, glancing at the myriad of gun barrels in the room, her expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Isn't this just asking for a beating? Indeed, this is designed to enhance my reaction speed, Lin Xie said, taking a moment to rest now that Si Qing had arrived. Would you like to give it a try? Reaction speed? Given my poor defensive capabilities, I'm not sure how effective I'll be. Very well. This is the perfect opportunity to test your reflexes. Let us begin. As the sound of the signal resonated, rubber bullets descended like a torrential downpour from all directions, their speed so astonishing that they eluded the naked eye. Simultaneously, Si Qing, akin to a delicate snowflake, gracefully evaded each rubber bullet with remarkable finesse. To Lin Xie's perception, Si Qing narrowly escaped each impending bullet, teetering on the brink of danger. It was precisely this that illuminated the stark disparity between himself and Si Qing, both agents of the divine. Chapter 62. Delightful fun. Si Qing stretched languidly, a satisfied smile gracing her face. It had been ages since she felt this exhilarated. After all, during her training in the Luoli Fairyland, Mei Qing too and the Ice Princess always managed to outshine her just a tad, instilling a glimmer of hope, only for her to emerge battered and bruised each time. In stark contrast, this training to evade rubber bullets was, quite frankly, child's play. Noticing Lin Xie's astonished expression, Si Qing playfully sauntered over. Hee, Xie, am I not impressive? Impressive, indeed, Lin Xie replied, a sense of bemusement washing over him as he observed Si Qing's demeanor. Yet, he couldn't deny her prowess. During his initial training, he had been left similarly bruised by those rubber bullets. Of course you're impressive. Just keep at it, Xie. You'll undoubtedly surpass me, Si Qing encouraged, her gaze softening as she recognized Lin Xie as a mere child himself. With a kind-hearted tone, akin to that of a nurturing elder, she added, I must take my leave now. Until we meet again. She patted Lin Xie's shoulder as a gesture of encouragement before departing without a backward glance. Upon exiting, Si Qing realized that Wen Shima had vanished, leaving her with a tinge of regret, as she had hoped to find him for practice. Oh well, she sighed, summoning 2 ice blades. She recalled the techniques taught by Chun Mai earlier that morning and diligently began a practice. Being a fragile one, it was imperative for her to acquire some skills. Otherwise, if caught off guard, she would be the one to suffer. As she trained, time slipped away unnoticed. Gur, I am so hungry. Si Qing discarded the ice blades and rubbed her flat stomach. Humans are like iron, and meals are like steel. One meal missed leaves one in a state of panic. Speaking of food, she licked her lips, recalling the rumors of their captain's culinary prowess. With this thought in mind, she tidied herself up and cheerfully exited the training grounds. Ah, what a delightful aroma! Upon stepping out, Si Qing caught a whiff of something delicious wafting from the activity room. It seemed that the beating she endured that morning had not been in vain. For the sake of this meal, the earlier punishment was worth it. Onward, for the food awaits. What delectable dish awaits us tonight? Si Ching eagerly pushed open the door to the activity room. As soon as she entered, she was met with several pairs of forlorn eyes. What's wrong? Is there something amiss with my attire? Si Ching glanced around, noticing her clothes were pristine, devoid of any imperfections. Seeing her obliviousness, Lin Xie felt an urge to shake her shoulders and inquire, why is it that, despite enduring the same punishment, you bear no marks, not even a wrinkle in your attire? Is that fair? It is not fair. Coughing lightly, Chun Mai feigned a cough to remind his teammates to temper their gazes. It's nothing, come, let's sit down and eat. Indeed, it's nothing. Sister Si Ching, come sit beside me and don't bother with these big boys, one of the teammates chimed in. All right. Si Ching gracefully took a seat beside Hong Ying. After all, who could resist the allure of a soft and fragrant beauty? Si Ching cast a glance at Si Xiaonan, who appeared to be casually inching closer. Yet it was evident that her intentions were far from innocent. A sense of delight swelled within Si Ching, especially since another enchanting lady graced the table. Was the culinary fare of the Night Watch team always this exquisite? It was simply irresistible. Si Ching gazed longingly at the dishes before him, swallowing hard in anticipation. Chapter 63. The Enigma Holding a Gun. Si Ching exchanged glances with Lung Xian. I didn't mean to, Si Ching stated, gazing at the firearm in her hands, now encased in ice, and promptly offered her apologies. It's nothing. Lung Xian waved his hand dismissively. It was my oversight. You needn't come again. Just focus on practicing your swordsmanship with the captain. I truly didn't intend for this to happen. Si Ching felt a flicker of guilt as she observed Lung Xian's somewhat desolate figure retreating. Who could have foreseen that a firearm would freeze solid in her grasp? She was aware that the Ice Princess held a certain disdain for the material world, but she had not anticipated such intense aversion. It's all right. Lung Xian has grown accustomed to it. Hong Ying, who had originally come to observe Si Ching's training, approached to offer comfort. When I was teaching 7th Night a few days ago, I encountered an even more absurd situation. 7th Night, despite aiming for the bullseye, managed to miss entirely. Si Ching, you merely struggle with handling a gun. It's hardly a significant issue. Si Ching felt somewhat consoled by this. Lin Xie remarked dryly, is that aimed at me? It's fine, Sister Hong Ying. I'll try to control it better, Si Ching replied, though unvoiced was the sentiment that, as a traveler in this realm, the opportunity to wield a firearm had slipped through her fingers due to her own limitations, a bittersweet regret. Firearms are the pinnacle of human ingenuity. How exhilarating it would be to hold one. Ultimately, I could craft a gun for myself. Noting Yong Ying's skepticism, seeking as to clarified. Hong Ying silently withdrew her hand from Si Ching's shoulder and casually remarked, oh, well, if you wish to create a gun from ice, you might seek advice from Lung Xian. Is that truly feasible? Si Ching pondered, recognizing that crafting such intricate devices was no simple endeavor. Absolutely, Hong Ying replied with a slight smile, akin to an elder sister, gently tousling Si Ching's hair. Approach Lung Xian. He will be more than willing to assist you. Ding dong, welcome. Si Ching, still somewhat dazed, pushed open the door to the office, only to find Hong Ying and Lin Xie seated on the sofa, their expressions grave. Instantly, she was jolted awake. Is today a significant day? Typically, Lin Xie would have rushed off to train by this hour. And Sister Hong Ying, what brings you here so early? It was well known that the office of Team 136 was not frequented without reason. The full assembly of Team 136 was seldom witnessed unless something mysterious had transpired. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Good morning, Xie. Si Ching noticed the seriousness etched on Hong Ying's face and, feeling a twinge of unease, inquired, is something amiss? Si Ching, you finally arrived. Something has happened, Hong Ying stated with a solemn tone, swiftly guiding Si Ching and Lin Xie downwards. The enigma has descended? Si Ching was taken aback to see the usually cheerful Hong Ying bearing such a serious expression. Considering the time and her knowledge of the unfolding narrative, Si Ching surmised that the mysterious entity at the second middle school had indeed begun to stir. The mere thought of having once been classmates with that enigmatic individual seated in front and behind, sends shivers down Siqing's spine. However, should she confide in the captain that the mysterious troublemaker at the second high school is none other than Li Yifei? Perhaps it is best to remain silent. Revealing such information would necessitate an explanation of how she came to know it. Furthermore, Li Yifei is Lin Xie's favorite assistant within the Asylum of the Gods. If her interference were to prevent Lin Xie from personally eliminating Li Yifei, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 64. A mysterious arrival upon entering the activity room. Siqing was taken aback to find that the entire team 136 had already assembled. In an instant, she grasped the urgency of the situation. With everyone present, it was time to commence the meeting. Chen Mai, noticing that Hong Ying had arrived with Siqing and Lin Xie, approached the conference table and declared the meeting open. Last night, we received reports of potential mythical creatures spotted at Sangnan Second High School. Sangnan Second High School? Isn't that where you both previously studied? Siqing and Lin Xie exchanged astonished glances. Chen Mai nodded, confirming, indeed, it is the very school you attended. Moreover, you should be familiar with the individual who reported the incident, especially you, Siqing. From my investigations, your relationship appears to be rather amicable. Do I know them? Siqing pointed to herself, feigning seriousness despite already knowing that the reporter was Li Yifei. Come out, kid, Chen Mai called to the back room. With a creak, a youth with bloodshot eyes emerged. Li Yifei. Siqing tilted her head in surprise. What are you doing here? Siqing. Li Yifei exclaimed, Jingyi, astonished to encounter his former desk mate in this setting. What are you doing up here? And Lin Xie as well? Did you both see the creature too? No, wait. Didn't our teacher say you two were going to join the military? How can you be here? No, they are part of our team, Wu Xiangnan interjected, shaking his head. Just temporary members. Siqing spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Wow, Li Yifei said, his jaw dropping in disbelief. I knew it. Siqing, your future was so bright. There's no way you would choose to enlist at this time. It's not like conscription is mandatory. And you, Lin Xie, I recall our teacher mentioning your eyesight wasn't the best. I was curious how you passed the medical examination when you enlisted. Turns out you both joined us here. Ahem. Siqing shot Li Yifei a glare, signaling for him to quiet down. Having sat behind Siqing for so long, Li Yifei understood her unspoken request instantly. He promptly fell silent, mimicking a zipping motion across his lips, determined not to yield to Siqing's authoritative presence. Recollections can wait until later. Let us focus on the case at hand. Chen Mai interjected, observing their tendency to digress. Typically, if a case involving the mysterious arises, it is reported to the police first, who then relay it to us. However, this young man has previously encountered the Ghostface Man case, has engaged with us, and signed a confidentiality agreement, allowing him to contact us directly and bypass the usual protocol. This situation is merely an exception. We must adhere to standard procedures in our investigations, he concluded. Siqing and Lin Xie exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Understood, Captain. They all knew well that seasoned members were certainly aware of the night watchman's investigation procedures. Chen Mai's words were clearly directed at them, a gesture of consideration. Let me explain. Li Yifei began to recount what he had witnessed, weaving a narrative that, despite being interspersed with much superfluous dialogue, went uninterrupted. That is precisely what transpired. I have conveyed all I needed to. By the time Li Yifei finished his account, the brows of his fellow team members were furrowed in deep concern. Isn't this akin to the zombie virus depicted on television? Its contagiousness is alarmingly potent. Siqing mused, her imagination racing. Chapter 65. The mysterious purge operation. Siqing recalled the plot of the zombie film she had previously watched, her body involuntarily trembling. They remained oblivious to the source of this infection, unaware of how long this mythical creature had existed or how many individuals it had affected. If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Zombies? Wu Xiangnan nodded. Your comparison is not without merit, Siqing. The characteristics of this enigmatic creature do indeed bear a resemblance to those of the zombies depicted in films. However, it is not quite so severe. When Qima furrowed his brow. If that were true, Sangnan No. 2 High School might have already transformed into a den of monsters. How can you be so certain? Siqing asked, her face a mask of confusion. Logically, we do not know the whereabouts of this mysterious entity or how long it has been around. How can you be sure it hasn't infected number 2 high school or other areas of Songnan City? If it were as you say, Si Qing, the harbinger of calamity would have already sounded its alarm. The absence of any movement indicates that the situation has not yet reached such a perilous level. When Shima offered Si Qing a reassuring glance, the harbinger of calamity, Si Qing and Lin Qie inquired in unison. What is that? It is a crow. You may also consider it an artifact imbued with the essence of forbidden realms. Hong Ying explained patiently. You can think of it as a disaster early warning system. Whenever a significant crisis arises in Songnan City, it emits a piercing cry to signal a warning. Given the significant role of the harbinger of calamity, why was there no warning prior to the emergence of this mysterious creature? And what about the phantom-faced man that appeared in the old district last time? Si Qing asked. Her curiosity piqued. She genuinely found it puzzling that, despite the night watchers possessing such a useful tool, Songnan City still experienced the appearance of a mysterious entity. Lin Qie, too, was perplexed by this question and regarded Hong Ying with keen interest. Hong Ying cleared her throat and elaborated. Although the harbinger of calamity is a crow capable of warning against impending disasters, it is a one-time use artifact. Each harbinger, once it issues a warning, perishes. Does it scream a warning before every disaster? Si Qing questioned, her skepticism evident. Is it not more likely that the harbinger dies, not from warning of disasters, but perhaps from sheer fright? Let us set aside these discussions for now. The most pressing matter at hand is the mysterious creature at number 2 high school. Chen Mai interjected gently. First, let us discuss your plans. After a vigorous discussion, Chen Mai laid down the strategy for hunting the mysterious entity. Since we intend to infiltrate number 2 high school, we must not raise its alertness. He surveyed the group, his gaze ultimately resting on Si Qing and Lin Qie. Si Qing, Qie, you both were once students at number 2 high school. Please share your thoughts. Captain, Si Qing and Qie are still temporary members. Wu Xiaonan's brow furrowed slightly, expressing his disapproval of Chen Mai allowing 2 inexperienced newcomers to participate in the purge operation against the mysterious creature. Captain, I believe that Qie and I should partake in this enigmatic cleansing operation. Upon hearing that someone intended to hinder her participation, Si Qing promptly responded, as previously mentioned, this mysterious creature possesses the ability to assume a human guise, rendering it exceedingly difficult to discern who among the multitude of students at second high is human and who is not. However, Qie's divine realm can perceive which individual has been infected by the mysterious force. Although I can no longer utilize another divine realm, distinguishing human emotions amidst the myriad of feelings remains effortlessly achievable. Most importantly, according to the intelligence we have gathered, this mythical being excels in disguise, ambush, and infection. Yet its own realm is not particularly high. This presents a splendid opportunity for both Qie and me to hone our skills. Let us embark on this endeavor together. Qie, do you not agree? Si Qing cast a meaningful glance at Lin Qie. Her reasoning was indeed sound. Chapter 66. Significance. Then let us proceed together. Chen Mai pondered before speaking. Oh yes, our captain is indeed wise, Si Qing exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Having trained diligently at the martial arts arena in recent days, she had undeniably improved her abilities. However, the monotony of constant practice had begun to weigh on her spirit. Gazing at the gates of number 2 high school, the group exchanged glances, contemplating how they might infiltrate the premises. Si Qing and Lin Qie, being high school students themselves, could effortlessly blend in. Yet, if the others attempted to masquerade as students, it would be akin to an old cucumber being painted green, an obvious pretense. Recalling her unspoken ability not documented in her file, Si Qing silently raised her hand. Ahem, I have a solution. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt the weight of her companion's reproachful stares. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Si Qing endeavored to dismiss her discomfort. Navigating through winding paths, she led them to a secluded spot. Having spent over a year at number 2 high school, she knew the nooks and crannies of the vicinity better than her own home. Lingxi Yushi, Lingxi Qi, Lingxi door. After ensuring the area was devoid of onlookers, Si Qing began to invoke the Lingxi door. As she completed the incantation, a magnificent portal materialized before them. Turning to Chen Mai, who was observing the newly appeared portal, she preemptively clarified, "Ahem, this is a recent ability of mine. I neglected to mention it while filling out my file. My Lingxi door can transport us to any corner of the world. However, if one is not intimately familiar with the destination, it may only deliver them to a general vicinity. For instance, the last time I used it, I unexpectedly found myself suspended in midair. Nevertheless, having spent a year at number 2, returning here feels akin to returning home. Captain, where shall we head first?" Although surprised by Si Qing's sudden display of an undocumented ability, the gravity of their current mission left little room for further inquiry. "Let us go to the rooftop," Chen Mai suggested after some contemplation. "There are few people there, so should Si Qing encounter any mishaps, we would not be easily discovered." Understood. The group followed Si Qing through the Lingxi door, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the rooftop of number 2 high school. Relieved that nothing had gone awry, Si Qing exhaled deeply, grateful that the Lingxi door had not once again deposited her in midair. Standing atop the rooftop, Hong Ying surveyed the entire school, suddenly tugging at the garish red and white uniform that she wore, which was aesthetically displeasing. How is it so easy to infiltrate? What, then, is the significance of wearing this uniform? Sister Hong Ying, while the uniform may be hideous, it does allow us to move about the campus without drawing undue attention. Si Qing replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This is certainly not an opportunity to critique the uniform's appearance. Absolutely not. Since we are here, let us commence our investigation, Chen Mai declared. Having spoken, she located the staircase and descended from the rooftop. Si Qing and Lin Xie. Just as Si Qing was about to follow suit, Lung Xian suddenly called out to her and Lin Xie. Si Qing turned back, her eyes filled with confusion. "Why give this to me? You know I cannot use it." "Take it. The magazine is full," Lung Xian replied indifferently. As if disregarding Si Qing's words, he thrust a gun into her hands. Lin Xie, observing the weapon now in his possession, declined. "My marksmanship is not particularly good. What if I accidentally harm someone?" The essence of a firearm extends beyond mere slaughter. Chapter 67. Investigation. Si Qing tucked the gun into her pocket and strolled leisurely around the campus after descending from the rooftop. Given that it was class time, the campus was rather deserted. As she wandered, she encountered Lin Xie, who was also meandering through the grounds. "Xie, over here," Si Qing called out excitedly, waving at him from a distance. "What have you discovered?" Lin Xie asked, noticing her enthusiasm and hurrying over, hoping she had uncovered some clue. "Look over there." Si Qing pointed towards a nearby dormitory building. "That's the girls' dormitory. I assenti it." Lin Xie examined it closely, but saw nothing amiss. "There's nothing unusual?" Si Qing pouted in dissatisfaction, realizing that Lin Xie hadn't scrutinized the clothes hanging on the balcony of the girls' dormitory. "Don't you think that leather jacket on the balcony looks rather unusual?" Si Qing suggested. "Leather jacket?" Lin Xie inspected it more thoroughly and, upon seeing what Si Qing referred to, acknowledged its peculiarity, noting it was a one-piece. "Are the girls' clothes all this distinctive?" "Indeed, it's quite unique, especially being a one-piece." "Oh, does that leather jacket not resemble human skin?" Si Qing stamped her foot in frustration, realizing she was dealing with a novice. Human skin? After Si Qing's prompting, Lin Xie finally grasped the gravity of the situation. With so many leather items, could the girls' dormitory have been compromised? "Let us go investigate." Without a moment's hesitation, he headed toward the girls' dormitory. "Wait a moment," Si Qing exclaimed, alarmed at Lin Xie's nonchalant approach toward the girls' dormitory. It had been a while since he had been in school, evidently unaware of the strict regulations governing the dormitories at the second high school. Males were prohibited from approaching the girls' dormitory, let alone entering it. As expected, by the time Si Qing caught up, Lin Xie had already been intercepted by the dormitory supervisor. "Hey, you. Stop right there." "Yes, you. What are you doing at the girls' dormitory?" The supervisor, unfazed by Lin Xie's presence, launched into a stern reprimand. "Classes are in session, and here you are, a boy, wandering around the girls' dormitory. What class are you from? I'll call your teacher to escort you back." "Excuse me, Si Qing interjected, seeing Lin Chia being scolded. You misunderstand. Yes, my classmate, here to help me move my luggage. Moving luggage? The supervisor softened slightly upon recognizing Si Qing as a girl. Do you have a note from your teacher? No, si replied. However, I have this. Seizing the moment while the supervisor was momentarily distracted, Si Qing drew the gun that Lung Xian had given her and fired a shot at the supervisor. Bang! At the moment Lin Chia witnessed Si Qing draw her gun, an impulse to intervene surged within him. Yet, he was abruptly reminded of Cold Xian's words. The Night Watcher's weapon was specially crafted, designed solely to inflict harm upon enigmatic beings, rendering it ineffective against humans. Indeed, the once benevolent and gentle matron of the dormitory, upon being struck, collapsed, her skin abruptly splitting apart. Chapter 68. The classroom, how terrifying. Upon witnessing the grotesque creature sprawled on the ground, Si Qing felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Lin Xie gazed at the fallen monstrosity, his expression laden with concern, remarking that if even the dormitory matron had been infected, the female dormitory must be teeming with others afflicted. Exchanging a glance, Si Qing and Lin Xie commenced their separate explorations of the dormitory. After a considerable time, Si Qing shook her head at Lin Xie, who had just completed his investigation. Several balconies of the female dormitories bore human skin, and upon examining the list of occupants posted outside, Si Qing noted that these particular rooms were in close proximity to Lu Xiaoyan's residence. Having finished their exploration of the dormitories, Lin Xie suggested, since it is currently class time, why don't we check the classroom? Indeed, I sensed the emotions within the classroom earlier, but the number of emotions did not align with the number of individuals present, Si Qing replied, apprehensive of using her emotional powers extensively. She could only rely on her emotional sensitivity to ascertain whether anyone in the classroom had been infected. Chia, I shall depend on you shortly. As they approached the teaching building, Si Qing inquired, what have you discerned? How many individuals in the building have been infected? This area is not conducive for investigation, Lin Xie remarked, furrowing his brow. The range of my powers extends only 20 meters around me. Yet we are still too far to gain clarity. 20 meters? Si Qing pondered, then suggested, why don't we return to the classroom? Our original classroom is conveniently located in the center of this building. Upon nearing the classroom, Si Qing heard the familiar sound of a lecture, something about odd and even transformations. It was a mathematics class, and the teacher, known for his lack of communication, was not the homeroom instructor. He likely remained oblivious to their absence from school. Having attended the school for a year, Si Qing was well acquainted with the teacher's temperament. Before Lin Xie could respond, Si Qing approached the classroom door and knocked firmly. Report, she declared loudly. Seeing Si Qing taking the initiative, Lin Xie reluctantly followed suit. Si Qing? Lin Xie? The mathematics teacher was taken aback, having just mentioned the moments ago. Where have you two been these past few days? Teacher, I have had some personal matters to attend to, Si Qing replied nonchalantly. After all, she had taken numerous leaves to film in Hongdian, and the teacher was well aware of this. Ah, Issei, you may enter, the teacher replied. Accustomed to Si Qing's frequent absences, having witnessed her miss class 15 or 16 times. And what about you, Lin Xie? The teacher inquired, familiar with the new transfer student. My eyesight has encountered issues again. Lin Xie offered his own excuse for not attending class. Then you may also enter. The mathematics teacher exhibits a remarkable degree of tolerance towards Lin Xie, a student with a previously challenging disability. Did you not notice how he turned a blind eye to Si Qing's dual commitments of work and study? Amidst the astonished gazes of their classmates, Si Qing and Lin Xie calmly returned to their respective seats. Fortunately, they had been desk mates prior. Otherwise, any discussions would necessitate passing notes. Observing that both Si Qing and Lin Xie had settled back into their seats, the mathematics teacher rapped the blackboard and resumed the lesson. Class, as you can see, Chapter 69. Dream, are you all right? Qi? Si Qing feigned attentiveness to the lecture while discreetly signaling Lin Xie to inquire about the progress of his investigation. Lin Xie, at a loss for words, gazed at Si Qing, whose eyes seemed to twitch, and responded with a reassuring glance. To ensure Si Qing understood, he gestured beneath the desk. Si Qing comprehended and returned Lin Shiye's gaze with an approving look. Truly, Lin Shiyi was exceptional. He had swiftly completed the assessment, affirming that such specialized matters should indeed be entrusted to the experts. With utmost caution, Si Qing peered at the podium, noticing the mathematics teacher passionately expounding upon a problem, fully capturing the attention of the class. Subtly adjusting her earpiece, Chun Muye's voice emerged. Si Qing, what's the situation on your end? Lin Shiyi and I have already entered the classroom. However, my abilities can merely approximate the number of infected individuals within the teaching building. For specifics, you must consult Shiyi. His skills allow him to discern them. Nevertheless, from my observations, the situation appears dire. Upon finishing, Si Qing switched off the earpiece, signaling Lin Shiyi to take the call, before returning to her facade of earnest concentration. How many are there in the teaching building? Lin Shiyi answered the call. In Chen Muye's anxious voice resonated. On this level alone, there are 6. Lin Shiyi furrowed his brow. Do they have any hope of salvation? None. Lin Shiyi hesitated before continuing. Their internal organs have already vanished. They perished the moment they were consumed. What Lin Shiyi did not articulate was that beneath the strange flesh and blood of those creatures lay something peculiar. It was as if every individual within the campus was an illusion. Si Qing retrieved a pen and paper, pretending to take notes, while her consciousness drifted into the realm of Yi Luoli. You've arrived. I have. Si Qing gazed at the figure before her, the fairy veiled in a blindfold, recalling events from a few days prior. Just days earlier, she had been troubled by the enigma within Songnan's second high school when the dream princess suddenly awakened. Having knowledge of the plot, and having spent a year at the school, she was aware that the mysterious identity within the second high was Li Yifei, and she could not stand idly by while a classmate, with whom she had forged a bond, faced demise. Yet, Li Yifei was also Lin Shiye's capable aide in the psychiatric hospital of the gods. She could not disrupt the narrative by directly eliminating him, especially without just cause. Even if she succeeded in preemptively dealing with the mysterious entity at the second high, what would she present to the Night Watcher? After all, there were no genuine fools in this world. After much contemplation, she struck a bargain with the Dream Princess, offering her divine power in exchange for crafting new bodies for Meng Yi and her sister Meng Shu, ensuring the sisters would not have to share one form. In return, Meng Yi would weave a dream for her within Songnan's second high school, a dream that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. Although she now possesses some of the Dream Princess's magic, in order to deceive Li Yifei and all those infected within the second high school, she must weave an immense dreamscape a week in advance. This will ensconce everyone in a state of slumber. One cannot help but admire the Dream Princess. Had she not been forewarned, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that upon entering the second high, she was ensnared in a dream herself. Chapter 70. Change of personnel. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Meng Yi gazed meaningfully at Si Qing, inquiring, when will you accomplish what you promised me? Rest assured, I shall not forget my commitments to you. Si Qing retrieved the precious emotion candies she had gathered from Lin Xie over the past few days, hesitating momentarily before presenting them all to Meng Yi. The divine essence contained within these candies is sufficient for you to reconstruct your bodies. Meng Yi accepted the emotion candies, inspecting one closely, and remarked, quite impressive. After ensuring she had secured all the candies, she expressed her admiration. You have done remarkably well. You managed to persuade the emotion princess to revert to her spiritual state just to assist you. Initially, I thought a pity, but it appears AI Zhan's judgment is indeed commendable. You flatter me. Si Qing did not exhibit excessive joy at Meng Yi's praise. Now that our transaction is complete, I shall take my leave, for I have matters outside to attend to. Upon regaining her focus, Si Qing noticed that Li Yifei had also entered the classroom. She discreetly cast a glance towards the back, her eyes clouded with apprehension. Li Yifei, the Naga demon. The mere thought of the casualties that would ensue in the second high school without her prior arrangements filled her with an uncontrollable murderous intent. Mysterious beings, indeed, must not be overlooked, even if they have split into a second persona. Having lived among humans for so long, do they possess any semblance of humanity? What is the matter? Si Qing quietly passed a note to Lin Xie. Lin Xie paused, surprised by Si Qing's note. Hadn't she just been investigating? Why was she now inquiring about him? I require an opportunity to survey the entire faculty and student body of the school, Lin Xie replied on the paper. Lin Xie, aware that Si Qing had been attending the second high school for over a year, sought to ascertain when all the students and faculty would gather. After all, even without having attended for long, he knew that high schools typically organize collective activities like running exercises. So, you don't have comprehensive knowledge, Si Qing mused inwardly. After class, during the flag-raising ceremony, Si Qing pondered for a moment and wrote, following the flag-raising ceremony. Lin Xie nodded upon reading the note. The familiar music. Si Qing and Lin Xie followed the crowd to the playground for the flag-raising ceremony. Hearing the familiar tune, Si Qing could not help but comment, "What should we do?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Si Qing casually asked Lin Xie, who responded, "How would I know? I'm not as familiar with the second high school as you are. If I knew, I wouldn't need to walk alongside you." Clearly detecting Lin Xie's dissatisfaction, Si Qing fixed her gaze on the background of the flag-raising platform, her eyes glinting with a stroke of genius. "Xie, since the flag-raising ceremony requires a student representative to speak, why not volunteer to play the role of this representative?" Student representative? Lin Xie silently contemplated, realizing that this was indeed an excellent idea. The student representative is to stand at the center of the podium to address the entire faculty and student body, which serves as an excellent opportunity to gauge the sentiments of the school community. Most importantly, there's no risk of being overlooked amidst the crowd. Greetings, fellow students. Lin Xie, upon regaining his composure, realized that he had been brought to the backstage of the podium by Si Qing. Currently, Si Qing is engaged in discussions with the student representative assigned by the school, as the principal has announced a last-minute change in the student representative for this address. Chapter 71. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Xie felt a wave of darkness wash over his eyes and helplessly pressed his forehead. He stepped forward to pull Si Qing aside. Hey, Si Qing protested, tugging at Lin Xie's hand in dissatisfaction. "What are you doing? I'll be fine soon." She waved her hand toward the student representative who had spoken. "Hey, classmate, don't leave. We can discuss this further." Fearing that Si Qing might engage in some astonishing behavior, Lin Xie swiftly drew her to one side. "You should just stay put and behave." Si Qing shot him an annoyed glare, watching as he attempted to persuade the flag bearer. "Oomph." Si Qing pouted in discontent. "Only you are clever." Lin Xie retrieved the flag from the flag bearer, glancing back to see Si Qing still standing in place. The flag-raising ceremony was about to commence. Acknowledging the urgency of the moment, Si Qing realized it was not time for her to be petulant. This was her first mission, and any mistakes could bring her disgrace. She confidently walked to the rear of the student formation, ready to assist Lin Xie in his endeavors. From her observations, it was clear that many here had been infected. Suddenly, Si Qing felt a gaze upon her and turned to see. "And Xing You, the one with the flag, you've taken a wrong turn." Si Qing heard a voice that was both astonished and somewhat irate. It seemed Lin Xie had begun to take action. It appeared their captain had a busy task ahead. Si Qing thought, even if she couldn't accurately sense who was infected, she could generally perceive that there were many afflicted in this vicinity. Resolving this mysterious incident quietly would indeed be a challenge. Listening to the voice coming through her earpiece, Si Qing began to take action as well. "Xie, proceed with confidence. I want to allow any infected individuals from the second school to escape the premises." Binghen's century. "What?" Yin Xinghuan's face flushed with slight anger as she extracted a small light orb from her consciousness, applying pressure with her finger. "I am the immortal emperor. You expect me to serve a mere ant from the lower realm? Such delusions are preposterous." Host, please let go, it's going to break." The system 996 emitted a sharp, piercing sound, never expecting that the host, who had been so difficult to retrieve, would actually grasp its true form. Yin Xinghuan furrowed her brow upon hearing 996's address, tightening her grip. The Phoenix Empress is indeed the Phoenix Empress. I was wrong. 996 was now at a loss, never anticipating that a temporal storm would cause it to lose its host upon entering this world. By the time it finally found the host again, She had already become the Empress of the immortal realm. This was quite challenging. How would she accomplish her mission now? Yin Xinghuan stared at the vociferous light orb for a moment before delving into her vast memories accumulated over millennia, seeking any recollection regarding this orb. In comparison to the memories of 100,000 years of cultivation and battles, the recollections of the mere 20 years prior to her transmigration seemed exceedingly insignificant. Were it not for the emergence of System 996, Yin Xinghuan would have nearly forgotten her identity as a transmigrator. System 996? Yin Xinghuan tentatively murmured. The voice emanating from the luminous orb abruptly ceased, only to erupt into a wail. Wah, my dear host, you have finally remembered your beloved System 996. Yin Xinghuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was quite true. Given their long acquaintance, she found herself unexpectedly patient. What brings you here? She inquired. Host. System 996 replied in a tearful tone. It is not that I came, but rather that you arrived too early. Once the topic of conversation shifted to this, System 996 had much to say, momentarily forgetting Yin Xinghuan's previous threats. You do not realize, do you? When I transported you to this world, I inadvertently encountered a once-in-a-millennium space-time storm, and, without intending to, I cast you into a time period 100,000 years prior to the start of the narrative. Narrative? What narrative? Yin Xinghuan, having attained the status of the Phoenix Empress over many years, was not ignorant of her surroundings. Did she not understand that this world was incomplete? Of course, you are unaware. Do take a look at where you are now. This is the celestial realm. System 996 complained internally, though it dared not voice such sentiments to Yin Xinghuan, opting instead to clarify. Beneath the celestial realm, there are numerous smaller worlds, and you were originally destined for a world devoid of the heavenly path. But what was all that talk about me being a mere cannon fodder character? Yin Xinghuan had not forgotten System 990 SX's initial assertion that she was merely a supporting character. To suggest she play a supporting role was absurd. Considering her current status as the illustrious Phoenix Empress, who would dare assign her to such a position? Supporting character? What supporting character? You must have misunderstood. You are the esteemed Phoenix Empress, destined to be the leading lady, the unparalleled protagonist. System 996 hastily denied. What mission? What mission? It was nearly losing its own life. So how could it concern itself with missions? As long as the small world does not collapse, that is sufficient. Oh, if that is the case, then I have no further need for you here. In light of your role in bringing me to this world, I shall pretend I did not see you. Depart from this world at once. Yin Xinghuan remained unmoved by System 996's flattery, yet considering its past assistance, she granted it a reprieve and urged it to leave. Upon hearing her directive, System 996 grew anxious, exclaiming without thought, Host, did you fail in your quest for the highest enlightenment? This statement stirred a hornet's nest. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Yin Xinghuan nearly crushed System 996. Do you look down upon me? Originally inclined to let System 996 off the hook, Yin Xinghuan now harbored only the desire to obliterate it, for in the celestial realm, there were but a handful who knew of her failure in attaining the highest enlightenment. Host, please show mercy. I am aware of the reason for your failure in attaining the supreme path. The System 996, in a bid for self-preservation, had no choice but to reveal its trump card. Yu Qinghuan gathered the oppressive aura surrounding her. Grasping the now crumpled System 996, she threatened, If you cannot elucidate the matter, I can obliterate you on the spot. It is due to the narrative. Although you are now the immortal Phoenix Empress, you are never a figure from 100,000 years ago. Your arrival in this world should be in the present, a being that exists solely in the present, even if endowed with a past, possesses no future. Without a future of your own, you cannot attain the highest path. Upon hearing this, System 996 was met with Yu Qinghuan silence. She had already realized that her inability to reach the supreme path stemmed from unresolved karmic ties in the lower realm. With System 996's revelation, enlightenment dawned upon her. This was not merely unfinished karmic ties. It was because she, as a character within this narrative, had yet to complete her own storyline. Since this is the case, I shall indulge you for a while. Yu Qinghuan understood that regardless of her circumstances, she could not attain the highest path now. After years of toil, a brief diversion in the lower realm seemed acceptable. Very well, my esteemed host, System 996 replied, its tone obsequious upon seeing Yu Qinghuan's acquiescence. The lower realm cannot withstand your power. You only need to spare a fragment of your consciousness. I have prepared a puppet avatar for you in the lower realm. Having agreed, Yu Qinghuan did not dwell on the notion of allocating a portion of her consciousness, and thus acquiesced. What is this puppet avatar? System 996. You must have anticipated my agreement, for you are quite audacious, she remarked, a smile playing on her lips. Hee 996 merely possesses a modicum of cleverness, not to be compared with the fact that my esteemed host has achieved the status of a mortal emperor in less than 100,000 years. System 996 acknowledged, fully aware that its life hung by a thread, dependent on Yu Qinghuan's whims. It spared no effort in flattering her. Chapter 72. Transformation. As Si Qing moved, pristine ice flowers blossomed around her, radiating outward from her form throughout the second high school. Lin Xie gazed in astonishment at the suddenly enlarged Si Qing, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Although it was not his first encounter with her transformation, the previous instances had occurred during perilous situations, pale in comparison to the splendor of this moment. Now, Si Qing had metamorphosed into the likeness of a young woman, her ice-blue hair cascading elegantly behind her, swaying with the breeze. The unattractive, bulky uniform of the second high school had mysteriously transformed into a dress of the same hue as her hair. Delicate snowflakes and ice crystals adorned the garment, bestowing upon Si Qing an air of ethereal grace and nobility. Despite the 8-centimeter crystal heels she wore, her movements remained unaffected. Si Qing, do you realize what we are doing right now? Lin Xie, momentarily entranced by her attire, quickly furrowed his brow and shouted, we are confronting a mysterious creature here. How can you fight in such a splendid dress and those towering heels? Si Qing replied, did not anticipate that transforming with the Ice Princess's powers would result in this. Do not worry, Chia. She floated upon a blooming ice lotus, summoning a flurry of icy rain to strike at the serpent demon progeny emerging from the cracked human skin. Ice rain, even in a dress and heels. I can still vanquish these mysterious beings. The truth was, she had accepted her current appearance, not wishing to expend additional energy for a different outfit. Moreover, due to her utilization of the yellowy magic, she did not perceive her attire as a hindrance. Very well, as long as you are content. Seeing Si Qing's unwavering confidence, Lin Xie refrained from further comment. Since Si Qing herself claimed there was no issue, he felt it inappropriate to meddle, especially as she effortlessly dispatched each mysterious foe, appearing unburdened by her appearance. Captain, how are things on your end? Lin Xie inquired through his earpiece, surveying the chaotic scene of the rampaging mysterious beings before him. We are en route. Chun Mai's voice crackled through the earpiece, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, indicating his swift approach. Chia, what is the situation with you and Si Qing? Lin Xie observed the second high school cloaked in ice and the serpent demon progeny struggling on the slick ground below. Si Qing has enveloped the entire second high school in snow and ice, after dispatching another serpent demon progeny with her ice spear technique. She elevated her ice lotus even higher. Do not worry, Captain. I've already subdued all the infected individuals here. We just need to locate the serpent demon matriarch. After controlling the infected, Si Qing settled upon the ice lotus, directing Lin Xie instead. She understood that she had reached the oceanic realm, and without employing emotional circles, it was effortless for her to eliminate the numerous serpent demon progeny of the Lantern Realm. However, Lin Xie is currently at the threshold of enlightenment, a time that necessitates rigorous honing. Si Qing, feeling utterly bored, observed the increasingly chaotic campus and unexpectedly spotted a peculiar shadow among the mysterious group of faculty and students. Very well, you have successfully captured my attention. Si Qing stealthily approached the school with the intention of startling him. To her astonishment, before her hand could even touch his shoulder, The student turned to look at her. Si Ching had no choice but to retract her hand discreetly. Clearing her throat and suppressing the embarrassment of being caught, Si Ching gazed upward and began to chatter nonsensically. Indeed, the weather today is splendid. Chapter 73. The transaction. Anqingyu spoke with unwavering certainty. Si Ching was taken aback, not expecting Anqingyu to recognize her. You know me? She inquired. Of course. The frequently absent star who often takes leave to film, Anqingyu replied. I've heard your name mentioned by our teacher on numerous occasions. From my perspective, aside from being a celebrity, you possess another identity. Si Ching was already aware that her habitual absences for filming had sparked her teacher's discontent. Yet she was astonished to learn that her teacher would discuss her behind her back. Are you interested in that creature? Si Ching gestured toward the mysterious being nearby. Anqingyu's gaze fell upon the repulsive flesh and blood, and a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. Certainly, I never anticipated that this world would be even more intriguing than I had imagined. Si Ching felt a twinge of unease at the strange smile adorning Anqingyu's face. It is often said that genius and madness are separated by a mere step, and now she had witnessed this firsthand. Since you have glimpsed the other side of the world, would you like to explore it up close? Si Ching's words dripped with temptation. Anqingyu, however, remained unyielded, countering. What must I sacrifice? He indeed yearned to comprehend this other facet of existence. Yet if the cost outweighed the benefits, he would prefer to seek an alternative opportunity. Nothing much. I merely wish for your assistance in nurturing a few adorable creatures, Si Ching explained, recalling her commitment to the 7 sins. Now that she had joined the Night Watchers and was about to undergo intensive training in a few months, she simply lacked the time to care for them. Hence, finding a suitable caretaker was imperative, and Anqingyu had long been her ideal candidate. Noticing Anqingyu's hesitation, Si Ching continued to entice him. Once these mysterious beings are eliminated, your memory of this encounter will be erased. You may never again have the chance to engage with the other side of the world. After all, under the protection of the Night Watchers, ordinary people might live their entire lives oblivious to these entities. Have you not noticed how the mist has lingered for so long, while common folk remain unaware of its existence? Consider this carefully. Engaging in this transaction will yield more benefits than drawbacks for you. Si Ching refrained from revealing to Anqingyu that his memory would not actually be erased. All right, I agree, Anqingyu responded, recognizing that, with his current abilities, he would have limited opportunities to encounter such phenomena. Collaborating with Si Ching at this juncture was indeed the wisest choice, an astute decision. Although Si Ching had anticipated Anqingyu's acquiescence, she could not suppress her joy upon receiving his affirmative response. Suddenly, she sensed that Chun Mai and the others had arrived at the second high school and quickly advised Anqingyu. I will deliver the research materials you desire in the future. For now, find a secure place to hide. With that, she hastened to join the battle against the serpent demon offspring. Lin Xie, I'm coming, Si Ching called out, spotting Lin Xie diligently engaged in slaying the serpent demon spawn. Lin Xie spotted a familiar figure and involuntarily sighed in relief. Although the realm of these mysterious beings matched his own, their overwhelming numbers were daunting. While he dispatched these monsters, he also strained to locate the whereabouts of Si Ching, who had seemingly vanished amidst the crowd. Even he, with his steadfast resolve, could hardly endure the anxiety. Chapter 74. Special circumstances require special measures. Where exactly did you run off to? Lin Xie questioned Si Ching, who bore no signs of scuffle. Upon meeting Lin Xie's gaze, Si Ching felt an unusual pang of guilt regarding his earlier idleness. I merely went to ascertain whether there were any infected individuals within the crowd, he replied. Did you find any? Lin Xie queried, his skepticism apparent. He recalled Si Ching stating that he could only vaguely identify areas with infected persons, but not pinpoint them individually. Of course I found some, Si Ching retorted, slightly irked by the doubt cast upon his abilities. There are indeed several infected mingling among the crowd in the teaching building. However, they currently show no intent to attack. Then why not deal with them? Lin Xie silently fumed, exasperated by Si Ching's nonchalance. Enough of this, Si Ching said, noticing Lin Xie's rising frustration. Leave this to me. The captain and the others seem to be near the girls' dormitory. You should check if you can assist them. Before Lin Xie could voice his thoughts, a sudden, piercing screech resonated through the air. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of sharp cries erupted from the throng. "There is no time for this. The infected have gone berserk," Xiqing exclaimed. "Xie, we must split up. You protect the students. I will eliminate the infected." Lin Xie observed as the previously orderly evacuation devolved into chaos, students scattering like headless chickens, while monstrous roars echoed throughout the campus. "Stop running. You cannot escape the school now," he shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the panicked screams and the feral howls of the creatures. "Listen to me." He tried again, but just then, a frantic student collided with him, stumbled, and quickly scrambled back to flee towards the school gates. With a grim expression, Lin Xie felt the weight of the gun Cold Xian had given him tucked in his pocket. He had thought he would not need it. Yet, he understood that such a weapon served not only to inflict harm, but also to wield a potent deterrent, even if his aim was uncertain. As he reached the school gates, he found the crowd halted by an invisible barrier, a thin membrane preventing their escape, while a thick ice wall loomed before it, sending those who attempted to scale it tumbling down. Lin Xie recognized the membrane as a protective measure established by the Night Watchers to contain the monsters and the infected. The ice wall was likely Xiqing's handiwork. Watching the panicked students frantically pounding against the membrane, Lin Xie realized that no matter what he said, they would not heed him. In turbulent times, only the application of force could yield results. Bang! Bang! Lin Xie drew a firearm from his pocket and discharged 2 shots into the sky. The echoes of the gunfire reverberated through the campus, momentarily stunning the students who were solely focused on fleeing for their lives. "Can you now listen to me in silence?" A gun. Terrorists have invaded the campus. The crowd remained composed for a fleeting 10 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of despair. "Where are the security personnel? Where are they? Hurry and put an end to this act of terror." Chapter 75. Lurking among the crowd as Lin Xie unsheathed his blade, the ice wall blocking the doorway suddenly began to shatter. The splintered ice, as if possessed with a will of its own, severed the head of the leading male student. A grotesque sight. The bloodied head soared high, and the thick, foul-smelling blood splattered across the surrounding students. The onlookers stood frozen, seemingly entranced by the horrific scene before them. Moments later, chaos erupted as they scurried about like headless flies. Lin Xie, taken aback by Xiqing's unexpected maneuver, momentarily struggled to process the situation. Bang! Bang! Upon regaining his composure, he observed the students in disarray once more, pulling out guns and firing 2 shots into the air. Xiqing, truly, was a master of disruption, rendering Lin Xie's efforts to intimidate the students futile, forcing him to assert his authority once again. "Silence!" Lin Xie bellowed. "There are no hidden monsters among you now. You may leave the school. Form a line and exit one by one." After escorting the group of students out, Lin Xie turned back to behold the school, which resembled a scene from the apocalypse. His heart, which had momentarily eased, tightened once again. He distinctly recalled that many students had fled towards the teaching building and dormitories. Their captain had arrived, significantly alleviating the pressure on Xiqing's end. What, one might wonder, was Xiqing engaged in at that moment? She was gracefully treading upon ice lotus blossoms, half suspended in midair, meticulously searching around the teaching building. Although she lacked Lin Xie's ability to discern the infected, her emotional dominion allowed her to sense where individuals were afflicted. Unable to ascertain who among them was the infected, she opted to segregate and control all those within the vicinity she sensed, awaiting Lin Xie as return to identify the infected. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, prompting Xiqing to wrinkle her brow. In the face of calamity, humanity proved to be the most fragile of beings. So many had perished in such a brief span. Hiding in the restroom? Following a threat of fear, Xiqing approached the stall. She detected the emotions of only 2 individuals, yet could hear the voices of 3. There could only be one truth. One among them must be infected. With a glimmer as cold as frost, Xiqing cast a spell, ensnaring those within the restroom stall. She opened the door to find 3 girls huddled together. How foolish! While they had the sense to seek refuge, they chose a location devoid of any defensive capabilities and lacking in concealment. Sea King, a boy wielding a knife, entered, and upon seeing the three controlled figures, 2 girls and 1 monster, he drew his blade and struck at the girl in the center. The head of the monster soared high, and the stench of blood drenched the 2 girls. The 2 young women trembled in terror, unable to utter a single coherent word. No one could have anticipated that the dear friend they had just been conversing with would suddenly be brutally slain by an assailant, and that this beloved companion had transformed into a grotesque creature. Your cherished sister has long since perished. Do you still perceive her as the same? Si Ching gestured with her chin towards the lifeless form of the monster situated between the 2 girls. Chapter 76. Rescue. Si Ching sighed, assisting the 2 frightened girls, whose legs had turned to jelly, out of the building. Lin Chia, have you completed the cleanup on your end? She entrusted the girls to a group of students who had just gathered. After all, she had pressing matters to attend to and no time to ensure their safety. Lin Chia observed Si Ching's somewhat brusque manner and couldn't help but think to himself that she was quite the forceful woman. Could she not be a tad gentler? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. Although Si Ching had joined the night watch later than he, in a confrontation, he doubted he could best her even if she offered him both hands. I have searched these 2 buildings thoroughly. Only the sophomore teaching block remains. Si Ching nodded, having sensed that there was indeed no mysterious aura lingering in the freshman and senior blocks. You all should escort them to a safe place to hide. The crisis in the freshman and senior teaching blocks has been averted. Find somewhere secure to take refuge. She gestured towards the 2 girls she had previously dragged out. Taking Lin Xie to the Ice Lotus, they hastened towards the sophomore teaching block. It must be said that Lin Xie's perceptual abilities were remarkable. Upon sighting the sophomore block, he quickly identified several hidden mysteries among the crowd. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in tacit agreement to split up. Si Ching quickly spotted Li Yifei, who was diligently slaying the mysterious entities. She couldn't help but marvel at how someone destined for greatness could be so unrefined, even exerting himself fiercely against his own progeny. However, considering Li Yifei's fervent display was likely motivated by his master, the formidable Nantua serpent demon. Seeking to infiltrate the night watch, she dismissed her concerns. But then, she noticed a familiar face in Qingyu. She had long instructed him to find a safe place to hide. She had no faith that, with his intellect, he would struggle to locate a refuge. Yet here he was, deliberately venturing into perilous territory, evidently intrigued by those mysterious beings. One had to wonder if such a clever individual might discern that the events unfolding within the second high school were merely the result of their entrapment in a dream. The chill was palpable. With a flick of her magic, Si Ching encased the monsters in ice. With a delicate snap of her fingers, the frozen entities shattered along with their icy prison. Are you here to rescue us? Someone in the crowd asked, excitement evident in their voice. Before Si Ching could respond, Lin Xie appeared at the stairway, wielding his long blade, seemingly ascending floor by floor. The first 3 floors have been cleared, Si Ching inquired, sensing the situation. Indeed, Lin Xie replied coolly, shaking the blood from his blade. I've cleared the 4th and 5th floors as well. Despite his perceptual range being limited to 10 meters, his current position allowed him to ascertain the entirety of the teaching block's condition. In his perception, the building was devoid of any mysterious entities. However, to his surprise, Si Ching shook her head, stating, in my perception, there are still mysterious beings that have not been eradicated within this building. The recently slain serpent demon offspring were devoid of emotion. Yet within this educational building, I sensed a dissonance between the emotional presence and the number of living souls. Qi, you have finally arrived. Li Yifei, feeling aggrieved, remarked upon seeing Lin Xie and Si Ching conclude their conversation. I thought you were going to abandon me. Get lost, Si Ching retorted with a roll of her eyes. You ran off on your own. What does that have to do with Lin Xie? Li Yifei gazed at the enchanting figure before him, struggling to reconcile the alluring beauty of this celestial being with the formidable leader who often bested him in their encounters. A knowing glance from Si Ching urged him to ponder the implications of his words. Realizing he had misspoken, he instinctively recoiled, hastily altering his address. Classmate Si Ching. Chapter 77. The slaying and a sudden turn of events, as none of the onlookers could react. Si Qing's ice blade swiftly pierced through Li Yifei's chest. Li Yifei gazed at Si Qing in bewilderment, unable to fathom why the same person who had just greeted him would suddenly show such hostility. Si Qing, what are you doing? Lin Xie questioned, equally perplexed by Si Qing's actions. He had sensed something amiss with Li Yifei, yet he had not reached the decisive conclusion to turn against a former classmate solely based on a suspicion. What am I doing? Si Qing elegantly withdrew the ice blade from Li Yifei's chest, flicking away the blood. I am simply eliminating him. A hint of regret crossed her features. For Li Yifei was the esteemed steward of Lin Xie's asylum for the mentally ill gods and could not perish at her hands. She sighed softly as she regarded the wound on Li Yifei's chest. An Qinjiu, I refuse to believe that your keen observation skills have overlooked this. Please explain it to Lin Xie. Noticing An Qinjiu's gaze, which seemed intent on dismembering her, Si Qing frowned, inwardly cursing. What a scientific lunatic. If I am not mistaken, Li Yifei must also be a monster. Am I right, Si Qing? Indeed. Si Qing looked at the injured Li Yifei, a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. For they had been classmates for over a year. This was indeed a difficult choice. Si Qing, you must be mistaken. I am Li Yifei. I have not transformed into a monster. The existence of monsters in the second high was reported by me. Oh, and what of it? Isn't this also part of your grand scheme? Am I not correct, Li Yifei? No, perhaps I should now call you Nanda, Snake Demon. A flicker of struggle passed over Li Yifei's face at the mention of this name, yet he continued to shake his head fervently. I did not kill anyone. I am not a monster. Si Qing, Chia, you must believe me. Seeing that Nanda Snake Demon was still in denial despite his identity being exposed, Si Qing lost her patience for such a tedious charade. Chia, it is your turn now. With Lin Xie's abilities, he had long since detected the abnormalities surrounding Li Yifei, such as the leave of absence he had submitted earlier, or the fact that upon the occurrence of such significant events at school, he chose to contact a mere acquaintance. The Night Watcher, instead of alerting the authorities. His prior inaction was merely to ascertain Li Yifei's intentions. Little did he expect that Si Qing would act before him. Li Yifei, look into my eyes. As Lin Xie approached the injured Li Yifei, who was half seated on the ground, he was astonished to see the wounded individual suddenly rise to his feet as if unscathed. How did you discover my presence? Li Yifei, no. Nanda, Snake Demon, asked with a face full of unwillingness. With your perception, you should not have been able to detect my disguise. I indeed could not see through your ruse. Lin Xie replied with an air of certainty. Otherwise, do you think you could have walked out of the Peace Affairs office unscathed? As for how I discovered you, I can only say that your flaws are exceedingly numerous. Qi, why engage in idle chatter with him? Just give him a swift end. Si Qing has grown increasingly impatient with this tedious game. Truly, she is a heartless woman. The Nantaw serpent demon gazed at Si Qing, whose expression was one of indifference, filled with mockery. After being classmates for a year, she could still strike down upon my face without hesitation. Qi, what are you waiting for? Si Qing did not waste words with the Nantaw serpent demon, instead directly restraining its movements. Quickly, grant him a merciful release. With a swift motion, the youth brought down the blade, severing a head with a clean cut that was then tossed high into the air, only to fall heavily to the ground. Si Qing fixed her gaze upon the rolling serpent head and murmured, even if I cannot bring myself to deliver the final blow, there are still others who can. Chapter 78. Dreamscape. Lin Xie gazed at the corpse of the Nantaw serpent demon, expressing some regret as he remarked, it has finally come to an end, but alas. So many classmates have perished. I never imagined that Li Yifei was actually the Nantaw serpent demon. And Xingyu looked at Si Qing, who stood by, observing the scene. Surely, Si Qing had already surmised that Li Yifei was the Nantaw serpent demon. What? Lin Xie exclaimed in astonishment. How could Si Qing have known beforehand? The infected were her classmates with whom she had spent an entire year. It was inconceivable that she would stand idly by as they met their demise. Truly deserving of the title of a once-in-a-decade genius of Sangnan City and Qingyu, this accolade fits you perfectly. If I am not mistaken, everything that transpired within the campus has taken place within a dreamscape. You are correct. Si Qing nodded. A genius indeed. The sheer intellectual superiority renders us, mere mortals, utterly humbled. With a gentle snap of her fingers, the entire world seemed to fracture like fine porcelain. Crack! Everything before them shattered into countless tiny fragments, which then vanished. In their place emerged innumerable luminescent cocoons, each resembling a human in size. Upon closer inspection, each cocoon enveloped an individual, specifically the entire faculty and student body of Songnan City and No. 2 High School. Si Qing, you have known all along. Lin Xie was not surprised by Si Qing's awareness of Li Yifei's peculiarities, as she had spent more time with him than he had in school. However, the fact that Si Qing managed to deceive the Night Watchers while orchestrating such a grand scheme without anyone's knowledge was astonishing. She had not only outwitted the Night Watchers, but also the very Nantuo serpent demon ensnared within. Indeed, Si Qing replied nonchalantly, I have been in close proximity to this entity every day, even though the Nantuo serpent demon had not revealed itself previously. Ever since the incident with the ghost-faced man, I began to suspect that Li Yifei was not quite right. After all, a mere human should not possess such an abundance of emotional energy. If I could not discern the abnormality, what would be the purpose of my existence? What, then, is the nature of the dreamscape enveloping the No. 2 High School? Suddenly, Hong Ying and the others appeared. The report did not indicate that you possessed such capabilities. Sister Si Qing, you are rather elusive. Chun Mai and the others had sensed something amiss upon entering No. 2 High School. Their investigation revealed that it was indeed a dreamscape. Furthermore, having previously encountered Princess Qing Ai Zhen, they had an inkling that Si Qing was once again seeking assistance. Ahem, Si Qing, under the scrutiny of so many gazes, calmly stated, as a competent agent, my actions are quite justifiable. Very justifiable. Chun Mai nodded in agreement. Si Qing, unwilling to divulge further, left them with no choice but to refrain from probing deeper. After all, as long as it posed no threat to the Night Watchers, it was acceptable. However, to conceal such a significant matter from us is unacceptable. Upon our return, there will be additional training. You shall not be allowed to be idle before the commencement of the intensive training session, and you as well. Chia, although your performance this time was somewhat lacking, it still had its commendable aspects. For a first mission, achieving this is quite impressive. Si Qing gazed at the luminous cocoon before her, feeling a sense of dilemma. Although the Dream Princess's realm was formidable, the duration of entry into this dream state remained fixed, and this particular dream had been established a week prior. This implies that, to the outside world, everyone within the second high school appeared to lead their daily lives as usual, yet their memories were still anchored a week in the past. Oh well, I shall leave this matter for the captain and the others to ponder over. Chapter 79. Conclusion. After much effort, Lin Xie finally found the elusive Si Qing, who was casually lounging on the staircase, sucking on a lollipop, her fingers drumming absently on her knee, her gaze fixed vacantly ahead. Hey! Lin Xie waved his hand in front of Si Qing. Smack! Si Qing unceremoniously swatted Lin Xie's hand away. Stop it, you're being annoying. Lin Xie retorted, what are you talking about? You're far more bothersome. Observing Si Qing's nonchalant demeanor regarding the recent events at the second high school, Lin Xie couldn't help but inquire, since you were already aware that Li Yifei is the Nantuo serpent demon, why didn't you deal with him sooner? If you had acted earlier, the troubles at second high wouldn't have occurred. Si Qing had initially thought Lin Xie was urgently seeking her out for something significant. It turned out to be this. Nevertheless, she responded seriously, as it was not an unspeakable matter. Li Yifei is actually the second personality of the Nantuo serpent demon. You should have known that already. As for why didn't he deal with him before, it's because the Nantuo serpent demon had not caused any harm to humanity up until now. It merely concealed itself among the crowd, and hadn't he committed any egregious acts. Besides, Li Yifei is still my classmate. To be honest, as long as he poses no threat to society, letting him be isn't such a big deal. It's just a shame. Lin Xie, observing the regretful expression on Si Qing's face, felt compelled to scoff. Do you not feel a twinge of conscience when you utter such words? Having spent time with Si Qing, he had not completely disowned her character, but had gleaned a fair bit of insight. Although he was unsure why she refrained from dealing with Li Yifei upon discovering his identity, he was certain that her true thoughts were not as she claimed. Such reasoning could only deceive a child. Lin Xie recognized that he would not extract a truthful answer from Si Qing, the master of deception, regarding this matter today. So he promptly shifted to another question. Since you're so familiar with Li Yifei, why do you want me to handle him instead? Wouldn't it be more effective for you to eliminate him personally to sever the bond formed over a year as classmates? Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Si Qing bit down on her lollipop, shattering it, nearly exclaiming in frustration. What the hell? Is that something a person would say? Are you suggesting killing a familiar? Indeed, Lin Xie's line of thought was ahead of its time, leaving mere mortals in awe. Clearing her throat, Si Qing silently gave Lin Xie a thumbs up. Brother, is it acceptable for me to call you that? What kind of normal person would entertain such thoughts? It's precisely because of familiarity that one hesitates to act. To personally kill him, that is quite the rationale. Isn't that akin to the infamous notion of brothers stabbing each other in the back? If I didn't know that those who are killed by you mysteriously reappear in a different form at the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, I might have believed your absurdity. As Si Xiaonan happened to pass by, she overheard their conversation and cast an incredulous glance at Lin Xie, muttering pervert. Upon hearing this assessment from Si Xiaonan, Si Qing hastily stood up, brushed off the dust from her pants, and took a few steps back to distance herself from Lin Xie. Her anxious demeanor suggested a fear of being associated with him. Lin Xie, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding, pondered whether he could clarify that his earlier remarks were merely jest. After all, he was not one to wish harm upon a snake demon, nor did he intend for Li Yifei to undergo reincarnation in the asylum of the gods. He truly was not a pervert. Suddenly, Han Ying strolled by and noticed both Si Qing and Lin Xie present. Si Qing, I thought you had vanished. I didn't expect to find you here. And Lin Xie is here too. You've been a tremendous help this time. Thanks to you, remarkably, there were no casualties. Han Ying gave Si Qing a thumbs up. However, next time, you ought to consult with us before taking action on your own. It can be perilous. As she spoke, Han Ying recalled that it was Si Qing who had summoned her divine proxy to assist, and she began to grasp the meaning of summoning mentioned in Si Qing's file. Nonetheless, Si Qing's divine proxy was indeed generous. It was quite willing to lend a hand. Chapter 80. The chosen laborer, Si Qing, neither accepted nor declined. The Yi Luoli Fairyland served as her golden finger. If she encountered trouble, she could not lend assistance. After diligently gathering divine power, what significance did it bear? What about those who had been ensnared in the dream? Si Qing suddenly recalled that those individuals were trapped in memories from a week prior. If left unaddressed, it could lead to complications. Fear not, someone will arrive to handle it shortly, Han Ying remarked with ease. After all, there were no casualties or structural damage this time. Providing the public with a reasonable explanation would be a simple task. Oh, Si Qing, relieved that she was not needed for the aftermath, prepared to slip away. If, during the cleanup, it was discovered that the head of the Nantuo serpent demon was missing, it would spell disaster. How did you find this place? And Xingyu inquired, her apprehension evident towards the unexpected visitor. Si Qing remained silent, surveying in Xingyu's laboratory, which, though small, was well equipped. Here, take this. Si Qing casually tossed a backpack to Xingyu. Upon witnessing Si Qing conjure a bag out of thin air, and Xingyu's curiosity intensified. You are far more intriguing than that fellow. I genuinely wish to dissect you, she mused. Si Qing rolled her eyes dramatically. Such thoughts were better suited for dreams. Scram. Contact me once you have research findings. Don't be hasty in your refusal. I know you possess the capability to locate me. By the way, your little shabby research institute must be lacking in funds, right? Si Qing, without a flicker of hesitation, produced several gemstones and tossed them to Xingyu. I know you can handle these. Consider them my investment in you. No need for thanks. With that, she turned and stepped through the Lingxi gate, departing. What an intriguing individual, Xingyu mused, her gaze fixed on the large gemstones on the table, lost in thought. After leaving, Si Qing did not return to the Peace Affairs office, but instead wandered aimlessly through a street of snacks. Today, she had foregone her training tasks for a mission, She had no desire to return early and face the burdens of her responsibilities. Moreover, she had plans to visit Lin Chia's psychiatric facility later that evening. As a close classmate of a year, how could she not surprise Li Fei? As night fell, Siqing finally sensed a peculiar emotional fluctuation. Rubbing her weary eyes, she internally grumbled, "Oh, Lin Chia, knowing full well there are important matters tonight. You still sleep so late. I'm nearly dozing off waiting for you." Stifling a yawn, she followed the emotional current to the God Psychiatric Hospital. Siqing assessed the young man before her, clad in a white coat with his hands in his pockets. "Chia, who would have thought you dressed like this? Looking quite respectable." Lin Chia, speechless. "If you can't speak, then don't," she retorted, rolling her eyes. Pointing at the Naga demon confined within the cell, she inquired, "How do you intend to handle this creature?" Lin Chia had yet to devise a plan. To be candid, the mental institution was indeed lacking in personnel. "I believe having him work for you without compensation could be quite beneficial," suggested Siqing. "After all, you are short-staffed, and this being is more than capable of working tirelessly day in and day out. Truly a chosen labor." As she spoke, a twinge of jealousy crept into Siqing's heart towards Lin Chia. How vexing it was. Her own Luoli Fairyland also suffered from shortage of hands. Yet she had yet to encounter such a remarkable aid. Chapter 81. The reversal of the celestial forces. Has it been resolved? Siqing languidly reclined on the sofa, as if it were her own abode, observing Lin Chia's leisurely approach, accompanied by the respectful Nandu, snake demon, trailing behind him. Siqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Creatures like the Nandu snake demon were plentiful in Lin Chia's future endeavors. Yet she found herself devoid of such capable subordinates. It was quite vexing. Lin Chia, taken aback by Siqing's disheveled repose on the sofa, almost mistook her for the owner of the place. Li Fei shall henceforth be the first caregiver here, he mused. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Siqing. "Since you have your own followers now, why not assist me in finding one as well?" "That is truly out of the question," Lin Chia decisively rejected. "Caregivers are restricted to this location." "Very well," Siqing relented, stretching languidly. "Since you intend to familiarize your caregiver with the premises, I shall take my leave to visit Auntie. It has been quite some time since I last saw her." Lin Chia was rendered speechless. He had no inkling of what peculiar schemes Siqing was concocting. "Do not go. Once I finish introducing Li Yifei to this hospital, we shall venture together." He genuinely feared that Siqing might utter something strange in front of Nikes. After all, he had not forgotten the extraordinary reproductive ability Siqing had drawn initially. Yet, what she had accomplished with that power remained a mystery. Very well, Siqing visibly sulked, producing her emotion box to flaunt it. After all, she dared not so openly collect emotional energy outside. It had been ages since she had gathered any pink emotion candy. Only within the Luoli Fairyland and Lin Chia's God-slaying asylum did she feel emboldened to wield the power of emotional authority so brazenly. "By the way, Chia, may I raise my little treasure here?" "What?" Lin Chia gasped. "Little treasure? What on earth do you mean?" "You recall the ability I acquired from Aunt Nikes, right? I used it to create several beings. However, I lack the time to care for them adequately, so I thought, since you have hired a caregiver, perhaps you could assist in watching over them." "What on earth? I considered you a good ally, and you wish to make me an unwitting father?" Upon hearing Siqing's words, Lin Chia discerned her ulterior motives. She had acquired an extraordinary reproductive ability from Nikes. The beings created with such power were, in essence, her progeny. Now, Siqing audaciously proposed to leave her offspring in his care. Was she not attempting to make him an unwitting parent? "Siqing, do not overstep your bounds." Lin Chia gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. "Afraid I won't offer compensation?" Siqing feigned ignorance of his clenched fists. "I'm not asking for your help without recompense. It is merely that they are rather special. I cannot dare to release them to fend for themselves, lest they attract the attention of deities from other realms, which would spell disaster." "Siqing, has anyone ever told you that sometimes you can be quite infuriating? Is it truly necessary for you to seek help in such a manner?" Siqing has come to realize that he has indeed taken advantage of Lin Chia's generosity for far too long, and to continue in this manner would be rather excessive. It seems a bit too much, doesn't it? Perhaps I shall send you on a journey to the Luoli Fairyland. Go procure something useful for yourself. Chapter 82. Rejoicing too soon, Si Ching suddenly recalled that when she approached Lin Shiyi, the Luoli Fairyland could draw divine power from him. What if she were to take Lin Shiyi into the Luoli Fairyland? Would that hasten its restoration? After all, aside from the palaces of a few revived fairies, the rest lay in utter ruin. Luoli Fairyland. Although Lin Shiyi was aware that Si Ching was quite audacious in her endeavors, directly bringing him before those deities seemed exceedingly bold. Is this truly where you reside? He inquired. Indeed, Si Ching replied, her tone matter of fact. Is there a problem? Lin Shiyi. Is there a problem? That is quite an understatement. He had always believed that the temperament of the gods was notoriously volatile, and he thought Si Ching's occasional summons of her divine patron was already pushing the limits. He never anticipated her audacity in wanting to take him to the realm of the gods. And no, there isn't a problem, he stammered. I must say, although Luoli Fairyland is in disrepair, there exists a significant temporal disparity compared to the mortal realm. Si Ching understood that Lin Shiyi was not one to seek out excitement. After all, he had declined Zhao Kongcheng's invitation to join the Night Watch. Now, as she proposed a visit to the Luoli Fairyland, she hoped he would not refuse. So, Chi, would you care to experience it? Not really. Lin Shiyi decisively rejected the idea, as she had anticipated. After all, venturing into the divine realm in his current mortal form would be tantamount to courting disaster, even if Si Ching assured him of its safety. Who could guarantee that every deity would be benevolent? Luoli Fairyland, an abode of many gods, was fraught with potential danger. What if a deity harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity? Accompanying Si Ching into such a realm could invite trouble. Very well, Si Ching bit her lip, realizing that at this stage, Lin Shiyi would not agree to accompany her to Luoli Fairyland. Accepting this, she decided not to press the matter further. Then let us visit Aunt Nike's. It has been some time since I last saw her. While she stated this, her primary motive was to witness the commotion brought by Li Yifei's arrival. With a mischievous smile, she took Lin Shiyi and Li Yifei to Nike's. Aunt, Dana Dus and I have come to see you, Si Ching exclaimed, pulling both of them forward. Look, Dana Dus has brought you a companion. Lin Jie, unfazed by Si Ching's antics, smiled as he introduced Li Yifei to Nike's. Mother, this is the companion I have found for you. He will keep you company from now on. Nike's gazed at Li Yifei, contemplating for a moment before embracing him with great delight. Grandson, at last, your grandmother has found you. Upon hearing these words, Si Ching could not help but erupt into laughter, though she quickly covered her mouth to stifle any sound, lest she disturb the tender exchange between the grandfather and granddaughter. Despite her silence, the vigorous shaking of her shoulders revealed the struggle she faced in suppressing her mirth. Nike's raised his gaze, locking eyes with Si Ching for an extended moment, his expression brimming with uncontainable astonishment. With a quivering voice, he exclaimed, Airy niece, my daughter at last. I have found you. Before Si Ching could fully grasp the situation, Nike's enveloped her in a tight embrace. How premature was his joy? Chapter 83. Arenice? Is that not the name of the goddess of vengeance? After much effort, Si Ching finally extricated herself from Nix's embrace, only to find Lin Jie and Li Yifei observing the spectacle with keen interest. To her dismay, Si Ching felt utterly exposed. Her mind raced, contemplating how to drag someone else into the fray. Mother, Arenice misses you dearly as well, she exclaimed. Donatos is here today. We have finally reunited. You deceitful trickster. Lin Jie cursed silently, yet a smile adorned his face as he responded, Mother, I have come to see you. Upon hearing Lin Jie's voice, Nix looked up, her excitement palpable. Donatos, come here. This is your sister Arenice. Sister, my foot. Si Ching is clearly the same age as I am, perhaps even younger, though somewhat reluctant. Lin Jie, caught in Nix's hopeful gaze, awkwardly called out, Sister. Si Ching, witnessing Lin Jie's reluctant submission to the title, could barely contain her laughter. How amusing it was that Lin Jie addressed her as sister. She was grateful she had come today, or she would have missed out entirely. Suppressing her mirth, Si Ching turned to Lin Jie with a series of playful admonitions. Donatos, my dear brother, you must heed your sister's word from now on. Faced with Siqing's mischievous demeanor, Lin Xie felt a strong urge to punch her in the face. Understood, he replied, his voice laced with barely concealed annoyance. Good little brother, from now on. Your sister will protect you. After finally managing to escape from Nix, Lin Xie suddenly inquired, Siqing, why does Nix believe you are his daughter, the vengeful goddess Erinys? Siqing paused momentarily, turning back to tease. Oh, Xie, no longer calling me sister? Get lost. Who would call you that? Lin Xie retorted, frustration evident in his tone. You might not even be older than me. What a pity, Siqing lamented dramatically. Enough already, Lin Xie said, clenching his fists. If you don't want to talk, then let us just leave. I'd rather not be irritated. He had never anticipated Siqing could be so infuriating. Just moments ago, he had nearly lost his temper with her multiple times. Don't rush to send me away, Siqing remarked, realizing that even jesting must have its limits, her demeanor turning serious. Regarding that matter, I am not entirely certain. However, it likely pertains to the emotional authority I wield. Emotional authority? I've heard you mention that before, and I have looked into it. Such powers are typically granted only after one ascends to divinity. Indeed, the vengeful goddess Erinys possesses a similar authority. Moreover, to acquire this power, I have offended many deities, forcing me to conceal it, perhaps due to the accumulation of negative emotions that may have led Nix to believe I am his daughter. Upon mentioning this, Siqing could not help but express her deep lamentation. The children of Nikes were predominantly sacrificed, and the sole surviving daughter met a tragic fate as well, which is indeed pitiable. After voicing her sentiments, Siqing paid no heed to Lin Xie's reaction and departed without a backward glance. Amusingly, she had training scheduled for the following day. Should she fail to return and rest, how would she rise in the morning? In the days that followed, Siqing and Lin Xie spent their time either engaged in training or en route to their training sessions until the arrival of the intensive training camp. Chapter 84. Seeing Siqing, Lin Xie exclaimed, How did you manage to freeze the gun again? He observed that Siqing had barely fired a few shots before rendering yet another firearm inoperative, despite her habit of breaking several guns daily during practice. Today's tally seemed excessively high. Siqing remained silent, deftly discarding the frozen weapon and retrieving a new one, aimed at the target 100 meters away. Bang! A perfect shot. She set the gun down, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Xie. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own performance first. You can't even hit a target at 20 meters. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xie felt as though someone had stepped on his tail, jumping in anger. Nonsense. I can now barely guarantee a hit within 30 meters. From the outset, Siqing had consistently broken guns during training, and now could scarcely manage to fire a shot or two before freezing another. In contrast, Lin Xie had progressed from regularly missing at 30 meters to barely hitting targets at 20, and now could ensure a hit within 30. His improvement far surpassed hers. That is only because the bullets accidentally found their way to the target. Siqing replied flatly. Why, you re just jealous. Jealous. The days of training passed swiftly amidst their playful banter. Hey, Xie. Siqing poked Lin Xie's shoulder and inquired. What does the captain want with us at this hour? Aren't we usually training? I have no idea, Lin Xie replied. Typically, the captain wouldn't summon them to the office, especially when they had training sessions. This time, it was likely for a collective training regimen. I thought they had discovered that I sneaked out last night. Siqing muttered softly. What? Lin Xie didn't catch her words, as they were too faint. Nothing. They reached the captain's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, they found Chunmai engrossed in a document. Noticing Siqing and Lin Xie, he remarked, In just a few days, the new recruit training will commence. Already? Siqing blurted out, surprised that it had nearly been a month since her induction into the Night Watch. Do we need to prepare anything? Based on previous years, the new recruit training was likely to take place in Beijing. Beijing? Upon hearing this, Siqing felt a wave of lethargy wash over her. It was notoriously cold there in winter. The statement brought silence to the room. You, of all people, who plays with ice, are afraid of the cold? What joke? Chunmai remarked, sensing their discomfort. Si Qing quickly realized her contradiction. As someone accustomed to ice, she had no reason to fear the cold. Just kidding. Soon, I'll have Hong Ying take you shopping. The place operates under strict management. While essential daily supplies are provided, you'll need to bring other personal items. Chimai continued, if you are susceptible to the cold, it would be wise to purchase additional winter clothing. Please charge it to my account. Chun Mai earnestly advised, and Si Qing listened attentively. However, when the topic of purchasing train tickets arose, Si Qing remarked softly, Captain, I believe that this year's training camp will certainly not be held in Shangjing City. How do you know? Although it is customary for the training camp to take place in Shangjing City, Chimai was still curious about Si Qing's reasoning. It's simply what I observed, she replied. Chapter 85. Preparation. As soon as she finished speaking, Si Qing realized the gravity of her words, promptly covering her mouth and bowing her head. Unable to meet Chinmai's gaze. How did you come to know? Haven't you been training recently? Chinmai frowned, clearly exasperated. It's truly worrisome. You still have time to sneak out. It seems the training intensity is insufficient. Moreover, as a training base, the security should be quite stringent. How did Si Qing manage to slip away unnoticed? Isn't it because I recently acquired a new ability? Si Qing cautiously replied. I merely wanted to test its efficacy. Si Qing, why did you not report your newfound ability? Chun Mai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Fortunately, he had learned of it now. Otherwise, if Si Qing had used an undocumented power at the training base, it would have been difficult to explain. What ability? The ability related to dreams, of course. Were you not aware? I thought you all knew, given I used it last time at the second high school. Si Qing appeared genuinely astonished. Chun Mai sighed, feeling a headache approaching. Wasn't that dream at the second high school facilitated by your proxy deity? Si Qing, sensing her argument was faltering, continued to defend herself. Couldn't it have provided me with a means of self-preservation after resolving the situation? It is entirely reasonable for a deity to grant its agent some life-saving abilities. All right, I concede. I cannot argue with you, Chimai replied, exasperated. Which deity is so accommodating? Nevertheless, the records must be updated. Now, tell me, what is your new ability? Creating and controlling dreams, as well as entering dreams and inducing hypnosis. Si Qing casually listed a few. And? Chinmai paused, unconvinced that Si Qing had revealed everything. That's all. She feigned ignorance. Captain, you know I'm the most honest person. Isn't that right? Lin Xie? Huh. Lin Xie caught off guard. Hadn't he anticipated being drawn into this conversation while standing as an invisible bystander? All right, Chinmai interjected, sensing Si Qing's intention to evade him and involve Lin Xie. He decided against pressing further. After all, one could never be sure that this information wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. It was best to leave it be. And don't involve Lin Xie in this. I won't press you further. Just be cautious when you use it. If discovered, you'll be the one writing my apology letter. Absolutely. Si Qing replied promptly, confident in her ability to remain undetected. By the way, where did you see this? He had yet to receive any notification about changing locations. In Sangnan City, Si Qing answered matter-of-factly, as she dared not wander elsewhere. Don't ask why. Just know that I fear vanishing. Sangnan City. Chinmai's voice faltered. Then you need not worry about. Captain, Si Qing interjected, fully aware of Chun Mai's implication regarding their supplies for Jing City. There is no need for reimbursement. I still possess a little money. Go ahead. I shall cover your expenses. Chun Mai swallowed the words that remained unspoken. After all, she is a girl. Isn't it only natural for her to enjoy shopping? The likes of Hong Ying and Xiao Nan are a testament to that. Thank you, Captain. With that, Si Qing pulled along Lin Xie, who had been standing silently like an invisible presence, and departed. Once the two had left, Chinmai rummaged through his wallet, glancing inside. Just as he was about to lament the emptiness of his purse, he noticed a heart-shaped ruby had mysteriously appeared on his desk. This is Chapter 86. The training camp. Si Qing had glanced back numerous times and could no longer contain herself. Qi, while your suitcase is indeed a shade too pink, is it really necessary to fret so? Are you certain it is merely a shade too pink? Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment unlike any she had experienced before. Si-Ching looked at the deathly Barbie pink princess suitcase Lin Chi-yi clutched, and then at her own snow-white-themed backpack, and her anxious heart finally found solace. Ahem. A suitcase is merely a vessel for carrying belongings. Its appearance is inconsequential. Lin Chi-yi remained silent, her gaze fixated on Si-Ching's princess dress, as if to convey that she was hardly in a better position. Si-Ching followed Lin Chi-yi's line of sight and glanced at her own dress, suddenly transported back to the exasperating moments of yesterday. She had not anticipated that Hong Ying and the others would be such avid shoppers. By the way, Chi, where exactly is the training camp? We've been walking for quite a while and still haven't arrived. Si-Ching was reluctant to revisit the previous topic. Lin Chi-yi quietly produced a map. We're close. But didn't you already know where it is? I merely wished to lighten the mood. Si-Ching replied somewhat awkwardly, regretting not using the Lingxi portal to arrive directly. However, it was not too late. Snowflakes fluttering, ice lotus blossoms. Si-Ching was truly weary of carrying so much baggage. Even with a suitcase, pulling it was exhausting. Chi, let us place your luggage up here, and we shall fly. Lin Chi-yi found Si-Ching's contradictory behavior perplexing, but was nonetheless eager to soar through the air. Hold on tight. Upon seeing Lin Chi-yi ascend, Si-Ching swiftly propelled them towards the training camp. The camp was situated in the outskirts of Sangnan City, fortified with military-grade defenses. Viewed from above, it resembled a colossal steel beast dominating the earth. Report, something is rapidly approaching the training camp. As they descended slowly outside the camp, Si-Ching remarked, that was a delightful flight. We must do it again when you have the time. She stretched languidly, unbothered by her princess dress or the unsightly suitcase, radiating vitality. In stark contrast, Lin Chi-yi appeared pale, clutching the suitcase and retching slightly. That was too fast. I will never trust your nonsense again. Jie, are you all right? Si-Ching finally noticed Lin Chi-yi's discomfort. You flew too swiftly. Lin Chi-yi quickly regained her composure. My apologies. I didn't realize it would make you dizzy. Next time, I will fly slower. Lin Chi-yi remained silent, merely rolling her eyes. Next time? There will be no next time. What brings you here? An officer emerged from the training camp and scrutinized Si-Ching and Lin Chi-yi. We are here for training. Si-Ching felt a twinge of guilt regarding their earlier conversation and quietly took hold of Lin Chi-yi's suitcase. We are locals of Sangnan City. Here are our identification cards. Si-Ching presented the identification for both herself and Lin Chi-yi. The new recruits have arrived so swiftly. The inspection of the credentials had yet to be completed when another instructor emerged from within the gate. What are your names? He inquired. I'm Si-Ching, and this beside me is Lin Chi-yi. Ah, so it is you, the instructor replied, visibly taken aback upon hearing their names, and scrutinized them with keen interest. Please, come in. Chapter 87 moments ago, the commotion was caused by the two of you. A bewildered instructor emerged from behind the door, gazing intently at Si-Ching and Lin Chi-yi. Upon hearing these words, Si-Ching did not dispute them. It was indeed her doing, but she believed she had not caused any inconvenience. Even if she intended to stir things up, she maintained a sense of propriety. There was no trouble, the instructor noted, surprised to hear a response from the female among the duo. He had initially assumed it was some reckless boy who had created such a ruckus. What are your names? Si-Ching, Lin Chi-yi. Upon hearing these familiar names, the instructor stiffened in astonishment. It is you two. You've heard of us? Si-Ching asked playfully, intrigued by their apparent notoriety. I have. After all, you two are the only divine agents this year. You arrived here the earliest this year. I shall personally guide you through the training camp. By the way, I am Hong Hao, your instructor. After a long-awaited tour of the training camp, Si-Ching, feeling somewhat fatigued, made her way to the dormitory. As she had arrived early, she found herself alone in the room. This dormitory is better than I imagined, she remarked, noting its cleanliness and tidiness. Though the facilities are rather basic, no air conditioning, no fan. Fortunately, I can cool myself down when the weather gets hot. Casually tossing her luggage aside, she unfolded a mat on the hard bed and sat down. The rigidness of the bed was uncomfortable, and as soon as she sat, she furrowed her brow. With no signal in the training camp and her early arrival, would she truly spend the next few days staring at the wall in silence? Suddenly, Si Ching sensed that a fairy from the Luoli realm was awakening. It seemed that boredom would not be her companion after all. She counted on her fingers and realized that aside from the forbidden fairy in the restricted area, the awakened fairies included Princess Qian, Princess Bang Li Shui, and Princess Meng Yi. Who will be next? Just as she was pondering this, she noticed a spatial fluctuation within the dormitory. Si Ching fixed her gaze intently on a specific spot, and sure enough, after the disturbance, a Lingxi gate gradually materialized. Princess Meng, what brings you here? Si Ching inquired, puzzled as to why the dream princess sought her out. Meng, he handed her the doll she was holding. I have come to introduce you to someone. The light fairy has awakened, but due to her intrinsic nature, she has yet to develop her own consciousness. Thus, I thought it fitting to bring her for you to see. Si Ching was taken aback as she observed the doll-like state of the light fairy. What was happening? Hadn't the curse of Mandora already been lifted? Why had the light fairy transformed upon entering the human realm? This I cannot fathom. The dream princess mused that had she possessed the knowledge, she would have resolved the matter herself. For who in the realm of Luoli would not desire a pact with the radiant fairy? However, the current state of the radiant fairy is evidently amiss. Transforming into a doll is one thing. When the dream princess sought to forge a contract upon discovering her, she found herself utterly unable to do so. Otherwise, how could she possibly have brought the radiant fairy to Si Ching? Surely, it would be far more delightful to keep her for herself. I shall leave the radiant fairy in your care. I have matters to attend to, the dream princess declared, departing as swiftly as she had arrived. Si Ching, having received the radiant fairy now in doll form, was just about to inquire about the situation when he realized that the dream princess had already vanished. Chapter 88. Joining the commotion, gazing at the lifeless light fairy before her, who resembled a doll, Si Ching let out a heavy sigh, her hands clutching her hair in frustration. Alas, she was at a loss for what to do. Moreover, was it truly safe for her to harbor a fairy like the light fairy, one capable of being contracted by humans? Although the light fairy currently appeared in a doll-like state, her significance as one of the keys to the passage between the sealed fairy realm and the human world revealed her formidable power. Now, delivering the defenseless light fairy to her care, what were those characters at Lingxi Pavilion scheming? It must be understood that the light fairy was a coveted treasure in this world. As she continued to tug at her hair, Si Ching suddenly felt something amiss. She had unknowingly pulled out a considerable amount of her own hair. Ah, my hair! Rubbing her slightly sore scalp, Si Ching tossed the clump of hair into the trash bin. Never mind, she thought. Overthinking would only lead to more hair loss. Regarding the underhanded antics of those at Lingxi Pavilion, Si Ching found herself disinclined to comment. She was not oblivious to the fact that Princess Meng had the audacity to entrust the light fairy to her at such a time for a reason. If there weren't shadows of those at Lingxi Pavilion lurking behind this, she would gladly wash her hair upside down. Although she was now bound to the fate of the Luoli fairy realm, she could not guarantee that those individuals would not resort to harmful actions for their survival. Well, whatever was to come could not be avoided. For now, she needed to find a way to endure the training camp. Opening her suitcase, she retrieved a small blanket, folded it haphazardly, and placed it by the bedside, improvising a little bed for the light fairy. While it was somewhat rudimentary, given the circumstances, she could only wait and see if she could sneak out of the training camp at night to procure a dollhouse for her. At the break of dawn the next day, Si Ching rose early, performed a quick wash, cast an invisibility spell on the light fairy, and set her upon her shoulder before stepping out. As for her early morning venture, it was, of course, to witness the commotion surrounding Lin Chia and to observe how that wealthy young man scattered his money everywhere. Upon stealthily arriving outside Lin Chia's dormitory, Si Ching discovered that a group of bodyguards had already gathered inside, encircling a chubby little fellow. Presumably, this was the renowned Bailey Pang Pang. Si Ching mused that if this were a different novel, the ensuing scene would likely involve a wealthy young master bullying a talented commoner. However, it appeared that Lin Chia would not have the opportunity to play the fool and turn the tables this time. Suddenly, Si Ching felt a hand resting upon her shoulder from behind. She instinctively prepared to retaliate with a shoulder throw. Yet before she could act, A familiar voice reached her ears. What are you doing here? Lin Xie had just returned with some supplies and was taken aback to find a few individuals standing outside his dormitory, with Si Qing lurking nearby, clearly up to no good. Caught in the act of wanting to observe the spectacle, Si Qing had no choice but to respond. In the training camp, signal reception is non-existent, and I find myself languishing in boredom, yearning for a conversation with you. I cannot trust your words. Observing Si Qing's utterly unfazed demeanor, Lin Xie remains unconvinced by his claims. After all, he has a slight understanding of who Si Qing truly is. Typically, he struggles to rise in the morning. Yet today, he rises unusually early to seek him out. This must be suspicious. Noticing Lin Xie's incredulous expression, Si Qing decided to drop the pretense. All right, I simply wanted to join in the excitement because I saw that you have a new roommate. Indeed, this revelation instilled belief in Lin Xie. For this individual has an insatiable penchant for seeking out lively gatherings. To wake early just to witness the unfolding drama. Well, how shall I put it? Is quintessentially Si Qing. Chapter 89, since the main character had already laid eyes upon her, there was no longer any need for her to hide. With a look of amusement, Si Qing nudged Lin Xie, saying, "Your chance to show off and slap some faces has arrived. Your roommate is indeed a scion of a wealthy family." Lin Xie, noticing Si Qing's mischievous demeanor, pushed him away. "Let us just enjoy the show without dragging you into this," he retorted. However, he had keenly picked up on the conversations happening within the dormitory. Though the speaker's identity was unknown, the tone resonated with arrogance. If the bodyguards exhibited such demeanor, one could only imagine the main character's disposition. At that moment, a wave of furious shouting erupted from the dormitory. Lin Xie exchanged glances with Si Qing, who shrugged with disappointment. Alas, it seems the spectacle has come to an end. I must let my esteemed roommate witness what it truly means to feel an instant connection, a bond stronger than gold. Just as Si Qing felt a profound sense of disappointment, a strikingly outrageous remark echoed from within the dormitory. Oh my goodness! Si Qing's eyes sparkled with gossip as he scrutinized Lin Xie from head to toe. Upon hearing the comment, Lin Xie felt a chill run down his spine. The good news was that his roommate was not a rogue. The bad news was that he seemed to be eccentric. While Lin Xie stood frozen in place, Si Qing had already dashed to the door of his dormitory. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, whom do you seek?" Bai Li Tu Ming, noticing the stunning girl at the doorway, hastily adjusted his appearance, showcasing his immaculate white smile. "I am Bai Li Tu Ming. I understand that my name might be a bit cumbersome, so feel free to call me Tu Ming, or simply Fatty." Seeing Si Qing merely standing at the entrance, Bai Li Tu Ming quickly introduced himself. "I am Si Qing." Sensing no malice from the person opposite, Si Qing felt at ease to introduce himself as well. For the seemingly silly yet endearing figure in front of him was indeed a member of their main cast. "Lin Xie, stop hiding and come out. Your roommate is quite pleasant." Having just introduced himself, Si Qing abruptly turned and called out. Upon hearing Si Qing's voice, Lin Xie could no longer remain concealed and slowly approached his dormitory. Midway through, Si Qing felt he was moving too slowly and gave him a gentle tug. "Hurry up. I assure you, your roommate is rather innocent." Lin Xie was well aware of Si Qing's perceptive abilities, with emotional authority at his fingertips. He could discern kindness from malice in a mere glance. In today's society, few could earn such a commendation of innocence from Si Qing. "Come, Fatty, this is Lin Xie, your roommate." As Si Qing animatedly introduced Lin Xie, the latter found himself at a loss for words regarding Si Qing's exuberance. "If I didn't know you two had just met, I would have assumed you were old friends," he remarked. "I am Bai Li Tu Ming, your roommate. I realize my name may be somewhat awkward, so please feel free to call me Tu Ming or simply Fatty." Bailey Pang Pang, upon seeing Lin Xie, took 2 steps back and bowed deeply, expressing a desire to forge a friendship and seeking guidance in the year to come. This unexpected gesture left Lin Xie utterly astonished. He had thought that Si Qing was peculiar, but this prospective roommate was even more eccentric. Who introduces themselves with such earnestness? It was reminiscent of the first day of school. "Xie, I told you your roommate is quite remarkable," Si Qing remarked with a smile. for their encounter had significantly advanced the plot, and she had reaped numerous benefits from it. For instance, the luminous fairy perched on her shoulder was showing subtle signs of awakening. Chapter 90. Indeed, quite pleasant, it would have been even more delightful without the so-called local specialties before me. Upon receiving the box handed over by the portly Bai Li, Lin Chie's mental acuity swiftly discerned its contents. Truly, as expected from a wealthy scion, his generosity was remarkable. With a mere flourish, he presented a collection of Rolex watches. Brother Chie, Sister Chiching, these are local specialties. They aren't particularly valuable, so please do not hold it against us, Bai Li said, nonchalantly dismissing the worth of the luxurious timepieces. Rolex, he claimed, was not a valuable item. What a peculiar notion of extravagance. Although Chiching was aware of Bai Li's affluent background, the magnitude of his offering was astonishing. Luxury items worth millions, right from the outset. Since you insist on gifting them, I shall not decline, Chiching replied, glancing at the box filled with a variety of watches and selecting one at random. Here, allow me to offer you some candy. After making her choice, she noticed Lin Chie's disinterest in accepting the gift and realized she had been rather too forthright. Gifts ought to be exchanged reciprocally. However, she found herself lacking an equally valuable return gift. After some contemplation, she remembered her collaboration with the Night Watchers and decided that the only commendable item she possessed was the Baoding candy. Bai Li, let me tell you, the pink Baoding candy embodies the essence of happiness. It is simply delectable. Upon witnessing Chiching produce a box, Bai Li scrutinized it, only to discover it contained candy. His discerning eye recognized it as merely a trinket. So, Sister Chiching was also a child of modest means. What on earth is this about? Chiching mused. Brother Chie, do you not appreciate Rolex? Bai Li, taking a piece of the pink Baoding candy from Chiching's box, noticed Lin Chie's reluctance to accept the gift. Perhaps you do not fancy this particular style. Fret not, for I have many others. With that, he produced several other designs of watches. That is not the issue. Lin Chie promptly rejected. I do not desire these items. Goodness, Chie, are you out of your mind? If you do not want them, simply give them to me. Before Bai Li could further protest, Chiching cast Lin Chie a reproachful glance, as if to say, young man, do not be ungrateful. Sister Chiching, if you fancy them, do take more. I have plenty to spare. As Bai Li continued to unwrap the boxes, Chiching waved her hand in refusal. I do not need so many, besides. Where'd I even store them? Then, Brother Chie, since Sister Chiching has accepted them, why not accept them as well? They are merely tokens of our acquaintance and hold no real value. I do not relish receiving gifts. Lin Chie internally chastised Chiching for lacking camaraderie. Although these items held little significance to him, it did not diminish their worth in the eyes of their giver. Accepting a gift would inevitably create a sense of indebtedness, and he had nothing suitable to reciprocate. Well, Bai Li Pang observed Lin Chie's reluctance to accept his offering, and perspiration began to bead on his forehead in a state of anxious dismay. Could it be that he had inadvertently offended someone upon his arrival? He merely wished to forge a friendship. Alas, dear Pang, if Chie does not wish to accept your gesture, simply hold on to it until he desires it once more. Chiching sensed the turmoil within Bai Li Pang and realized the gravity of the situation, hastening to mediate. Indeed, even those of affluent backgrounds encountered their own share of troubles. She had just discerned an aura of discomfort and unease emanating from Bai Li Pang. How perplexing. Chapter 91. Chiching. To be candid, what brings you here? Lin Chie understood that even if Chiching were genuinely curious, there was no need for her to rush to find him. With her capabilities, she could easily remain hidden from his detection. After a moment's contemplation, Chiching decided that since she was already there, it would be best to resolve everything at once. She then lifted the invisibility spell from the figure beside her, revealing Bai Guangying, the Fairy of Light. However, she was currently afflicted by a predicament, and Chiching sought to borrow Lin Chie's strength for assistance. Upon reflection, Chiching realized that her explanation lacked precision, so she added, to be more accurate, I need to borrow the power of Michael. Lin Chie scrutinized the doll in Chiching's grasp with his mental energy, noting its peculiar nature. However, recalling how often Chiching had tricked him, He was skeptical. Are you truly just borrowing power without ulterior motives? Si Qing, feeling somewhat aggrieved, snapped back, of course not. I genuinely just wish to borrow your strength. What kind of relationship do we have that I would deceive you? Lin Xie retorted. It sounds as if we share some profound bond. Very well. I shall assist you. He conceded, though a new dilemma arose. But how am I to lend you my strength? Lin Xie was momentarily perplexed. Their captain had never instructed them on such matters. Ia munsure, Si Qing murmured softly, though Lin Xie's keen ears caught her words clearly. You don't know, yet you dare to ask me for help? Lin Xie's tone rose in disbelief. He found it perplexing that Si Qing, typically so astute, was now at a loss. Please don't be angry. Si Qing's voice softened, recognizing her reliance on him. Is that doll really a fairy? Bai Lipang Pang, who had overheard their conversation, inquired quietly. He had returned to the dormitory to avoid interrupting them, only to find himself intrigued by the mention of a fairy, which seemed rather inappropriate, given that everyone knew the deities of Daxia had never made an appearance. Indeed, she is the fairy of light from the Luoli Fairyland. However, she is not considered a deity of Daxia, Si Qing admitted, sensing Bai Lipang Pang's curiosity. She understood that fairies and deities were not interchangeable concepts. Although I am uncertain how to access your powers, I believe placing her beside you would yield similar results. Si Qing contemplated, finally arriving at a solution that seemed satisfactory. Beside me? Surely you jest. Lin Xie felt a wave of unease wash over him. Even if the doll were genuinely the fairy of Luoli Fairyland, she still appeared as a mere doll. At his age, carrying a doll around would be quite absurd. Just for one day. Si Qing instinctively sensed the resistance emanating from Lin Xie, fearing his refusal. She quickly added, it will merely be for a day. I shall return her tomorrow. How does that sound? All right, you've intimidated me, he conceded. It's just for one day. It was rare for Si Qing to plead with him, so assisting her seemed a trifling matter. Oh, splendid. I shall come to retrieve her at this time tomorrow. Observing Lin Xie's unexpected acquiescence, Si Qing swiftly remarked, as she had anticipated needing to employ considerable persuasion, yet he had so readily complied. Lin Xie, you are truly a remarkable person. Chapter 92. What are you up to? Silently, Si Qing approached behind Chief Instructor Yuan Gang and Instructor Hong. Startled, they exclaimed, Who is that? Si Qing had been observing the two for quite some time, noticing that they were using binoculars to surveil the building where Lin Xie resided. They turned their heads in unison, only to find a little girl hovering in the air, her dark, piercing eyes fixed upon them. You are Si Qing? Chief Instructor Yuan Gang was taken aback, quickly recalling her name from this year's training roster. Yes, Si Qing tilted her head. You recognize me. Si Qing, this is Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, Instructor Hong introduced. It was indeed rather awkward to be caught surveilling their own student by another student. Si Qing casually nodded, her attention entirely focused on Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, or rather, on the binoculars in his hands. With a delicate flick of her fingers, the binoculars instantly appeared in her grasp. Oh, an unusual smile graced Si Qing's face, as if she had uncovered a significant secret. Lin Xie seems to be getting along quite well with the chubby one. I always said Lin Xie was easy to get along with, and it appears I was correct. With a snap of her fingers, the binoculars returned to Chief Instructor Yuan Gang's hands. Si Qing stifled a dainty yawn. Goodbye, instructors. I shall take my leave. However, spying on others is not a commendable habit. As Si Qing's figure receded, the two instructors exchanged glances, perplexed. Cough. Could it be that this child has misconstrued something? And that gaze earlier, was it sincere? We truly are not perverts. Surely not. Yet, pondering the earlier scene they had witnessed, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang found it quite unsettling. This should not be happening. Instructor Hong also shared his concerns. Given the identities of those two individuals, they should have already clashed. But the plot ought not to unfold this way. I would argue that those two are less dangerous than that girl we just encountered, Yuan Gang remarked, patting Hong Hao on the shoulder. You are still too young. To truly understand a person, one must look beyond the surface. But how did that girl manage to silently appear behind us? It is impossible with their skills. They should have sensed a new recruit entering the training camp. only realizing her presence upon hearing her. Interesting, it seems this year's training will indeed be lively. He mused, contemplating the dynamics at play. An arrogant Seraphim agent, a pampered heir of the Bailey Group, and an enigmatic agent from the Luoli Fairyland. This year promises to be quite eventful. The following morning, Si Qing stealthily visited the boys' dormitory to check on Lin Qiyi, leaving him with a perplexing remark. Lin Qiyi, do you think their feet smell good? Lin Qiyi's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. If it were not for the fact that he was outmatched, he would have relished the opportunity to teach that fellow a lesson. Then there was Bai Li, the plump one. What could one possibly say about him? On the third day, Si Qing was roused from slumber by the commotion outside. The number of individuals at the training camp had gradually increased since the second day, for those who could attend were, in many respects, the chosen ones of the heavens. Recently, Si Qing had observed a significant improvement in the quality of the precious candy he had been collecting. Chapter 93, Si Qing quietly extracted a piece of the treasured candy, savoring its delightful aroma. Ah, how exquisite! Yet, she pondered, why did today's collection of candies differ so vastly from yesterday's? Jealousy, envy, disdain, greed. Si Qing's brow furrowed. Her lips pursed in discontent. Such negativity. She loathed negative emotions, for they rendered the candies particularly unpalatable. Nevertheless, she was relieved to discover that her box of treasured candies had accumulated several pink confections, and she eagerly tossed one into her mouth. Indeed, the pink candies were the sweetest of all. Si Qing sighed blissfully. However, what could account for such an abundance of negative emotions within the training camp? Was it possible that that clumsy oaf, Bailey Pang Pang, was distributing his local specialties? Given the nature of his offerings, even those who claimed to be from humble backgrounds would inevitably evoke negativity. After all, society today harbors a deep-seated resentment towards wealth. Moreover, Bailey Pong Pong's actions could easily be interpreted as blatant displays of affluence. Yet why did she sense such negativity permeating the corridor of her dormitory? Si Qing surveyed her surroundings and realized that she had unknowingly acquired a new roommate. When had this occurred? Alas, she could not recall, as she had succumbed to her narcolepsy once again the previous day. Just as Si Qing wrestled with her thoughts, the thunderous voice of Instructor Hong erupted from downstairs. What on earth is going on? Are we hosting a market? Huh. A glint of gossip sparkled in Si Qing's eyes. A spectacle was afoot. However, it seemed this was merely the instructor establishing his authority. Should she venture out to witness the commotion? A dilemma indeed, but ultimately she decided against it. Upon hearing Instructor Hong announce that everyone was to assemble at the training ground at 2 o'clock that afternoon, she swiftly abandoned the idea of joining the fray. After all, time was scant before 2 o'clock, and having slept through the morning, she still needed to find something to eat. You're awake. A girl in the hallway returned to the dorm, greeting Si Qing, who was seated on her bed. When I arrived yesterday, you were still asleep, so I didn't wake you. I never imagined you would sleep through until now. I'm called Molly. Si Qing sensed an aura of friendliness emanating from her, which struck her as peculiar, given that this person had been enveloped in negativity moments before. How strange. Humans are such capricious creatures. I'm Si Qing, she replied. The instructor mentioned we should gather at the training ground at 2. Have you eaten? I'm about to head out. Would you care to join me? After all, sharing a meal can foster connections, and if it's inconvenient, we could always have 2 meals together. I've already eaten, so I want to be going. Perhaps next time, Molly responded, surprised that Si Qing had invited her to lunch, considering it was their first meeting. Oh, Si Qing visibly deflated, having hoped for the chance to share a meal with the charming beauty. How unfortunate. It is truly a pity. Let us embark on this journey together next time. With a gentle snap of her fingers, Si Qing summoned the scattered items on the bed to gracefully return to their original places. She descended from the bed, casually tousled her hair, and sauntered out the door. The anticipation of meeting the mass team this afternoon fills her with excitement. Chapter 94 at 1:30 in the afternoon. Si Qing had already donned the military uniform she received from the supply station and arrived early at the training ground. Although this year's training camp comprised only a little over 200 individuals, the scene was still rather chaotic with everyone assembled. After searching through the crowd for a while, Si Qing finally spotted Lin Qiyi arriving fashionably late. Qiyi, over here. Lin Qiyi, upon noticing Si Qing beckoning to her, hesitated momentarily, glanced back at Bai Li Pang Pang, who was panting and struggling to keep up, and then strode directly towards Si Qing. "Why are you so late, Qi? Today marks the first day of training, and aren't you even a bit excited?" Si Qing, clad in her fitted military attire, resembled a slender poplar tree, and her rosy cheeks added to her spirited appearance. "Didn't Ti make it?" "I'm not late at all," Lin Shi replied, casting a skeptical eye at the overly enthusiastic Si Qing. Normally, she was not this eager during training. Why was she so early today? Something was definitely amiss. But how come you arrived so early? It defies logic. Upon hearing Lin Shi's teasing, Si Qing immediately performed her signature act of vanishing smiles. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Si Qing clenched her fists and glared at Lin Shi, exuding an aura that suggested she would not hesitate to retaliate if provoked. "Jie, Sister Si Qing, there you are. I was looking for you." Bai Li Pang Pang finally located the two and hurried over, as they were the only ones he recognized in this training camp. Si Qing pouted, while Captain Lin Shi waved his fist, as if to say that next time, he would not let it slide. "I'll let you off this time, but next time, I won't be so lenient." "Sister Si Qing, what is going on between you and Qi?" Bai Li Pang Pang, noticing Si Qing's annoyed demeanor, wondered if there was some conflict between the two. If the sky were to fall, what would he do? Who would he side with if they started fighting? "It's nothing." Si Qing quickly discerned Bai Li Pang Pang's misunderstanding and shot a glare at Lin Shi. "It's just that I haven't T-sparred with my old rival in a while, and I'm feeling a bit restless. Don't you think so, Qi?" Yes. Lin Shi secretly sighed in relief. This fierce girl, Si Qing, he would definitely avoid next time. He truly did not understand what had possessed him to approach her, knowing full well her unpredictable temperament. "Everyone, stand at attention." The instructor on the training platform glanced at the time and then at the chaotic crowd below, shouting loudly. Instantly, all the recruits fell silent. Although they still appeared somewhat disorganized, they were at least no longer in disarray as before. Due to Si Qing's influence, Lin Shi and Bai Li Pang Pang had positioned themselves toward the front. They could distinctly feel the commanding presence of the instructors on the platform. Truly, the instructors at the training camp possessed remarkable authority. Although such pressure posed little challenge to Si Qing, she could still distinctly perceive the formidable aura exuded by the instructors on the training platform. It was a presence forged solely through the trials of life and death combat. As Si Qing listened to the motivational words of the instructors, her peripheral vision inadvertently fell upon her shoulder. There sat the Light Fairy, whom she had cloaked with an invisibility spell. When the instructor's oppressive energy had descended upon her, it seemed that a flicker of magical disturbance coursed through the Light Fairy's form. Though faint, it was nonetheless detected by her keen senses. Chapter 95. Are you awake yet? Si Qing responded doubtfully. She was genuinely looking forward to the moment when the Light Fairy, by Guangying, would awaken. Shadow is the antithesis of light, and she was eager to see just how powerful the Light Fairy would become upon her revival. However, on another note, she felt that attending this training camp was indeed fortuitous. Just moments ago, while the instructors were passionately delivering their speeches on the training platform, she sensed the emotional energy in the vicinity surging to an unprecedented level. The camp was brimming with prodigies. For instance, the treasures she had collected in her Baoqing box had elevated to a new tier. Sister Si Qing, what about you? Just as she snapped back to reality, she heard Bai Li Pang Pang's question beside her. This wasn't merely a matter of compliance. Si Qing mused as she glanced skyward, speaking at a leisurely pace. It was a question of her willingness to cooperate. What? Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily at a loss regarding the meaning behind Si Qing's words. Indeed, Lin Xie, standing nearby, had evidently grasped the underlying implication of Si Qing's attitude and was not the least bit surprised. If memory served him correctly, Si Qing had long since reached the Sea Realm, her rate of growth far surpassing that of their novice cohort in the Lamp Realm and Pool Realm. To put it bluntly, the combined strength of all the new recruits in the camp would not measure up to Si Qing alone. It was only due to her current limitations that she couldn't unleash her full potential. Otherwise, a single domain of emotions could obliterate them all. Ah, Chia, what did you say? Bali Pang Pang had not anticipated Lin Chie's acknowledgement of Si Qing's prowess. The instructor was indeed correct. They were rather inexperienced. However, this did not include Si Qing, as she possessed the capability to summon deities at will. Of course, Lin Chie refrained from voicing this last thought. Yet he subtly conveyed Si Qing's formidable strength to Bali Pang Pang. Si Qing had already attained the Sea Realm. So, take heed. This individual was unlike the rest of them. Sea Realm? No way. Bali Pang Pang struggled to comprehend why, despite being of the same age. Si Qing was so remarkably exceptional. Sister Si Qing, is what Chie said true? Si Qing flashed a cunning smile. Guess. Sister. You will be my real sister from now on. Si Qing ignored him, her gaze fixed on the sky. Sister, what are you looking at? Bali Pang Pang followed her line of sight. He squinted hard but saw nothing. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Look! Someone is falling from the sky. Lin Chie had long noticed Si Qing's unusual demeanor and followed her gaze upward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sister, Chie, that's a person up there, right? The dark specks in the sky rapidly enlarged, and the crowd soon discerned that there were 7 individuals. Wow, how bold are these people to jump out of a plane without parachutes? The crowd began to gasp in astonishment. Amidst their exclamations, the 7 figures had already landed on the ground. Hello everyone, we are the mass squad. Wang Mian spoke calmly. It must be said that the pose struck upon landing was undeniably impressive. However, Si Qing chose to disregard Wang Mian, who was in the midst of introducing himself, and subtly focused on one individual whose legs trembled with trepidation. Was he afraid of heights? As anticipated, the next moment, this person collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Kneeling down. Kneeling. Everyone was left utterly astonished by this spectacle. The sudden silence was palpable, as if the air itself held its breath. It took a fleeting second for the spiraling anxiety to yield to the stark reality. The mass squad had come to extend their early New Year greetings. Then, with a loud crash, a towering piece of yellow metal crashed down before the vortex. This was gold. Who possessed such audacity? No need for thanks. A calm voice resonated among the new recruits. Chapter 96. The moment the gold appeared, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. When Si Qing nonchalantly uttered, "No need to thank me," it ignited a silent uproar among onlookers. Was this truly a matter of gratitude? Certainly not. The question on everyone's mind was, where did such a substantial block of gold originate? As the swirling masses beheld the towering gold, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you. Thank you. May fortune smile upon you. Despite the notorious reputation of their mass squad, the reality of their limited funding remained undeniable. This impressive chunk of gold must weigh at least a ton. Lin Chie had long discerned that the gold, which had seemingly materialized out of thin air, was a remarkable feat of Si Qing. She was utterly astonished. Why had Si Qing amassed such wealth? It was one thing for her to produce gems occasionally, as Princess Qing had once gifted her some and mentioned that gems held little value. However, this time, Si Qing had presented gold, a substantial amount, no less. Bali Pang Pang, witnessing Si Qing's generosity, felt a surge of conviction. So, Si Qing was just like him, a child of ordinary origins. Clearly, he needed to engage with her more in the future. As Vortex boldly attempted to lift the gold, the corners of Wang Mian's mask twitched uncontrollably. He wished he had never met this individual. Shocked by Si Qing's display and fearing further complications, Yuan Gang bypassed the introduction of the mass squad and directly announced the training content. Since you are skeptical, I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourselves. Before you stands the illustrious masked special squad. Do you see the masks adorning their faces? It is currently 2:30 in the afternoon. If any one of you 239 recruits can remove a mask from one of them before 9 o'clock tonight, you shall claim victory. Should you succeed, there will be no need for further training. I can facilitate your early graduation. As Si Qing listened to instructor Yuan Gang's words, which seemed encouraging yet were undoubtedly incendiary, she could not help but roll her eyes. With the unique abilities of the mass squad's leader, Wang Mian, even if one were to win, time could be reversed, ensuring defeat. Si Qing, what are your thoughts? Lin Chie observed Si Qing's distracted demeanor, sensing she was already privy to some information. Otherwise, given Si Qing's usual disposition, she would have been eager to take on the challenge. Si Qing gave an exaggerated eye roll. What more could she say? She intended to sit back and watch. The outcome was already determined. There was little left to discuss. Si Qing, does this mean we are certain to win? Bailey Pang Pang. Recalling Si Qing's earlier display and the forbidden object he had seen in her possession, along with Lin Chiye's treatment of her, began to suspect that Si Qing was harboring profound secrets. The combined strength of all the recruits in their training camp would not measure up to Si Qing's prowess. The moment she decided to act, they would not claim a victory with less than a 70% certainty. Si Qing shook her head. How naive. The Night Watchers have spent years in rigorous training, not to have their efforts squandered. They possess the capability to achieve victory. However, what follows their triumph? What will become of the new recruits who lack their strength? Can they truly shoulder the responsibilities of the Night Watch without the rigorous training camp to forge their abilities? I fear we are destined for defeat. Si Qing chose not to elaborate. Such matters lose their elegance when spoken aloud. She's indeed correct. Lin Chiye, sensing the underlying truth, observed Si Qing's enigmatic demeanor, further solidifying his conviction. The outcome of their endeavor has been predetermined. Yet the intricacies of the journey remain shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 97, as far as I know, the masked squad consists primarily of formidable warriors from the Chuan'er High Realms, while we, the new recruits, are merely at the Zhan realm. How can we possibly compete? Bailey Pang Pang, possessing some insight into the masked squad, could not help but voice this harsh reality upon seeing the confidence radiating from Si Qing and Lin Chiye. Rest assured, Si Qing reassured Bailey Pang Pang with a pat on the shoulder. If it were truly the case, this training would lack any significance. I wager that the masked squad will deliberately suppress their cultivation to the Zhan realm. No sooner had Si Qing spoken than they heard instructor Yuan Gang announce from the training platform that the masked squad would indeed restrain their prowess to the Zhan realm, allowing all 239 new recruits in the training camp to engage in battle against just 7 members of the squad. 239 versus 7. The moment those words were uttered, the excitement surged among the new recruits. With such a disparity in numbers, surely they could tire out their opponents. How could they possibly lose against merely 7 individuals? Fantastic. This is splendid. The instructor's word is final. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the new recruits, the silence of Si Qing and Lin Chiye stood out starkly. After a moment of contemplation, Si Qing remarked, 7 I can't shake the feeling that this instructor has ulterior motives. We have just arrived at the training camp, scarcely acquainted with one another or aware of each other's abilities. To suddenly thrust us into a coordinated battle against a renowned special team like the masked squad seems rather dubious. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Lin Chiye's eyes. Currently, the new recruits are akin to a scattered bunch of sand. From my observations apart from us, there are hardly any standout talents in this training camp. Suddenly, Si Qing burst into laughter. 7 since the masked squad is suppressing their realm to Zhan. Should I not do the same? This is undoubtedly a display of bravado. How curious that while they all train together, Si Qing seems to grow at an astonishing pace, almost as if under the influence of performance-enhancing substances. However, should Si Qing truly unleash her full potential, the purpose of this training would be rendered moot. I advise against such an approach, Lin Chiye cautioned. Otherwise, who knows what the captain will say upon your return? Si Qing rolled her eyes dramatically. Coward. I am confident that even if I were to pursue that course of action, there would still be someone in this training camp capable of rectifying the outcome. With that, a spark of mischief danced in Si Qing's eyes, her desire to stir trouble bubbling to the surface. What if she seized the opportunity to defeat the masked squad while they were holding back? No. She admonished herself. If she continued down that train of thought, she feared she might not be able to suppress her urge to take action. 7 of you are utterly unnecessary to deal with us. The masked squad requires only 5 members to vanquish all 239 of your recruits. Wang Mian on the platform spoke languidly, yet his air of assured victory elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Goodness, how arrogant! Si Qing felt her own fighting spirit igniting in response to the masked squad. Initially, She merely sought to enjoy herself. Yet now she feels compelled to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. The demeanor of the masked squad has left her profoundly troubled. Allowing only 5 members to participate is a blatant provocation. She yearns to bring them all to their knees. Lin Xie, let us join forces. Chapter 98. Collaboration? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, as he had never anticipated that Si Qing, who always seemed to drift on the periphery of the world, would make such a request. Very well. Although somewhat unexpected, there was nothing objectionable about acquiescing. After all, he yearned to test the fruits of his training with the masked squad during this time. Thus, it was settled. From her observations of the more capable individuals in the training camp, Lin Xie was the only one she knew. Furthermore, he was one of the divine agents in this year's training camp. When we remove their masks, we shall see if they remain so arrogant, Si Qing declared with an air of confidence. However, from my observations, the masked squad, despite suppressing their realm to that of the Lantern Realm, still exuded a certain level of prowess. Si Qing, with a look of discernment, noted that they allowed only 5 members to take the stage, undoubtedly because the remaining individuals lacked combat skills. After all, in a contest of equals, a battle between 239 and 7 would certainly present a numerical advantage. Upon hearing Si Qing's analysis, Lin Xie shook his head. The masked squad, being a seasoned team, refraining from sending unskilled fighters into the fray, indicated that they wielded a sharpened blade without concerns of vulnerability. Although we held a numerical advantage, we were merely an untrained rabble, unfamiliar with one another. Once hostilities commenced, it was likely we would each fight for ourselves, scattering like loose sand. I believe this matter is inconsequential. There are certainly many astute individuals among us, Si Qing remarked nonchalantly, her gaze sweeping over the new recruits as if searching for hidden intellects. Upon hearing instructor Yuan Gang announce, "The next 7 hours belong to you," Si Qing shed her previous languor, her entire being taut like a poised arrow ready to be released. It had commenced. Si Qing signaled Lin Xie with a glance, urging him to locate the armory. After all, Lin Xie had dominion over a 10-meter radius, making him the most suitable candidate for finding the armory's location. "Leave it to me," Lin Xie said, observing the new recruit who had been sent flying and pulling back by Li Pangpang, who was eager to charge into the fray. "You don't even have a weapon. Are you seeking death?" Si Qing was momentarily stunned by Lin Xie's words, suddenly realizing that he was unaware by Li Pangpang was the young master of the Bailey family. "I know you possess numerous forbidden items, but without a suitable weapon, it will be prudent to seek the armory first." What Si Qing did not mention was that among the 3 of them, only Lin Xie lacked a suitable weapon. Just moments ago, the Golden Prince Jean Litong had awakened within the Luoli Fairyland, which explained the abundance of gold she had procured. Although the weapons in the training camp were commendable, those infused with the power of gold would be most suitable for her. Moreover, we were still unaware of the masked squad's forbidden ruins. As Lin Xie stated, engaging them now would be akin to courting death. Si Qing glanced at the tumultuous winds swirling in the sky, resting a hand on the shoulders of Lin Xie and Bai Li Pangpang. "It is somewhat perilous here, hampering our efforts. It will be prudent for us to seek out the armory first." The Lingxi gate materialized silently before them, drawing them in, and in the next moment, they found themselves beyond the confines of the battlefield. Chapter 99, they appear quite ferocious. As Si Qing observed the various attacks erupting in the training ground, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Alas, it was merely an illusion of strength. Their actual combat prowess was akin to that of a kitten. Lin Xie, witnessing Si Qing, who had just moments ago proposed collaboration, lounging lazily on the ground while observing the duels, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Nevertheless, he diligently sought the location of the armory and soon pinpointed a direction. "Have you found it?" Si Qing sprang to her feet, brushing off the dust from her attire. Upon seeing Lin Xie nod, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as a new idea formed. Xie, you know me too well." As Si Qing drew closer, Lin Xie felt a headache coming on and pushed her away. "No, I do not know you. However, I advise you to act with kindness. Do not forget where we are." Though he was uncertain of Si Qing's latest scheme, he was certain it could not bode well. TSK. Si Qing dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. Chia, how can you think so poorly of me? I merely wish to broaden everyone's horizons. With that, she stepped through the Lingxi gate and entered the armory. Upon gazing at the array of weapons within, Si Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never encountered such an impressive collection before. Casting a glance back at the sealed door, she smirked. A mere armory. I can handle this. Yet, with so many treasures at her disposal, how could she refrain from sharing them with others? Where has Sister Si Qing gone now? Li Pang was caught off guard, realizing he had lost track of Si Qing. Judging by her earlier use of the spatial door, he surmised that she must be indulging in some delightful escapades. Regrettably, she hadn't brought him along. Most likely, she had ventured to the armory. Lin Xie couldn't help but feel that Si Qing was being utterly irrational. How could she embark on such a venture without including them? After all, every additional ally bolstered their strength. Based on his understanding of her, the treasures within the armory were unlikely to remain secure for long. Yet, it was also possible that Si Qing might whimsically decide to stir the pot at the training camp, distributing all the weapons among the recruits. We should hurry as well. If we delay, we might miss out entirely. It must be said that in certain respects, Lin Xie truly understood Si Qing. Meanwhile, Si Qing, eyeing the arsenal of firearms and artillery, initially wondered if she could keep a few for herself. However, she soon realized that with the Golden Prince awakened, she lacked for nothing in that regard. Thus, the thought struck her. If she were to distribute these items to the recruits outside, the instructor's expressions would surely be entertaining. Listening to the sounds beyond the door, Si Qing pondered, metal resonation, heed my command. Go forth and seek your comrades in arms. She began to cast a spell over the weapons within the armory. Outside the armory, Lin Xie and Li Pang stood before the firmly shut door, feeling somewhat troubled. I must say, the instructors are truly insufferable. They claim to permit us access to the armory, yet the door is sealed far too tightly. However, we cannot simply bypass the main entrance. The materials of the armory structure are beyond their capacity to dismantle. Suddenly, the door soared abruptly into the air. Before they could comprehend the situation, a multitude of weapons surged forth in a chaotic frenzy. This, Chapter 100. Farewell as Si Qing emerged against the light. The individuals outside were momentarily taken aback. Good heavens! The weapons from the armory had all been unleashed, and yet they still rushed here to join the commotion. Could this person be an undercover agent from the masked squad, infiltrating the new recruits? The masked squad had also noticed the disturbance and realized that something was amiss. Hastily making their way toward the armory, Si Qing stood outside the armory, where a tall woman with cascading fiery red hair fixated her steely gaze on the girl who had just exited. Molly, Si Qing thought to herself, feeling somewhat guilty under her roommate's scrutiny. Why create such a ruckus? Don't you realize this would attract their attention? Of course I do, Si Qing replied instinctively. However, my intention was to lure them here. Suddenly, a massive katana floated before Molly. This is, Si Qing chuckled awkwardly. Molly, the moment I laid eyes on it, I knew it was perfect for you. I thought you would appreciate it. Molly remained silent, weighing the katana in her hands before turning to leave. Molly, don't rush off. I believe we can collaborate. Molly paused, questioning by what right. Having witnessed Si Qing's impressive display earlier, she recognized her roommate as strength. Yet it seemed insufficient. Simply because I am a divine proxy, Si Qing declared. Molly turned her head, astonished. You are a divine proxy. This year, there were only 2 divine proxies, both hailing from Sannan City, and she had not anticipated that her roommate was one of them. Indeed, Si Qing said proudly, puffing out her chest. Not only me, but the other divine proxy is also here. She pointed to Lin Xie, who stood nearby. That's him, the proxy of the Seraph. With our combined forces, victory will be a cinch. Molly scrutinized the trio before her, her seemingly unassuming roommate, the proxy of the Seraph, and finally, upon seeing Bai Li, she felt a wave of disdain. She loathed the entitled signs of wealth. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 076, Universal Frequency Shift, allows me to control the vibrational frequency of all objects that directly or indirectly interact with me within the confines of the Forbidden Ruins. That is splendid, Molly, Si Qing exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. If my memory serves me correctly, there is also one more person who is extremely high risk. The heart shield? Clang! Before Si Ching could finish her thought, she sensed another presence nearby and quickly cast a spell. A luminous shield materialized behind Molly, encasing her securely. I was already prepared for you. Spirit Link, Spirit Key, Spirit Gate. Just as Lin Chia drew his straight blade, he noticed that Si Ching had already taken the initiative. A semicircular shield of light was protected by Molly, while a circular shield of light appeared abruptly in mid-air, resembling a pink orb that trembled violently, as if it contained something trapped within. Let us go. Upon observing the cracked pink sphere, Si Ching instructed the Lingxi gate to absorb it. With a sigh of relief, he remarked one down. The Lingxi gate swiftly vanished, and Si Ching wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply. Is that it? It's all resolved. Lin Xie could hardly believe his eyes. He distinctly saw that Si Ching had ensnared a shadowy figure wearing a crescent moon mask. Where have you sent him? Si Ching had experienced the capabilities of the Lingxi gate, which could transport individuals to another location. Chapter 101. Of course, it will be sent to Songnan City. Si Ching stated matter-of-factly. However, I just observed that the individual who attacked was concealed in the void. If my guess is correct, it must be the Moon Demon from the Mass Squad. Indeed, Si Ching's reputation was well-deserved. Lin Xie suddenly recalled that Si Ching had offended numerous deities, and he had only witnessed Princess Qing utilizing the Spirit's Door. This thought filled Lin Xie with concern for Si Ching. Surely, even in pursuit of victory, such extremes were unnecessary. Calm yourself. Si Ching noticed Lin Xie's unease. The Spirit's Door is not limited to a single instance. Thank you for earlier, Si Ching, Molly exclaimed, her anger surging as she recalled almost being eliminated without cause. How infuriating. If it weren't for the shield you provided, I would have been ousted. Don't mention it. After all, we are teammates now, and mutual assistance is expected. However, our gains this time are commendable. Having eliminated the troublesome Moon Demon from the masked squad right from the start, his Forbidden Abyss is quite formidable. To have him eliminated at the outset is indeed fortuitous. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before their screens, each holding a stack of documents. Their expressions darkened further upon witnessing Si Ching bringing forth every weapon from the armory. This divine agent's capabilities are clearly at odds with the information provided. One instructor exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Does this recruit's abilities even remotely align with what's on record? The instructors were aware that Si Ching was one of this year's divine agents, yet the documents explicitly stated that his primary ability was ice. Although subsequent notes mentioned a dream-related capability, how did any of this pertain to metal manipulation? Who submitted these documents? We must hold them accountable. If they dare to falsify such records, what else might they misrepresent? Another instructor, visibly irate, began to curse. Yuan Gang's expression darkened as he observed Si Ching's feats on the screen. How could Chen Mai dare to fabricate information in such matters? It should not be mere fabrication. Chen Mai would not stoop so low. Once he regained his composure, Yuan Gang deduced that the absence of Si Ching's abilities from the documents could be attributed to either the fact that he had not possessed them at the time of submission, or someone had deliberately concealed the truth. Recalling the woman who had recently negotiated with them, claiming to be Princess Qing of the Luoli Fairyland, Yuan Gang suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. The omission of Si Ching's metal manipulation abilities from the records was likely due to the former reason. With this realization, Yuan Gang interjected to halt the instructor's discussion. All right, enough. We will send someone to investigate Si Ching's situation later. For now, let us continue watching. I believe we are in for a spectacular battle this year. Spectacular? The instructor beside him was taken aback. Sir, I acknowledge that this divine agent named Si Ching is indeed formidable, but the mass squad is, after all, a seasoned team. Even if she exhibits unexpected abilities now, the chances of victory should still be slim, right? Victory? Yuan Gang shook his head. No, with that individual present, they stand no chance of winning at all. As I mentioned, we are bound to witness a spectacular battle this year. Let us not forget that, aside from Si Ching, there are 3 extremely high-risk forbidden zones among them, along with that divine agent. Yuan Gang spoke with profound implication. Chapter 102 Suddenly. Siqing recalled that there was another individual this year who was also a high-risk forbidden zone. The thought struck him that this person's abilities were formidable. It would be a grave mistake not to recruit him now. Indeed, Molly replied calmly, clearly aware of whom Siqing was referring to, the man who had been the first to voice opposition when the instructor spoke. He was quite impressive. Oh, Siqing mused, puffing out his cheeks, lost in thought. Chia, find him. Among the multitude, Lin Chia's skills were evidently best suited to pinpointing a single individual with precision. The presence of the moon ghost vanished. Wang Mian, who had been observing the situation from a distance, suddenly sensed the absence of the moon ghost and hurriedly investigated what had transpired. Given the moon ghost's capabilities, it was unexpected for such a rapid downfall to occur. This year's recruits are truly extraordinary, Wang Mian remarked after a thorough examination, discovering that among the newcomers were not just 2 divine agents, but one had astonishingly reached the Sea Realm. Yuan Gang had truly led them into a dire predicament. Previously, their mass team had agreed to suppress their realms to the Lantern Realm. Now, with a newcomer unexpectedly breaking through to the Sea Realm, how could they compete? Even if their mass team coordinated perfectly, they would still lack an advantage under the absolute pressure of realms. Not to mention, the divine agent in the Sea Realm had no idea where the moon ghost had been taken. Where have you taken the moon ghost? A man wearing a balance mask suddenly appeared from the east. The balance had sensed the moon ghost's continued disappearance and was now perplexed about how these new recruits had managed it. Skill is lacking, Siqing remarked nonchalantly upon seeing the sudden arrival. I heard the scenery in the suburbs of Sangnan City is particularly beautiful. Let him go enjoy the sights. He could easily send one away. Sending a second would be just as effortless. The balance nearly laughed at Siqing's words. Then let me witness just how formidable you truly are. With a shift in the force field, the timing was perfect. Siqing recognized the newcomer as the balance from the mass team. It was an opportune moment to test the magic of the wild stone. Raw stone star array. The metallic fragments, shattered remnants, weapons, and bricks that had just levitated seemed to rain down upon the balance like a volley of arrows. Your forbidden zone is impressive, but I am no slouch either, Siqing declared quietly, turning as if unaffected by the chaos. My abilities conveniently counter yours. The situation swiftly transformed from offense to defense. What are you all waiting for? The balance shouted in fury, trapped beneath the rubble. How ungrateful. Here I am, fighting for my life, and you heartless ones are merely spectating. Did you not anticipate my arrival? A vortex emerged, speaking with a casual demeanor. Moon Ghost, wherever you are, balance. How could you be so inept? Chia, Molly, the remainder is in your hands, Siqing said, his expression grave as he focused intently on the north. A stunning ice-blue lotus flower unexpectedly materialized beneath her feet, lifting her gracefully into the air. With a flick of her wrist, a golden sword appeared in her hand. The very golden bone sword of Prince Jin Litong. It is said that time is revered and space is sovereign. She was curious to discover which held greater power. Yet, at this moment, she had only grasped a rudimentary understanding of spatial forces, far inferior to the prowess of Wang Mian, the agent of the god of time. Perhaps such a contest could be postponed for another occasion. For now, she would first test the sharpness of the sword she had just acquired. Chapter 103. Siqing. Lin Xie observed the figure of Siqing soaring into the air, extending a hand in caution. Do not act impulsively. It was evident that Siqing would not heed his warning. The masked squad consisted of only 5 members in the fray. Siqing had already immobilized one, injured another, and had sent a third away. This left merely 2 adversaries remaining. Lin Xie realized that Siqing was beyond his influence and surveyed the new recruits around him, his expression growing increasingly grave. What shall we do? Molly pondered, weighing the katana in her grasp. Perhaps we should join Siqing in the fray when she strikes. With our current capabilities, that is utterly impossible, Lin Xie replied, maintaining clarity. Despite their number exceeding 40, he was certain that, aside from a select few, the majority would be no match for him. Moreover, their unfamiliarity with one another rendered them as scattered as grains of sand. Lin Xie narrowed his eyes at Siqing, who is locked in confrontation with Wang Mian. We will observe Si Qing's movements. When she engages, we will make our escape, he stated with a serious tone. To bolster the group's confidence in Si Qing, he added, she has already reached the Sea Realm. Both Bailey Pang Pang and Molly were taken aback by this revelation. Si Qing appeared younger than them, yet she surpassed them in prowess. They exchanged glances and nodded, placing their faith in Si Qing's ability to prevail over Wang Mian. Meanwhile, Si Qing soared towards the north, stepping upon the ice lotus. I hear you are the captain of the masked squad? Si Qing gripped her golden bone sword, gazing intently at Wang Mian, who stood with his hands in his pockets, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Wang Mian was astonished by Si Qing's sudden appearance before him. Under normal circumstances, he would not have regarded her highly. But for this competition, he had suppressed his own realm to the Lantern Realm. There was no turning back now. This was indeed a troublesome situation. However, we cannot afford to lose this time, he thought. Though it may seem inequitable, I still wish to test the strength of the masked squad's captain. Si Qing felt no sense of injustice regarding her realm suppression. After all, the battlefield knows no fairness. Very well, Wang Mian answered without hesitation, aware that Si Qing was indeed the strongest among this year's new recruits. But do you truly believe they will manage to escape? Of course. Lin Xie is still down there, and let's not forget, she has already dealt with 2 opponents. If they cannot break free now, then they're truly worthless. Do not forget, there is more than one divine agent this year. Michael's agent is still down below. Draw your sword, Wang Mian commanded. Knowing that Si Qing was not easily trifled with, he placed his hands on the hilt, applying sudden force. Clang! The blade slid from its sheath by half an inch. The blade of sorrow, severing fate. At the moment Wang Mian drew his sword, Si Qing seized the opportunity, striking fiercely towards him with her golden bone sword. Although the moment Wang Mian's blade was unsheathed seemed to cast everything around into a state of suspended animation, Si Qing's assault remained wholly unaffected. However, at that instant, a voice suddenly resonated in Si Qing's ear. You harness the power of the Golden Liai, yet disregard mine. Do you hold me, the Fire Lord, in contempt? The mention of the Fire Lord caused Si Qing's pupils to constrict sharply. How could this individual have awakened as well? Chapter 104. I advise you not to cause trouble. At this moment, Si Qing felt that it was ill-timed for the Fire Lord to awaken. Jean Letong and Huoliao Yi were never on good terms, and now she stood facing Wang, hoping he would have the sense not to stir up trouble. Huoliao Yi scoffed, dismissing Si Qing's veiled threats. A mere human, should I, Huoliao Yi, truly be afraid of you? She believed herself equal to Jean Letong and resented that Si Qing seemed indifferent to her presence, merely fearing disruption. Now, fighting alongside others, she was again relying on Jean Litong's power, which left her quite dissatisfied. The starfire blazed, scorching without a trace, a wildfire spreading, the flames mark. Huoliao Yi, what on earth are you doing? Si Qing, caught in battle, suddenly sensed an unsettling shift in her power. Frustration surged within her, nearly prompting a harsh outburst. Human. Huoliao Yi's tone was filled with arrogance. You ought to observe well. The realm of Luoli is not solely governed by Jean Letong. I, Huoliao Yi, have never been beneath anyone. Get lost. Though Si Qing discerned a hint of grievance in Huoliao Yi's tone, she could not suppress her inner outcry. Grievance? What nonsense! If anyone should feel wronged, it is I. I had already revealed enough of my power and sought to conceal my true abilities. Yet now I have unwittingly exposed yet another. Truly, when misfortune strikes, even water can get stuck in one's teeth. Wang, facing her, sensed a sudden shift in Si Qing's aura as Huoliao Yi marked her with a fiery seal. Is she calling in a substitute to fight? This is absurd. It's merely a standard assessment. Wang recalled the information he had on Si Qing, who grows stronger in the face of adversity and could summon divine beings to assist when necessary. Initially skeptical, he could not dismiss the immense figure, engulfed in flames, that now loomed behind her, carrying an aura both familiar and foreign. Is this really happening? Is it necessary to summon a divine being for such a simple evaluation? Wang had never encountered such an absurd situation, yet it was too late to concede defeat. He had to face it head on. Si Qing, now resigned to her fate, thought. With Huo Liaoyi emerging and marking her, there was no point in attempting to escape. Whatever will be, will be. Huo Liaoyi, through Si Qing's eyes, gazed at Wang with disbelief. The power of time? Shi. No, although reminiscent, this human lacks the aura of Shi. Have we entered a new world? Haha. How intriguing. This is truly fascinating. Let me test whether the individuals of this realm possess any true capabilities. With the power of flames infused, she transformed, becoming one with the fire, the seed of flame, the source of crimson, the sacred heart of fire. Suddenly, crimson flames erupted from Si Qing's body, transforming the ice lotus beneath her feet into a brilliant fire lotus. Witnessing this scene, Wang Mian momentarily fell into a daze before swiftly drawing the black blade from his waist. With his movement, a terrifying pressure erupted from the black knife. Time stands still. Human, this is not your true limit. Summon your genuine abilities. In Huo Liaoyi's eyes sparkled excitement. After years of slumber, awakening to the vexatious aura of Jin Litong, he finally encountered a worthy opponent, even if that opponent is but a human. Chapter 105. Moreover, this human possessed a power he detested. In light of the grudge against the seals placed by Shi and Hualing, he thought it was only fair to take a modest revenge now that he had finally awakened. Fire, Liaoyi! Si Qing's furious roar echoed. As the fiery mark was imprinted upon her, she felt an unexpected moment of loss of control over her body. Though it lasted merely the blink of an eye, it was enough for Huo Liaoyi to seize the opportunity and inhabit her form. Upon realizing how swiftly Si Qing regained control, Huo Liaoyi's fascination with her deepened. Truly, she was the chosen master of the Luoli Fairyland. Yet, fascination aside, even the chosen master of the Luoli Fairyland could not thwart him when he chose to strike. The primal, celestial fire, the sinful flame of humanity, the source of crimson. Huo Liaoyi's ethereal form spread its arms, as if declaring its presence to the world. Si Qing felt the power within her stir in response to Huo Liaoyi's movements, barely suppressing an expletive. Wang Mian, noticing the loss of focus in Si Qing's eyes, realized the gravity of the situation. The power of a deity was not something he could withstand. He contemplated sacrificing his own lifespan for strength when he saw that Si Qing had returned to normal. Still, he dared not relax. Who knew when Si Qing might lose control again? The hopes of the great Xia rested upon her, and any misstep was unacceptable. I'm fine. Let us consider this an ordinary contest, Si Qing declared, trying to reassure everyone present as she regained command over her body. Wang Mian furrowed his brow beneath his mask, disapproving of Si Qing's nonchalance, for this was no jest. Yet the current predicament left him no room for opposition, as Si Qing was reluctant to disrupt Huo Liaoyi's power and could only diminish the force of the impending strike. Under Si Qing's deliberate control, the fiery mark upon her gradually faded until it was nearly invisible. Fire Thorn, Sacred Fire Heart Technique, Flame Rose. As the incantation flowed from Si Qing's lips, thorns of flame began to materialize before Wang Mian, advancing toward him as if with a will of their own. Not good. Wang Mian gasped. This was a force beyond the realm of his comprehension. In a hurry, he sought to lift the suppression on his realm, but that required time. Left with no choice, he began to maneuver through the terrain, evading the tendrils of flame-like thorns that relentlessly pursued him. Clang! The black blade was drawn once more. Time around them briefly froze, and the fiery thorns halted their advance as terrifying slashes emanated from Wang Mian, encircling the thorns that surrounded him. The power of time was not what a mere human could command. Huo Liaoyi, witnessing his fiery thorns suspended in time, was astonished by Wang Mian's ability to wield such temporal power. Yet the only time he had encountered a threat from time was in the presence of Shi. Although he harbored a profound apprehension toward Shi, he held a deep admiration for the words she once uttered. The secrets of time are not to be casually probed. The gears of time never cease. To defy time will inevitably incur a price. Each of these three phrases, resplendent in their wisdom, served as a warning to Wang Mian. He was acutely aware that these words were directed at him, yet he resolved, this is my choice. Let's engage in battle. What an intriguing species humanity is. Despite the forewarning from SQing, Luoli still perceived the world beyond through her eyes. The sacred fire heart technique. The flame rose. SQing sensed that her strength was nearing its limits. She could not afford to wield additional power, lest she invite grave consequences. Just as Wang Mian evaded the fiery thorn's assault, a colossal flame rose materialized behind him, its petals unfurling in layers, while its core erupted with a gravitational force akin to a black hole, drawing him inexorably into its depths. Chapter 106. The underground base of the training camp. The instructors sat before their screens, transfixed by the colossal fiery apparition looming behind Siqing. All were rendered speechless. Ahem, esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on Siqing? Yuan Gang's grip on his pen was so tight it seemed ready to snap. It was not a lack of experience on his part. Rather, Siqing was astonishingly extraordinary, as if she were indeed a deity. Moreover, they had been closely observing the screen and did not miss the fleeting moment when Siqing was possessed by the fire spirit. They had nearly been paralyzed with fear. For this was the manifestation of a god, which, even if merely inhabiting the body of a sea realm individual, could obliterate their training camp in an instant if it spiraled out of control. I believe Siqing is far too dangerous and should be immediately withdrawn from the training camp, suggested one instructor, his demeanor one of a survivor from a catastrophe, still shaken by the sudden divine pressure. I concur with this proposition. Another instructor chimed in, his expression fierce as he slammed his hand on the table. Chief instructor, surely you can see that this recruit has already attained the sea realm. Why is she even here in the training camp? The mass team, being a special unit, only maintains an average combat power of the sea realm. Furthermore, Siqing was akin to a ticking time bomb. Who could predict when she might lose control? Yuan Gong, after listening to the discourse, withheld his own opinion, instead lightly tapping his fingers on the tabletop, the atmosphere in the base so tense one could hear a pin drop. I believe he paused before continuing. Siqing should remain in the training camp. However, no need to elaborate. This is the directive from above. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively, feeling helpless. The moment he detected the presence of an unfamiliar deity, he had promptly relayed the information to the higher-ups. The response was succinct. Leave her. He was somewhat aware of the sudden appearance of that deity and had heard whispers of the meeting. Yet he could not fathom why they insisted on keeping such a formidable weapon like Siqing in this novice-esque village of guardians. Seeing Wang Mian ensnared within the massive fiery rose created by Siqing only exacerbated his headache regarding the previous promises made. The training could not be halted, which meant that the commitments he had made before this group of recruits were merely dangling carrots to motivate them. After all, there were only a few recruits capable of standing on their own. If the others did not undergo the rigors of the training camp, they would simply become fodder for the mysterious forces upon their exit. I think we should have a word with Siqing, Instructor Hong interjected, growing increasingly anxious. For the recruits could not be left without training. That is unnecessary, Yuan Gang replied with remarkable calmness, confident that even if Siqing lacked awareness, Wang Mian would not idly stand by and allow her to act recklessly. Trapped within the fiery rose, Wang Mian felt overwhelmed by the power of the flames, rendering his own strength utterly ineffective. Siqing, I believe it is imperative for us to engage in a dialogue, regardless of the circumstances. Although Siqing did not directly remove his mask, he is acutely aware that it is merely a matter of time. He can only silently endure this humiliation and concede defeat. Yet there is no shame in this. After all, he was the one who initially transgressed the rules, having previously agreed to wield only the power of the Lantern Realm. However, at the moment of the final strike, he resorted to unleashing all of his strength. Very well. Siqing's voice resonated within the fiery rose. I wonder what the leader of the masked squad, the representative of the God of Time, Wang Mian, wishes to discuss with me. Chapter 107. You are aware that this training camp is imperative, are you not? Wang Mian doubted that Siqing, being as astute as she was, could overlook this fact. Indeed, what of it? Siqing, feeling somewhat fatigued from the exertion of her powers, replied languidly. Does the operation of the training camp affect my victory over you? The rules clearly state that it is only effective when your masks are removed. If I choose not to do so, then what? Wang Mian was at a loss for a counterargument, to such reasoning. Consider it a favor owed to you, he deliberated. Very well, you have my word, Si Ching responded eagerly upon hearing this. One must seize opportunities when they arise, particularly when it concerns a favor from the mass squad. After their discussion, Si Ching expressed her satisfaction. With a gentle wave of her hand, the fiery thorns and roses that hung in the air vanished without a trace. Ahem! Everyone, listen to me, Si Ching announced, her voice cutting through the chaos below, disregarding their reactions. Before arriving at the training camp, I had already reached the ocean realm. My presence here is merely to experience the life within the camp. That previous display was purely a whim of mine, a desire to witness the prowess of the mass squad. Now, I shall observe your performances. With that, she vanished in an instant, leaving everyone bewildered. The new recruits, upon hearing her words, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Why would someone who has already attained the ocean realm come here to stir up trouble? The vortex that Si Ching had sent crashing into the ruins was particularly speechless. What could be more disheartening than being bested in one's area of expertise? The very individual who had defeated him claimed to be merely here for a demonstration of the mass squad strength. It seems you're simply here to dampen spirits. Si Ching is already in the ocean realm, Bai Li exclaimed in astonishment. She appears quite youthful, not much older than 17 or 18. Having witnessed many prodigies, it was only upon seeing Si Ching that he realized those talents paled in comparison. Indeed, Lin Qi mused, though he refrained from mentioning that Si Ching had only recently been at his level, leaving him puzzled as to how her strength had grown so rapidly. Incredible, Molly thought, feeling a moment of existential doubt upon learning that Si Ching had already reached the ocean realm. She appeared to be quite young. How could she possess such strength? Nevertheless, she was determined to catch up eventually. With Si Ching having withdrawn, what shall we do next? Molly inquired, casting a glance at Lin Xie. Given that Lin Xie had just led them to safety, she had already assessed his capabilities, recognizing him as one of the 2 divine agents in this year's training camp. Lin Xie, undeterred, sketched a simple map on the ground. After a thorough analysis, they resolved to determine their next course of action. In the underground base of the training camp, Si Ching expended considerable effort to locate the instructors within the labyrinthine depths. So this is where you all are. I wondered why I hadn't seen you since the beginning, she exclaimed suddenly, startling the instructors who were intently watching the screens. How did you end up here? Yuan Gang, the chief instructor for this session, was taken aback by Si Ching's sudden appearance at their headquarters. However, considering Si Ching's diverse array of abilities, his arrival was not entirely unexpected. Si Ching glanced around, noticing the absence of extra chairs. With a snap of his fingers, an exquisitely adorned chair materialized out of thin air. After lazily stretching and settling into the chair, he playfully remarked, "Of course, I followed the scent here." Chapter 108. Approaching by scent? How dog-like. Yet, they dared only to ponder these thoughts in silence. Do you think that after my withdrawal, Lin Xie might have the chance to unmask the king's visage? Si Ching inquired with keen interest upon witnessing Lin Xie's remarkable maneuvers on the screen. Lin Xie? Upon hearing Si Ching's question, Yuan Gang stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "That is the representative of the Seraph, Michael. I find it difficult to say. If Lin Xie were akin to the previous divine representatives, there might still be a possibility. However, according to the information available, Lin Xie's prowess is surprisingly comparable to that of a high-risk forbidden zone. How about we place a wager?" Si Ching, upon hearing Yuan Gang's words, devised a plan in her mind. "I bet that Lin Xie can indeed unmask the king's visage. If I win, I shall be granted freedom during my time in the training camp. Should I lose, I will serve as an instructor throughout that period." After hearing Si Ching's proposal, Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback. He then laughed and remarked, "You truly have a knack for making shrewd calculations. Regardless of the outcome, you stand to gain." "One cannot say it so lightly," Si Ching replied, gazing at Yuan Gang with an expression that suggested he was reaping the benefits. "Having me assume the role of instructor will ensure that the night watchmen do not incur losses. This should be quite clear to the higher-ups in Jing. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire." "No need to ask. I trust you," Yuan Gang thought to himself. bemused by how such a young individual could navigate the intricacies of human relations so adeptly. He was somewhat aware of the recent secret dealings with the Luoli Fairyland, although not privy to the specifics. He understood that Si Ching possessed absolute authority in that transaction. In that case, let's wait and see. Si Ching casually moved her chair next to Yuan Gang. As expected, it was not long before Lin Chia confronted the king. "Hey, may I inquire about something?" Si Ching, clutching a teacup she had mysteriously acquired, observed the king's blade slicing through the air on the screen and felt that something was amiss. She had just realized that the king was the representative of the god of time. Why then was he not wielding temporal powers, but rather a blade? What? Yuan Gang felt a headache coming on at the sound of Si Ching's voice. This girl seemed utterly oblivious to social nuances. She had barely been here half an hour and had already pilfered his cherished teacup along with the tea he had painstakingly procured from the capital. "Don't be so stingy," Si Ching pouted. "It's just a teacup and a bit of tea. The tea isn't even that good. I'll return some to you next time." Yuan Gang bristled at her words. "What do you mean you disdain my tea? Is this a matter of being stingy or not? Forget it. I won't tea provoke you. Ask away." That knife in the king's hand seems somewhat peculiar to me. Is it a forbidden item? If there are others, could you procure one for me to play with? Si Ching gazed intently at the black blade in Wang Mian's hand. Her eyes filled with longing. "No more. Do not even think about it," Yuan Gang interjected, feigning ignorance to the desire reflected in Si Ching's gaze. He feared that if she remained silent, she might compel him to seek out an identical blade. That black knife was a forbidden object, capable of unleashing the power of sequence 301's forbidden domain, the Yuan. It could condense one's speed into a blade's aura. The swifter the movement, the more formidable the aura. Si Ching was well aware that no identical blade existed, and she did not press the matter. This implied that the old rascal Wang Mian had resorted to underhanded means. "What do you mean by cheating? Do not speak carelessly. Possessing a forbidden object is also a form of strength, you know." Chapter 109. I wonder why he seemed so peculiar. Si Ching finally understood why Wang Mian's consumption did not correlate with his combat prowess. By manipulating time, he had accelerated the formation of the blade's aura, achieving a remarkable effect akin to using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable Wang Mian might be, I firmly believe that Lin Yi will surely manage to unmask him. "I truly cannot fathom the source of your confidence," Yuan Gang remarked inwardly, unable to restrain his skepticism upon witnessing Si Ching's apparent certainty. "How much of an enchantment has Lin Yi cast upon you to inspire such unwavering faith? I concede that as a divine agent, Lin Yi is indeed exceptional, yet he remains merely in the realm of the novice. Such confidence seems unwarranted." "Very well. It's merely a wager. Yuan Gang can afford to take the risk. Let it be settled with an agreement." Si Ching glanced at the silent instructors nearby. Her desire to bet with them fleetingly crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Betting with Yuan Gang alone allowed for a plausible excuse should things go awry. However, wagering against everyone present would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, and that would not bode well. She could not afford to lose more than she gained, especially since these individuals likely possessed only trifles in their pockets, which she found unworthy. Then let us invoke the instructors as witnesses. The instructor seated next to Yuan Gang hesitated several times on the verge of speaking, observing Si Ching's audacious gamble with the chief instructor. He harbored a desire to reprimand her, yet seeing Yuan Gang remain passive, he abandoned the notion. A divine agent, even in their nascent state, was not one to be trifled with. "What? Is my humble request causing discomfort to the instructors?" Si Ching, noticing the silence, felt a pang of irritation. Surely their leader's agreement should afford her some respect. Yuan Gang, sensing the delicate tension, cleared his throat gently, breaking the impasse. "Come forth to witness." He understood that conceding to Si Ching's conditions disrupted the training camp's regulations, but brilliance often requires certain privileges. It is merely a matter of witnessing, and I shall comply. Instructor Hong chuckled heartily, finding such an intriguing individual rare. Time passed, and Si Ching opened her eyes from her feigned slumber, fixated on the screen. At last, she beheld what she had longed to see. Crack! Wang Mian's mask shattered. I told you, even without my presence, this cohort of recruits could triumph in this challenge. Si Qing, like a cat that has stolen a treat, felt immense joy. In contrast to her delight, the instructors felt a sudden jolt of alarm in their hearts, realizing their oversight. They had successfully countered the most formidable Si Qing, only to encounter Lin Qiyi as an unexpected variable. Indeed, those who ascend to become divine agents are never to be underestimated. Even though Lin Qiyi's current power falls short of the standards set by other divine agents, it did not hinder him from cleaving Wang Mian's mask in two. The power of time is indeed wondrous. When Shisu awakens, make sure to seize his power for a moment of indulgence. Si Qing found the ensuing scene utterly amusing, as time rewound 3 seconds, rendering any play obsolete. Nevertheless, she understood that the masked squad could not afford to lose. Surely, you all recall the events that transpired. Si Qing surveyed the surroundings, noting the instructors who were elated by Wang Mian's use of time reversal. I cannot care less. This wager is one I have won. Consider yourselves fortunate. Had it not been for Wang Mian's manipulation of time, you would have already faltered. However, I am aware that the power Wang Mian employed during his time reversal was not of the Zhanjing variety, so do not expect any sudden revelations from me. Now, kindly adhere to the terms of our wager. Chapter 110. Playing Dirty This. Geist of Si Qing's melodramatic demeanor. Reminiscent of a child with boundless ambition, and felt a sense of foreboding about the future of the night watchman. He could only hope that Michael's agent would not mirror such folly. Nevertheless, from his observations, Michael's agent had distinguished himself remarkably. Although he had not yet reached the Sea realm at such a tender age as Si Qing, his performance was undoubtedly impressive. Rest assured, the wager would not be reneged upon. He possessed that much resolve. Moreover, Si Qing's prowess was formidable, as she had already attained the Sea realm. The members of the special teams within the Great Xia were largely of similar strength. The training camp instructors were certainly not taking it lightly. That is reassuring. Si Qing could only express how immensely grateful she was to Lin Xie for enabling her to win the wager and evade the training camp. She could only conclude that a rookie who did not aspire to be an instructor was not a worthy agent of the divine. However, I have a condition. The outcome must remain confidential. Yuan Gang observed the uproarious instructors below and felt a headache coming on. It would be one thing if Si Qing were oblivious to the true outcome, but now he could only think that this matter must be sealed tightly. Otherwise, they would indeed be utterly humiliated. 10, 9, 2, 1 times up. Si Qing silently counted in her mind as the clock struck 9, signaling the end of the duel. Hooray! Si Qing joyously leaped up, stowed her stool, and downed the tea in her cup in one gulp, ready to depart. While the duel had been visually captivating, it now felt akin to watching children in kindergarten squabble, lacking novelty and excitement. She found herself growing somewhat bored. Seeing Si Qing's elusive demeanor piqued the curiosity of the instructors regarding her capabilities. Chief, we truly must grant her this opportunity. Otherwise, Yuan Gang replied matter-of-factly. That girl possesses this strength. Why should we not give her a chance? Moreover, even if she trained alongside the rookies, it would hardly benefit her. Those who could defeat Wang Mian were certainly not naive. That girl is indeed formidable. As for winning or losing, what winning or losing? Yuan Gang stated with conviction. Training was imperative. We are all doing this for their benefit. On the ground, Lin Xie and Wang Mian stared at each other, locked in a silent standoff. After a prolonged moment, Lin Xie finally managed to utter, "You played dirty." Wang Mian, feeling helpless, acknowledged the absurdity of the situation. He had already lost to Si Qing, which was understandable given her mastery of the Sea realm, while he had restricted his own level to the Lantern realm. Losing was only natural. Yet now, he found himself defeated by Lin Xie. Upon catching Lin Xie's reproachful gaze, Wang Mian hastily replied, "Lin Xie, I admit I lost to you, but training must proceed. I trust you comprehend my meaning." Heaven knows he felt just as powerless. First Si Qing, then Lin Xie. This year's training camp was bound to be lively. Wang Mian, I wish to challenge you to a match, a serious and earnest match. Si Qing's sudden appearance interrupted their conversation. Moments ago, you suppressed your boundaries. For me, it was a battle unwinnable. I hope you will engage in another contest with me. Wang Mian. This Si Qing does not appear to be a bellicose individual. Why does he now seem to diverge from my initial perception? Qi, you are here as well. Si Qing exclaimed dramatically. I witnessed your earlier performance. I believe you should demand some form of recompense from the instructors. Just as I wagered with the chief instructor, and now I hold the title of instructor myself. I am exempt from participating in the collective training with you all. I think you could do the same. Si Qing, please refrain from causing chaos. Wang Mian felt utterly speechless upon hearing this. It was one thing for Si Qing to be an instructor, but what was Lin Qi doing joining in the fray? If such actions were taken, there would undeniably be many among the same realm who would contest it.